If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Chapter 126, Shedding Skins. March 19, 1993, Hogwarts. With a sad smile on his face, Harry turned and made his way to exit the infirmary. Of course, that's when he felt a spell coming at him with his arcane hearing and ducked out of the way. Of course, he couldn't have a peaceful evening for once. It was Neville Longbottom who was pointing his wand at him with a look of rage on his face. "What the hell, Potter?" Harry pretended to be outraged. "What the hell is wrong with you, Longbottom? We're just outside the hospital wing, you insensitive troll." The boy who lived didn't seem to care about Harry's answer. "Why did you lie?" He waved his wand around to emphasize his point, which produced sparks. A small crowd started to gather around them. "Lie about what exactly? Seriously, stop with the waving here. Why do you have to always resort to violence? Just for once in your life, calm yourself and talk like a rational person." The boy lowered his wand arm, but still looked angry. "Why did you lie about the Chamber of Secrets? I really have no idea what you're talking about." "Stop it, for Merlin's sake, stop it. We went to the Chamber of Secrets together. We found the secret room. I killed a basilisk with a sword." Harry snorted in amusement. "Seriously, that's what you're going for? You killed a basilisk, one of the most dangerous magical creatures in the world, without even using magic." "I used the bombs you gave me." "What bombs? Seriously, why would I be making bombs in my spare time?" "The cold bombs, the flashbang bombs, and the concussion bombs," Neville cited. "Do you honestly don't remember them? You made them to fight the basilisk." The last Potter hummed. "That's interesting. I can certainly see how useful those would be. The cold because snakes are cold-blooded, so that would slow them down. The concussion and flashbang to blind the basilisk, it's a theoretically good tactic. Still suicidal, but somewhat plausible. But there's a problem. How did you aim if you couldn't meet the basilisk's gaze?" "You enchanted some goggles to protect against its gaze," Neville commiserated. "No offense, but that's a little beyond the capability of second-year students. I know I would remember making something like that, and I definitely would be bragging about it." "Stop lying, you little snake," the Longbottom scion exclaimed. Harry let out a big sigh and spoke up. "Look, Longbottom, I don't know if you are lying to get attention, but telling the headmaster that I'm some kind of mastermind that somehow succeeded in a few days where he had failed, found the Chamber of Secrets, and defeated the monster inside, is just ridiculous. I was just in his office being interrogated about the events of the Chamber of Secrets, when I haven't even left my dormitory the night you got attacked or whatever it is you think happened. I'm not lying. Look, Dumbledore told me that he spent an entire day looking for any evidence of what you said happened. He did find a secret room, but the Chamber of Secrets wasn't there. You didn't have any bombs on you, or any goggles. Hell, they didn't even find the sword." Longbottom protested. "The sword was there, it just disappeared." "Yeah," he answered while scoffing, "because swords tend to do that. Look, I don't care what you say, because it's not my problem. I don't care that you snuck into the Chamber of Secrets where the entrance didn't exist. I don't care that you fought a monster that massacred entire teams of wizards and witches by yourself with just a sword. I don't care that you were found without any of the equipment you said you had. However, I care that you're trying to use me as a witness when there's proof that I was in my dormitory that night." The boy gritted his teeth. "Tell them that I'm telling the truth. I'm a hero. I saved everyone." Harry gave him a pitying look. "Look, man, Dumbledore thinks that you were under some kind of illusion curse, that made you experience something you craved, being a hero, slaying the legendary monster with absolute bravery, clearing your name from the stigma of being a Parselmouth, while you stayed unconscious." "No," Neville protested weakly. "I know you don't want to deny it, but don't you think that your feats are just too great, too unrealistic? If it was another student, would you believe that they did, in fact, kill a basilisk with a sword?" Longbottom kept shaking his head and Harry pressed. "Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence, that according to your narrative, I came out of nowhere, like some kind of quest giver in a fiction book, giving you all the explanations that you could need to heroically save the Say, as well as the location of the Chamber of Secrets, the nature of the monster attacking, and the exact methods to defeat it? Don't you think it's too lucky that we're separated by some weird earthquake, that your sword somehow materialized when you needed it, and you used it to kill a mighty monster? Why wouldn't I just go tell a professor? Surely, they're more qualified than both you and me. The crowd nodded in affirmation, but the boy just wouldn't let go of his story. No, you were there. You were there. Neville, just get some help. I don't know if you're going crazy or if this is a side effect of whatever curse you had on you, but you need to accept reality. Hell, even the headmaster is sure that there was never a chamber of secrets in the first place, that it was all a diary that trapped the user's mind inside it, and that could also hypnotize them to cast some kind of obscure petrification spell on random people and write about the heir of Slytherin coming for Muggleborns in blood. It was probably made by some kind of perturbed student who wanted to cause damage even after he graduated and left the castle. There was never any basilisk. No, it's a basilisk. You said it yourself in the Slytherin common room, the boy who lived exclaimed. First things first, using a conversation where you deceived me by impersonating someone else is not a good argument to make. But what I said was that if Slytherin had a monster that could do all of this, it would probably be a snake that was long-lived, and could petrify people. A basilisk was theoretically possible, but I don't think that Dumbledore would let students stay in the same castle as something like that. You trust Dumbledore's judgment, don't you? Neville gave him a heated glare and gritted his teeth. Yes, I trust Dumbledore. So, you can't tell me that there's a small possibility that the old man wouldn't let an entire generation of students die for no reason, can you? Because if that's true, then he doesn't deserve to be the headmaster, does he? The boy nodded, and Harry went for the kill. So if you think about it, either your story is false, or you're saying that Dumbledore shouldn't be the headmaster. So, tell me, which one is it? For the first time, the Longbottom Scion hesitated. His rage began to wane as the weight of Harry's words sank in. He looked around at the growing crowd, some of whom were nodding in agreement with Harry's logic. He just answered bitterly, "You're playing dirty, Potter." "No, I'm just being logical. But for all your lies, all your delusions of heroism, there's something that's really bothering me. You see, everybody lies, it's a normal thing. Sometimes it's because it's shameful. Sometimes it's because we're being stubborn jerks. Sometimes it's because we're ignorant about something. Sometimes it's because we don't even know that we're lying since it's far better than the ugly truth. A 12-year-old boy lying isn't a big deal, celebrity or not, but what's really bothering me about you, what's really making me want to punch you, is the fact that your friend is dying. Her cold comatose body is in the hospital wing, which is just next to us. I just came to visit my friend, but you just don't seem you care about yours. You just care about being proven right, about being the hero, about people not calling you a liar, and that's just pitiful. There's a good chance your friend would die and here you are picking a fight with me because I wouldn't go along with your lies. There's a good chance that her parents will never talk to her again. And look at you whining about no one believing you. The truth is that all you care about is your own ego. Look at me, I came here because I missed my friend. Do you even miss yours? The Longbottom boy blanched, and Harry continued, take a good long look at yourself, Neville Longbottom. Are you happy with the person that you are, with the man that you're becoming? Do you think your parents would have been proud to see what you're doing, right now? I know I wouldn't. So, why don't you be a decent person, get in the hospital wing, and sit by your friend? Longbottom just stood there, frozen in shock at anyone daring to say that to him. Harry was running out of patience. I said, do it. The boy stiffened and nodded meekly. He slowly walked towards the hospital wing. Harry shook his head and addressed the crowd, what are you all looking at? They all looked away and left one by one, looking down in shame. With the crowd dispersing, Harry watched Neville Longbottom's retreating figure until he disappeared into the infirmary. Honestly, there was a lot of real anger at Neville. Sure, he was successful at making the boy doubt himself, and there would probably be rumors circulating in the afternoon about the boy who lived going crazy, but the way the boy didn't seem to care about Hermione grated Harry immensely. It was the guilt, Harry realized. To be perfectly honest, he stopped really caring about Hermione. They were barely friends for a month before she decided that she preferred Neville and Ron. Harry had long moved on with this, and his decision to ignore the plot from the previous stories, to not live in fear, a wise move in hindsight, just turned her into a regular lonely bookworm in his eyes, which wasn't worth the headache of being near Longbottom, and with it, Dumbledore's attention. But there was something that Riddle said that bothered him. In Hermione's perfect world, when she bore down her soul to him, she said that she missed Harry and that they were still friends. Had he really forgotten about a girl who still hoped that deep down in her heart, they would one day reconcile or something? It wasn't logical, but if Hermione dies, Harry knows that he would regret not making peace with her, at least. Harry had won, he had literally gotten everything he wanted, he had gotten one over Dumbledore, ensured that he wouldn't be under his thumb, defeated Riddle, killed a divine beast that was probably thousands of years old, and had free reign over what to do with the basilisk corpse, which he would leave alone for later after preserving the body, that is. It wouldn't do to have basilisk parts available in the market while there might be rumors of a basilisk being in the castle. Staging a fake expedition in the Amazon forest in a couple of years might be better after memories start to fade about the whole incident. However, for all that success, the possibility that a child could die made the whole thing bittersweet. Hermione Granger was an innocent girl who was chosen by Riddle's sick mind to become his new victim. She died because Lucius Malfoy decided to plant the diary to get rid of a political rival. Harry wished he could have saved her, but he knew that it wasn't really his fault. It's not like he could have done anything differently. If he hadn't gone after Riddle, then the entire school might have suffered the same fate, or maybe Luna would have taken her place, which wasn't really all that better. Turning away from the infirmary, Harry let out a deep sigh and continued on his way out of the school. It had been a long and exhausting day, filled with confrontations and emotional turmoil. No, this entire school year was filled with confrontations and emotional turmoil. Harry hoped that it wouldn't be the case for the rest of his school years, yet he knew that this was a vain hope at best. I still haven't decided what to do with Hermione. Do I kill her off? Do I have someone save her? Do I leave her stuck in her fake world because she's happy there? Let me know what you think or if you have any suggestions. Chapter 127, Mosaic. April 2, 1993, Hogwarts. Daphne must have fallen asleep somewhere in the library. It felt deeper than any sleep she ever felt before. As she slowly regained consciousness, her surroundings were still a blur, and her mind felt foggy as if she had just emerged from a dream. Her eyelids felt heavy, and it took a moment for her vision to clear. She had the urge to blink for some reason, yet all she could see was white. She tried to turn her neck, but it just felt too stiff. It was like the time she slept badly on her bed, only a million times worse. She needed a muscle-relaxing potion for that later. Did she hurt herself somehow when she was in the library? And if she wasn't in the library, where was she? As the fog in her mind began to lift, Daphne's memory started to piece together fragments of what had happened. She remembered being in the library to return a few books. She had gone to browse for some replacements. But then, something caught her eye, a strange movement in the shadows. She had turned to investigate, and that's when it happened. A cold, paralyzing dread had swept over her, and then nothing. The memory felt foggy as if it kept slipping away from her fingers every time she tried to remember. No, there was something she did remember. She was afraid, deathly so. Why would she get this afraid in the library? Unless it was the basilisk. Harry had told her about the monster of the Chamber of Secrets. She had researched the so-called King of Serpents and was horrified by the mere idea that her best friend wanted to fight it. Was she petrified? She wasn't a Muggleborn, but then again, neither was McLaggen. Yes, she was afraid, she was very, very afraid. Had she screamed? Had she tried to run? The details were frustratingly elusive. Her muscles still felt frozen, but a lot better than before. She could at least move them. She turned her head for a fraction of an angle and hissed slightly in pain. The moment Daphne made a sound, she was accosted by a familiar black-haired boy. "Harry, Daph, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Daphne blinked up at him, her eyes finally starting to focus. Harry's face was edged with concern, and he was kneeling beside her. She tried to speak, but her throat felt dry and sore. It was as if she had been sleeping for a very long time without water. Harry must have noticed her distress because he conjured a glass of water and helped her take a sip. The cool liquid was a relief, and Daphne felt some of her strength returning. Harry's eyes were filled with relief, but also concern. "You were petrified, Daphne? The basilisk?" she asked. "Yeah, don't worry, Longbottom killed it." "Longbottom?" she asked incredulously, but she then started to cough violently. "I know, just take it easy and drink some water. Don't worry, we can talk about it later. A lot has happened since you were petrified. It's a bit of a long story and we'll have time after you're fully healed. Madame Pomfrey just gave you the Mandrake restorative potion, but the basilisk was still pretty strong. It'll take time for everything to set in. Do you remember anything? Not really, just being in the library and waking up now, she answered. Hey, that's interesting. Did the basilisk's glare petrify your mind as well as your body? Most petrification curses don't really affect the mind, so I was worried about you having experienced everything without being able to move. Although, it is possible that this did happen, that your mind repressed it somehow to avoid any serious consequences. Stop rambling, Harry. The boy stopped and gave her one of the warmest smiles she had ever seen from him. I really missed you, Daph. The world sent butterflies in her stomach, but thankfully, she was partially petrified so she couldn't really blush like she would have normally. She chose to change the subject instead. Can't you get Madame Pomfrey to give me something to speed things up a bit? No, a basilisk's glare is still pretty powerful. It would overwhelm any of the potions we give you, so you might end up dealing with a few side effects without them even working. Just let things progress normally and you should be fine by the end of the day. She wanted to talk some more, but Harry was quickly silenced by a glare by Madame Pomfrey who said, Enough chit-chat, you two. Miss Greengrass needs rest and time to recover. I'll be keeping a close eye on her, and she'll be back on her feet in due course. Now, Mr. Potter, if you don't mind, I suggest you give her some space and let her rest. Visiting hours are over, and I won't have any more distractions in my infirmary tonight. Harry nodded reluctantly, his concern for Daphne still evident in his eyes. All right, Madame Pomfrey. Please take good care of her. Madame Pomfrey gave him a reassuring smile. I always do, Mr. Potter. Now off you go, and I'll make sure Miss Greengrass is comfortable. As Daphne continued to recover in the infirmary, she learned more about the events that had transpired during her petrification. She had, of course, sent a letter to her parent to tell them that she was all right. Her handwriting was pretty wooden, but it would get better with time. However, the school was abuzz with rumors and theories about the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin, who had supposedly opened it, and Daphne had heard her fair share of rumors even when she was in the hospital wing. Apparently, Longbottom and Granger were attacked a few weeks ago. She found out that it was just after she got petrified. Longbottom kept claiming that he killed a basilisk with a sword, but no one really believed him. Granger was sent to St. Mungo's because what happened to her was somewhat severe. Harry wasn't really there to fill in the blanks, but then again, she could make her own theories about what happened. Still, the fact that the basilisk was gone helped her relax. That damn snake was terrifying. The other victims that were attacked also didn't seem to remember what happened, something that stank of foul play. Alas, Daphne didn't have the heart to tell them about it. Filch was inconsolable because of what happened to his cat. He was probably going to leave the castle entirely. Apparently, Mrs. Norris was the last gift he had from his wife before she died from dragonpox. The idea that it died suffocating in his arms must have really traumatized the man, and it would make sense that he would avoid anything that reminded him of her. Dean Thomas also just looked lost. He had missed almost 5 months of classes, and there was a good chance that he would need some kind of remedial lessons so that he would have a chance at passing. Penelope Clearwater was in the same boat. She had thankfully in her 6th year, thus didn't have any owls or newts to study. She was only petrified for around 6 weeks, so that was doable. McLaggen was still as annoying as ever, telling everyone that his father was going to crucify Longbottom for opening the chamber despite Daphne telling him that he was innocent. Apparently, a Slytherin's opinion didn't have much weight with him. Finally, after a lot of arguing and tests, Madame Pomfrey allowed her and the rest of the petrified victims to attend dinner. She was starving and the nutrition potions that the matron shoved down her throat were poor substitutes for a real meal. She sat next to Harry, Tracy and Blaise, who looked closer than they had been for the entire year. The whole manhunt that Harry decided to partake in had made him so distracted that he kind of ignored them slightly. It was probably hard to talk with them when he was consumed by something that he couldn't tell them anything about. With the threat the chamber posed being gone, they probably started to hang out a lot more. They didn't really talk about much, just classes, and the homework she missed. Everything was going oddly normally until Dumbledore stood up. Everyone stopped talking instinctively and the headmaster started a speech. Thank you all for coming, and I hope you would indulge an old man taking a few minutes of your time so that I could say a few words. As most of you probably know, this year was plagued by a series of attacks on members of the students, which led us to the conclusion that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The student body started to murmur lightly, intrigued by the headmaster's statement. This was the first time, as far as Daphne could tell, that any staff member said anything about the Chamber of Secrets. They spoke about attacks, but not the chamber itself. Dumbledore continued, "Well, I am glad to say that this horrific chapter of the school's history is finally over. The perpetrator of the attack was stopped, and its victims have just been unpetrified and officially released from the hospital wings, thanks to the valiant efforts of our resident Mediwitch, Madame Pomfrey, and our resident Potion Master Severus Snape." The Great Hall was immediately deafened by the roar of applause that followed this announcement, which took almost a minute to end. Yes, yes, we all appreciate their efforts, but I still have a few things to clarify. Many of you probably think that the legendary Chamber of Secrets was opened. That statement was proven to be false. We have determined that the cause of the attacks was not some monster but simply a cursed artifact that created some form of delayed petrification of whoever touched it. This was why the petrifications happened at random times to random people. Thankfully, the artifact in question was destroyed by none other than Neville Longbottom. The feedback of the even hurt him and Miss Granger. Alas, while this is a day of celebration, it is also a day of mourning. While Mr. Longbottom was able to return relatively unharmed with only some brief episodes of confused memories, the chaotic release of magic had unpredictable consequences on Miss Granger, putting her in what looks like a magical coma. She is currently in St. Mungo's seeking treatment, and we don't know if her condition will ever revert. Hermione Granger might have sacrificed her life for the sake of stopping the attacks, which is why the Ministry will be paying for all treatment, and her parents will be compensated for their daughter's heroic actions. She will also receive an Order of Merlin 3rd class by the Ministry, whether she survives the encounter or not. We have lost a very brilliant witch too early. I want you all to remember her, and keep her alive in your memories and your stories. If the time should come when you have to make a choice between what is right and what is easy, remember the girl who lost so much to make sure that we are all safe." He raised up his cup and spoke gently, to Hermione Granger. Everyone raised their cups as well and replied with a somber mood, to Hermione Granger. Of course, later that night, when Harry told her what actually happened, things started to make more sense. Harry and Longbottom had gone into the Chamber of Secrets. Harry killed the monster, which turned out not to be a basilisk but a divine beast, whatever that was, and defeated Riddle. Longbottom had really killed a basilisk with a sword, but Harry had convinced Dumbledore to say that the entire thing was fabricated, since saying that there was a real basilisk in the school would get everyone outraged at the headmaster. Anyway, everything was fine. Harry had won, probably in her defense. It might be some kind of wishful thinking, but she knew that he wouldn't have gone so badly after Riddle normally. Tracy told her that he practically disappeared for 2 days after her petrification, which ended up with Longbottom and Granger being found unconscious. Still, Granger's fate was somewhat heartbreaking. Still, it was nice to be back. She didn't even mind when Luna came back to celebrate with them. Well, she minded a little, but not as much as she did before. It was nice for things to go back to normal once more. Chapter 128, Slithering Denouement. April 15, 1993, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was, to put it mildly, feeling completely and utterly drained. His exhaustion ran bone deep, a relentless weariness that easily ranked as one of the worst experiences of his long life. But this wasn't the kind of fatigue that a good night's sleep could remedy, as one might expect after a grueling battle. Oh no, this weariness had a different source altogether. It was the lingering aftermath of the Chamber of Secrets catastrophe. Now, you might wonder why a seasoned wizard like Dumbledore, who had faced countless challenges in his lifetime, would be so profoundly affected by recent events. Well, it wasn't just about the physical strain, it was the mental and emotional toll that weighed heavily on his shoulders. Because even if most of the wizarding world had bought this farce that the Potter boy suggested, Dumbledore couldn't simply sweep away the complex complications and political entanglements that had emerged in the wake of the attacks on the student body. It was exhausting, but Albus, as the head of Hogwarts and a key figure in the magical community, bore the burden of having to answer the questions of lesser minds. Well, calling them lesser minds was an exaggeration. They knew that there was something fishy going on and didn't fully believe what he had told them. They were right, of course. Dumbledore knew a fragment of what happened, thanks to young Neville's memories, but even he did not grasp the truth of what really happened inside the chamber. The Potter boy had played his hand beautifully, so even Albus didn't know the full details about what happened in the Chamber of Secrets, and he couldn't investigate it because that might reveal the fact that Albus lied about the events of the chamber. Additionally, the fact that there wasn't an actual culprit to blame complicated things, and the end result was far from agreeable. And here he was, headmaster of Hogwarts once more, having to deal with 5 students who missed a lot of coursework, a muggle-born girl whose soul was stuck in a diary, and no sign of Tom Riddle. Even the diary itself had the name Hermione J. Granger inscribed in it. That's not to mention the national celebrity that people started questioning his sanity because that was the only way Albus could deny knowing that there was, in fact, a basilisk in the school. Why couldn't the brat just have enough common sense to know that he should keep his mouth shut? That boy was becoming more and more frustrating to work with. This was a disaster. Perhaps calling it a disaster was too weak a word after all. Thank Merlin, he had been suspended when this matter was resolved because he doubted that his tenure as the headmaster of Hogwarts would have survived. Thankfully, the moment the boy who lived disappeared, he was immediately reinstated in a hurry. Alas, Albus knew that it wouldn't be enough to avoid the political shitstorm coming his way. The school board was angry, and the ministry wanted more influence over the castle, as they always did. The reason why people were so angry wasn't that the event was traumatizing or even dangerous for the students, but the fact that even the unspeakables couldn't do anything about the young Miss Granger's condition. They were still researching and experimenting, but they were genuinely baffled. Parents were terrified that the only reason their children didn't share young Miss Granger's fate was pure luck. And so, the headmaster of Hogwarts was running everywhere trying to extinguish the fires. The whole thing had cost him a lot of favors, especially when the Daily Prophet was involved. Thankfully, things started to simmer down slightly, hence the meeting. And now here he was, in his own office, facing 3 of the highest-ranked ministry appointees, who were there for him to explain himself. They wouldn't do anything, and it was a formality for their own ego, but Albus had been playing politics for enough time to know that this was going nowhere. The fires had been extinguished, these people were just trying to get any advantage they could have. So, Albus, what in Merlin's name happened? We left you alone because you needed time to get things sorted out, but the ministry needs answers. Say what you will about Fudge's corruption, there was still a reason he was elected as Minister for Magic. He wasn't the smartest man in the room and had a tendency to run away from problems or just go too far with them, but he knew enough about politics to have a hint of what really happened in the ugly background of the wizarding world. He knew how to keep magical Britain stable, and he was an acceptable peacetime minister. He was good enough to keep things together, but flexible enough to let certain things slide and not upset the uneasy peace they had achieved after Lord Voldemort's defeat at the hand of Neville Longbottom. Still, the man was a minor bureaucrat with very little magical talent, in a world where magic is might. And he came here to demand answers out of him, the champion of light? Albus suppressed his rising fury and answered with a frosty tone, I don't see how I was involved at all. Need I remind you that I was suspended when all of that happened? Come on, Dumbledore, Amelia Bone interjected, you can't possibly think that we bought this whole petrifying diary story. I've seen the victims, and there isn't a curse that could possibly petrify people seemingly indefinitely, especially not one that was done by a diary of all things. Amelia Bones, on the other hand, was far more worryingly competent when it came to causing trouble. She was rigid, and militaristic in a way, which made sense since she was forged and trained in the last war. Albus had done his best to curtail her possible ascension to the title of minister since she would quickly destabilize the whole place with her rigid mindset. She was a straight arrow, that one, which would possibly get her killed. It's a bit more complicated than that. The curse was not a petrifying one, but a time stasis one as well. I didn't want to say anything because temporal magics were frowned upon, but the actual petrifying curse is layered with some kind of time-freezing effect to make the petrification permanent. I had to personally disable that part of the curse so that we could administrate the Mandrake Restoration Potion. With the actual part of the petrification destroyed, the temporal layer of the curse had nothing to be founded upon, which made it fade away. I did not share the details of the curse because I didn't want to unnecessarily scare the parents after the situation was resolved. Their anger seemed to abate, but as usual, Amelia Bones decided to ask something else. That sounds possible, but how is a diary of all things do something like this? Curses are not alive, Albus, they don't decide to petrify people or write messages in blood. Albus suppressed the urge to groan and decided to use a modified version of the truth, it does when you realize who made the diary in the first place. And might that be? Bartmeus Crouch asked. Now that was a man that Albus actively disliked, a zealot that just killed anyone he thought was suspicious during the war. He had killed more innocent civilians because of his paranoia, than actual Death Eaters, and wasn't that tragic? He was celebrated as a war hero, of course, until it was found out that his son had attacked the Potters alongside the Lestranges and joined their fate. The man tried to protest and say that his son was probably helping the Potters, but a quick investigation revealed that young Barty was a very disturbed boy and was in fact a servant of Lord Voldemort. His wife committed suicide after hearing about the death of her son. It was a sad story, but Albus had used this to remove the man from his post as the head of the DMLE into the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a department that was virtually useless for most of the time, where his career started to slowly fade away. The only person the man hated more than Albus was probably Harry Potter. Tom Riddle, but that's what he was known when he attended these halls. You would know him as Lord Voldemort. By their widened eyes and Fudge's squeaking, Albus knew that he had their attention now. He decided to press on. As you probably know, the chamber was opened around 50 years ago. I was the Transfiguration professor at the time, but I always suspected Tom Riddle since I knew that he was probably the only Parselmouth in the school. I told Headmaster Dippet of my suspicions, but he chose not to act on them, refusing that such a charming, orphaned boy would ever do something this heinous. When one of the victims died, the boy ended up framing Rubeus Hagrid, since even then, the headmaster would have had to start looking into it severely. Petrification is one thing, but murder. He knew that we couldn't take a chance. I located the chamber and warded it off until the summer when I killed the beast inside, which happened to be a basilisk. A basilisk? All three exclaimed at once. Yes. We were quite fortunate that there only had been a single casualty, Albus answered with a somber tone. I am telling you this because I can tell you with extreme certainty that I knew that the Chamber of Secrets was not opened. However, I did recognize the diary that Miss Granger was found with. It was Tom's. From what I could discern, he enchanted the diary to possess anyone who touched it. He left a jumble of memories, a remnant of sorts of himself as a teenager to force them to petrify people. When he realized that the basilisk was dead, he used the petrification curse to achieve a similar result, yet one I knew was slightly different since I was there for both occasions. Hermione Granger is the one who attacked everyone, and her diary kept absorbing her until her soul was completely consumed. Young Neville was able to destroy the persona inside the diary but failed to save young Hermione's soul. The battle occurred inside the diary, in some kind of astral mental plane, thus the moments of delusions the boy experienced. The three ministry employees were openly gaping at him. The minister asked with an odd tone, "Then why the secrecy, why hide all of this?" Miss Granger was as much of a victim of the attacks as the other petrified students, perhaps even more so. I did not want anyone to blame her for what happened. I just wanted to protect my students. I will admit that it was a mistake for us to release Neville from the hospital wing while he still experienced flashes of what happened when he fought Tom. They all nodded, and Albus even saw a glimmer of appreciation in Amelia's eyes. Hey, that was very interesting. What about the petrified victims? Unfortunately, Mr. Filch resigned, unable to cope with the loss of his cat, and feeling extremely paranoid about being attacked by students. As for the other victims, we have offered private lessons so that they could catch up on the classes they missed, and they have already caught up with their classmates, apart from Dean Thomas, that is. The boy was petrified for months and there's a very good possibility that he would have to redo the entire year. We are prepared to continue tutoring him during the summer and test him before the beginning of the first year. It will depend entirely on his dedication and his performance. Anyway, as compensation, every victim was given 5,000 galleons for being attacked on school grounds, and everything was settled with the parents. Although we had to obliviate the Grangers of all magic, and into thinking their daughter died in a Muggle accident. They didn't handle the news well. We will, of course, return their original memories should the girl ever recover. The Bones matriarch seemed suspicious, and how did the diary get past the wards? A Muggle-born girl bringing you-know-whose diary is very unlikely. I believe that the diary never left the castle. Tom had made it inside the castle, in some kind of hidden room, and Miss Granger must have accidentally touched it. The Unspeakables are studying the diary so that might shed some light, and I will look over the wards personally to make sure that there wasn't a security breach. Bartmew's Crouch gritted his teeth. You always have an answer for everything, don't you? I take the safety of my students very seriously. Well, he also practiced this story for days, for this inevitable meeting. They seemed to have bought his misdirection, and his willingness to protect his students. The school year would continue normally. Now, with that fiasco over, he had time to think about a way to get back at Lucius Malfoy. After all, he was removed even if it was momentarily from his seat of power. He couldn't let that stand without consequences, could he? Chapter 129, New Beginnings. June 2, 1993, Hogwarts. As Harry sat down in his compartment, ready to go home for the summer holidays, he started to ponder about the previous school year. The past few months were pretty uneventful in his opinion, at least compared to the rest of the year. Yet, after a sentient horcrux of a teenaged Dark Lord, a basilisk, a fucking divine beast that was thousands of years old, there was very little that could really shake things up. After the whole Chamber of Secrets happened, Dumbledore got into a little trouble, far too little since he let 5 students get petrified on his watch, and that's not even mentioning Hermione Granger's fate, which was in the hands of the Department of Mysteries. It was both amusing and depressing to see how easily the man got away with it. Sure, technically Harry had him by the balls because if he revealed that there was, in fact, a basilisk, the headmaster would lose a lot of goodwill from the public, and possibly his position as headmaster. But Harry wouldn't risk it. Dumbledore would kill him. He had proven that he was willing to do it when he did it to Flamel, and Harry wasn't willing to risk it. Because what people have forgotten, what Dumbledore ensured that they forget, is the fact that in the magical world, power is might. Political power is meaningless for someone like Albus Dumbledore because he could easily just take over the nation. A man who could flatten cities in minutes has nothing to fear from a few politicians and angry parents. The reason why he was losing the war to Voldemort was because it was a guerrilla war. Sure, the Dark Lord was very impressive in terms of power, probably as a product of his countless rituals, but he always avoided a straight battle with the aged headmaster for a good reason. So, Harry definitely did not want to push a man like that into a corner. Undermining him is all right, maybe giving him a few setbacks, but to destroy his reputation entirely could literally make the man do something drastic, and Harry had doubts he would survive his wrath. Of course, Harry wouldn't let it go. He wanted the magical world to prosper, and it wouldn't do that with Dumbledore at its helm. Since he couldn't attack the man's reputation suddenly, the last Potter knew that he needed to do it gradually. He would make the public doubt him, getting hesitant to trust him, with one blunder after another. It would be small things at first, things that Dumbledore would consider barely more than an annoyance, which would come from multiple sources. He would think that it was just some bad luck, which would over the course of years, destroy the man's credibility without even noticing. Because it's the slow knife, the knife that takes its time, the knife that waits years without forgetting, then slips quietly between the bones, that's the knife that cuts deepest. Something quick, something fast, would never cause enough damage to the empire that Dumbledore built. A little patience, a little persistence could plant an idea. And that's the beauty of it, an idea can't be killed, it can't be eradicated. You can't obliviate an idea if it's over a long time. It would start slow, like for example, the boy that people often consider to be his successor, Neville Longbottom, breaking the statute of secrecy openly, then impersonating other scions of old families to spy on the conversations in Slytherin. Things like students getting attacked, one of them maybe even never recovering. Maybe someone would talk about the baby dragon that Longbottom tried smuggling, maybe even about the Cerberus, the challenge, the possessed professor. Small incidents and leaks would get people to start asking questions. Then, 2, maybe 3 years of small incidents, small mistakes, would just shake the blind faith that the magical world had in him. It would provide an opportunity to truly bring back the might of the magical world before Albus Dumbledore started doing his best to smother it. Riddle was right to want Dumbledore out of the castle, but he was too impatient. With a man like the headmaster, you needed to play the long game. People were already suspicious of the headmaster's statement about the Chamber of Secrets and only stopped their protest when the Minister for Magic, the head of the DMLE, and Bartmeus Crouch confirmed his words after investigating the matter themselves. Dumbledore definitely didn't tell them the truth, but whatever he said convinced them enough to side with him. So, things came back to relatively normal around a month after Harry's fight with Riddle. The petrified victims apart from Dean Thomas had caught up with whatever they missed, the exam sessions happened as normal. Daphne had to attend a lot of remedial classes in her free time, which stopped them from hanging out as much as they did previously. As for Dean Thomas's fate, it was still up to him. The boy had chosen to try to finish the curriculum and do his exams in August to not be pulled back a year. Harry sincerely wished him good luck with his endeavor. As for Blaise and Tracy, Harry started to get closer to them after he explained the whole chamber situation. He really did trust them, and while they were shocked about what happened, they quickly accepted his version of things, like the fact that Longbottom wasn't actually delusional, that Dumbledore was subtly convincing everyone that he was just to save his own ass, and that Harry was fighting the air in the shadows without anyone other than Daphne and Luna even knowing about it. They were now as close as they could be, as if the year of slowly drifting apart hadn't happened. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Tracy asking, "So, will this be the first time you meet Arcturus Black?" He shrugged, "No, I saw him a couple of times. I even went to his home at Christmas, so this isn't an impulsive decision." "Well, that's not exactly true. It was an impulsive decision." Harry was so focused on avenging Daphne, that he had asked Arcturus to take him as his ward to make sure that Dumbledore wouldn't try anything. Harry had always wanted to stay beneath the man's notice, but he had accepted the truth that as a potential prophecy child, the headmaster would always keep an eye on him as a potential replacement for Longbottom. Arcturus becoming his guardian would stop the man from having any kind of authority over him outside the school and would even limit the man's authority inside it as well. Blaise nodded, "So, you're going to be the next head of the Black family?" "Not really. I can't be the head of a family if I don't have its crest activated. I'll technically be the regent and I'll pass on the Black crest to one of my children if I have any, and they'll be the next Black head. Lucius Malfoy will not be happy with that," Daphne commented. "Lucius Malfoy is not happy about a lot of things these days," Harry answered with a snort, causing his friends to burst into laughter. He was right. The Malfoy family was starting to get into a bit of trouble. It seemed like Dumbledore did not appreciate the man kicking him out of the castle for the few days he did. After the chamber fiasco, the man was removed from his position on the school board, and he lost his house elf. Somehow Harry had no idea how it happened, nor did he really care, to be honest, but the biggest hit was the ministry raid that was spearheaded by Arthur Weasley. They found a secret room filled with hundreds of banned artifacts that were seized by the ministry, and apparently, the fines that the Malfoy head had to pay was staggering. Honestly, Harry didn't know if Dumbledore somehow knew if the entire Chamber of Secrets plot was made by Malfoy, something that the last Potter wasn't even certain of, but this was very brutal, and proof that Harry was right in not overly antagonizing the headmaster. Luna perked up. "Oh, Draco had a lot of nargles moving around his head." They all nodded at the Ravenclaw's comment. After a while, her figures of speech got sort of repetitive, and you could understand what it meant. She usually had a hard time explaining her interpretations of her clairvoyance, and even if they didn't understand at first, it became easier to deduce over time, especially since she started hanging out with them a lot after she found out that Harry dealt with Tom. Even the Ravenclaws that bullied her stopped after they kept getting mysteriously cursed in their own common rooms. On an unrelated matter, Harry was getting really good at modifying spells to only act after a certain delay. Any response to Luna's statement was silenced by Neville Longbottom angrily walking past their compartment with his trunk. Blaise shook his head at the scene, still moody as ever. "Hey. The Longbottom scion has been in a foul mood ever since the whole Chamber of Secrets thing happened. Being ridiculed and people thinking he was crazy, made him very irritable, that's not mentioning the giant fight he had with Weasley in the middle of the Gryffindor common room. Apparently, the redhead thought that his friend had been the heir of Slytherin, and if that wasn't enough, he was caught telling everyone about how disturbed Longbottom really was, and that he was always prone to imagining things. Of course, that didn't end well, and with Hermione out of commission, the boy who lived ended up practically friendless, with people actively trying to avoid him, making him even more prone to bursts of anger. The Weasley twins tried to break the tension in their common room with a few pranks, one of which ended up dosing Professor Lockhart with a basic truth potion. The man was a mediocre professor when he wasn't being controlled by Riddle, but it wasn't really noticeable. Only the Newt students really complained, but they had learned a long time ago not to rely on professors for that particular class, and just self-studied. So, yeah, the Pons had confessed in the middle of the Great Hall that he was just a front. That his entire career was to buy stories of adventures from actual heroes and write about those adventures with himself as the protagonist. It was all a big scam. The actual adventurers got a shard of the profits, which got them to not say anything because it would stop them from getting even more gold. Surprisingly, he didn't even have to memory charm anyone. Technically, it wasn't illegal. Even if the Daily Prophet crucified him for his scam. He argued that he played Lockhart, the character, and didn't really lie to anyone when people started making a fuss. And that since he had the signed permissions from the people who actually committed those deeds to use their stories. And while it is written that those stories were based on true events, there was a small amendment telling them that there might be some changes, which in this case was the protagonist. Sure, the man was fired, and his books were no longer sold, but he ended up with a fortune that no one could take from him. He disappeared one day, a few weeks before the term ended, and no one has seen anything about him. He probably retired somewhere abroad with enough gold to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Harry had to admit that he had a smidge of respect for the man's cunning. Daphne poked his shoulder, breaking him from his thoughts once more, and whispered, "What were you just thinking about?" He didn't even notice that his friends continued his conversation without him. Harry just gave her a smile, just about new beginnings. And it was true. He was going to have an actual guardian for the first time in his life. He had to admit that he asked Arcturus Black to become his guardian out of desperation to stay away from Dumbledore's influence. He had succeeded. He only hoped that it wasn't a mistake, trusting the Black Patriarch. At least there was something for certain: Harry's summer was bound to be eventful at the very least. Chapter 130, Platinum. June 4, 1993, Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy sat in his office, drinking some very old whiskey, and commiserated about the events of the previous year. Sometimes, he really regretted even getting involved with the politics of magical Britain. It was very gratifying at first when he was actually free of doing what he wanted after the Dark Lord perished at the hands of Neville Longbottom. It was amazing, the influence he could wield. And with the Black family being pretty much wiped out, he had assumed the leadership of the traditional faction of the Wizengamot. It wouldn't have been wrong to say that he was the second most powerful man in the country, after Dumbledore, of course. Thankfully, the Muggle-loving fool was too busy to pay attention to the entire game, and Lucius played to gain more power for his faction. It was a good system, got the headmaster busy, and the rest of the factions became pretty much toothless. Of course, that went well until the previous year when defeated of Grindelwald proposed a bill, the Muggle Protection Act, that sounded nice on the front, but pretty much allowed Arthur Weasley's department to get a search warrant, with Aurors being present, anywhere to look for artifact that could be used for Muggle baiting. The sad thing is that Aurors have the authority to arrest anyone if they see them committing crimes. Lucius saw it as the trick it was and tried to fight it. Alas, he was outvoted, and the first victim was the Yaxleys, who ended up paying thousands of galleons and had all of their ritual gear confiscated and destroyed since they were technically banned. Most families quickly hid their artifacts, whether in Gringotts artifact vaults, or in secret rooms, but many simply did not have the funds for that and tried to sell everything that could be found, eager to get rid of any incriminating evidence, which of course, caused the prices on banned items to plummet, which made everyone's net worth take a hit. Even Lucius wasn't spared since a big portion of the Malfoy fortune was in expensive and rare magical artifacts. It was an obvious plan by Dumbledore to weaken the traditional faction and enforce the bans that he passed into law over the years. They even tried to search Lucius' home, but they didn't find the secret room that contained the banned items. Arthur Weasley's gritted teeth were obvious. The entire bill was a slap in the face, and people clamored for Lucius to retaliate. He did it by doing something that was admittedly risky. Giving away one of the Dark Lord's prized possessions that was entrusted to him, to ensure Dumbledore's downfall, was easy. The man was dead, and even then, he would probably appreciate kicking Dumbledore out of the castle. And it worked. The Chamber of Secrets was opened, and it took a few months to get the opportunity to kick Dumbledore from the castle. The idea was to slander the man and shake the blind faith his followers had in him, which would destabilize his faction. Eventually, the Weasley girl would have been caught and Arthur Weasley would have been crucified for her actions, adding more fuel to the fire. It sounded so perfect, on paper. The students were attacked, but two of the attackers were not mudbloods. That was a sign that things were not going according to plan. Still, it gave Lucius enough leverage to do what had to be done. However, Dumbledore's suspension lasted less than a couple of days since the Longbottom scion of all people had found who was opening, and it wasn't the Weasley girl as he planned, but the mudblood friend of his that Draco kept complaining about, calling her a teacher's pet. She was still unconscious because of whatever the diary did. Lucius didn't really care, she was just a mudblood, after all. The old man was quickly reinstated by his actions and claimed that it was a cursed diary that caused the petrification and that the Chamber of Secrets was never opened. Honestly, Lucius didn't know if that was true or not. The Dark Lord had a tendency to exaggerate certain truths, and that was saying it kindly. He was just too terrifying and unstable for anyone to call him out on it. All things considered, Dumbledore did take a few hits, but he didn't take his suspension lying down. He had personally come to an inspection with the Aurors, and he wasn't as easy to fool as the others. With a wave of his wand, the secrecy charms were gone, as were the powerful wards. That was all it took, a single wave of his wand. The Aurors confiscated artifacts worth in total more than 200,000 galleons, and that's not mentioning the 100,000 galleons fine, and being dismissed from the Hogwarts School Board. Yeah, the defeater of Grindelwald could be vindictive when he wanted to. Lucius didn't know if the man was doing it because of his suspension or because he knew that it was Lucius who orchestrated the entire thing. The result was the same, the Malfoy vaults were practically emptied overnight, and Lucius had to sell a few properties to be back in a comfortable position. His faction had smelt the blood in the water and was vying for his position, especially after Arcturus Black came out of nowhere and announced that Harry Potter of all people, was his ward. The boy was a contender as the next head of the Black family, which destroyed the implied idea that Draco would be the next Black head, and as his father, he was just acting as his placeholder. It was a bunch of nonsense, of course, but people felt better when there was any justification for the status quo, and the Blacks had been in charge of the traditional faction for centuries. If it wasn't even enough, he found out that his house elf, Dobby, was straining his bond to try to betray him in some misguided attempt at saving Neville Longbottom. It was something utterly inconceivable. House elves were bound by magic. They were utterly loyal, even if their masters tortured them. Dobby had been conditioned for 2 centuries to obey the head of the Malfoy family. He always took his punishments too far, which was maddening because he injured himself so much that he couldn't complete his assigned tasks anymore. The elf was probably mad, and it was probably a mercy that Lucius killed him. It was quick and painless, but he had no choice. An unreliable elf was a useless elf, and one that held a lot of family secrets was bound to cause problems in the future. Still, house elves were expensive, and ones that were so familiar to a family's magic were practically indispensable. To make a long story short, Lucius had every right to drink his sorrows. He had lost this fight, badly, but he would recover, he would recoup his losses. His father, Abraxas, often said that a Malfoy could achieve anything with just their cunning. Yes, his house will return, stronger than ever. He only needed to think of a way to do so. He moved to take another gulp of his whiskey, but his body refused to answer. It was hard to breathe, he tried to get up, he tried to scream, but all that came out was a small groaning. Slowly a figure walked forward to him. He couldn't even move his head to look at it. What do we have here? If it isn't Ickle Lucy Malfoy. What a pleasant surprise. The Malfoy patriarch could do nothing more than groan. The figure released a soft chuckle. Oh, don't try to talk too much. I slipped you a little something in your whiskey. Don't worry, it's not lethal. It's also not magical. Isn't it funny, that people have been running like headless chickens, trying to figure out how I killed all those people without leaving any magical traces? It's funny, it's because I didn't actually use any magic. The voice was oddly soft, shrouded in an enigmatic aura, making it impossible to discern gender. It carried an eerie and mysterious quality that sent shivers down his spine. However, it took a few seconds for the Malfoy patriarch to process, before he made a conclusion. You're... Lucius rasped. Yeah, the infamous smiling killer. That's what they call me at least, not that I care, really. Ah, the smiling killer, some kind of serial killer that appeared around 2 years back. He had over a dozen murders on his head, mostly in pure-blood mansions that were warded to the eyeballs. There were no signs of entry, no damage to the wards, no traces of magic, absolutely nothing. It was a killer that could kill anyone, anywhere. The killer always cut up his victims' mouths, like a sick mockery of a smile, before slitting their throats. The Ministry had done its best to bury the story, while the DMLE tried to apprehend the murderer. Fudge didn't want to spread fear, which was interesting, but until they figured out how the smiling killer got in and out of century-old wards, they were holding out. After all, what was the point of warning people if they could do nothing to stop them? However, there was one thing Lucius wanted to know: if he was going to die, anyway, why? That's a very important question. Why? Criminals are so boring nowadays. They kill for gold, kill for love, for hate, for envy. It's also mundane. Like there's nothing special about it anymore. My dear Lucy, I do what I do because I want to send a message. No one is safe when I'm concerned. The voice started to get heated slightly. Isn't it funny? You're all schemers. Everyone has their little plans. Dumbledore schemes like he's some kind of chess master, forgetting about the human element entirely. The Dark Lord had plans, mad as they might have been. Even you have plans, trying to go against Dumbledore, and where did that get you? Oh, that's right, you lost most of your political power, a whole lot of gold, and any respect anyone had for you. And a visit from dear old me, of course. Dumbledore. His future killer burst into laughter. Oh, that's right. Nat, I'm not working with Dumbledore. You see, he's on my list too. Now that's a man with hundreds of plans in motion, it's also pathetic. You see, the thing I noticed is that whenever he was involved with anything, everyone stopped thinking altogether. Nobody panics when things go according to his plans, even if what he was planning could easily be called monstrous. Do you know how many massacres committed by Dumbledore were celebrated because they were according to plan? But the moment something unpredictable happens, the moment someone like me intervenes, everyone freaks out. You folks try to make sense of this crazy world, but none of you ever see a wild card like me coming. Oh, I was gonna save you for dessert, maybe just before our dear old Dumbledore, Lucy, but no, you just had to go and grab my attention. The monster's voice dripped with sinister amusement and started cackling, something that sent a shiver down Lucius's spine. The serial killer slowly walked towards Lucius and, for the first time, the Malfoy patriarch took a good look at them. He or she was wearing a white circular mask, with a face drawn into it with what looked like blood. Who are you? Nobody cared about me before I put on the mask. I am no one, just a mask, a person among many, that society failed, that suffered in this little fight between the light and dark, the masked person asked. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, you got my attention, didn't you? You see, you almost got a lot of people killed, including your own son, in Hogwarts. Getting an artifact to release a basilisk in the place where the next generation of wizards and witches lived, had to be one of the stupidest ideas I ever heard of. Now, I wouldn't really care, if it wasn't for the fact that you almost killed someone very dear to me. Longbottom. The figure snorted, what would I want with a spoiled celebrity brat? Nat, I'm talking about Harry Potter. What? The Potter boy of all people. He had no influence, barely any gold, and no political power. If it wasn't for Arcturus Black adopting him, he would have faded into obscurity, magic prodigy or not. The figure continued, you see, you almost killed the kid. And well, he's mine. Only I get to kill him. We have a history, you see. Or at least, he and his mother had a history. Ickle Lily was very naughty. And if I can't kill the bitch, her son will have to do. You're mad. Lucius exclaimed with far more effort than it should have. Oh, you're just getting that now? I'll admit it, I'm not all there, but you see, madness isn't all that bad, really. It can be quite liberating. It allows me to see the world without the constraints of sanity or morality. It allows me to do what others wouldn't dare, to go to unspeakable lengths just to make a point. You see, even with all the schemes and plans that people have, I'm the one in control. The rest of the world just isn't mad enough to see it. But they will. Draco? Sissy. Yes, before he wanted to know, the Malfoy patriarch wanted to see what would happen to his family. He wanted reassurance that the mad thing wouldn't slaughter them too. They're gonna be just dandy, you know, all sad and teary-eyed, of course, but I have principles, unlike you schemers, my words mean something, and going after the victims is just so distasteful, especially when I have such a good toy to play with. I wonder how people will react after seeing your body. Now, I guess there's no need to delay the inevitable. You know, what your problem is, Lucy. You're always so stiff and serious. Why don't we fix that first and put a smile on that frowny face of yours? Before you say that I took some heavy inspiration from the Joker, you're right. I have. I just thought that it would be cool to have an antagonist to Harry that has similar attributes, mainly his madness. I already decided who it was, what the backstory was, and why they're doing what they're doing, and it's very different from the Joker. I just decided to use this aspect of his character, to have Harry face against something really unpredictable. It won't be a copy of the Joker, so don't worry about that. This character won't be the Joker, they won't be as nonsensical. There will be bigger motives, actual reasons for the madness and why they're targeting Harry. I'm sorry, but saying anything more would spoil it, so that's all you're going to get out of me. Also, the smiling killer won't be the only antagonist in this arc, but let's just say that paths will cross. Chapter 131, Black Mirror. June 7, 1993, Black Manor. Harry expected that being a ward of Arcturus Black would have changed things. Oddly enough, he didn't feel any different. If he was perfectly honest, this wouldn't have been his main choice. Harry would have rather remained alone, without any kind of adult supervision, practicing magic in Diagon Alley, and buying whatever he wanted from there. However, Dumbledore tried his hands. He knew that the moment he went after the heir of Slytherin, the headmaster would try to do his best to assert his control over him. Getting himself adopted pretty much removed any authority the man could have over Harry, outside the castle that is. In Hogwarts, he would still need to obey the headmaster, but now he had options. He could fight back if the man went too far, unlike previously where he could literally get the ministry to drop any complaint he had. Nothing involving him will be buried under the carpet with one single word of him. And the price for all of that was trusting Arcturus Black. Honestly, Harry still didn't know what to make of the man. He hadn't even spoken to Harry once since the man took over his guardianship, and the last Potter was waiting for the shoe to drop. The man didn't even come to pick up Harry and just sent a house elf with a portkayette. He was shown his room and that was it. He went to the dining room to eat, alone. He sometimes used the flue to get to Diagon Alley without any problems. No one said anything about the rules that he had to follow in the manor. Nothing. He didn't even know if Arcturus was in the manor. The building was large enough that Harry would need days to find him, without magic that is. So, he had given up on doing so. He was perfectly fine with the arrangement. As long as he was not stifled, he had no reason to complain. So, after 5 days of silence, when Harry found a small piece of paper telling him that the Black Patriarch invited him to eat lunch with him in his office, he felt a mixture of worry and puzzlement. Why did the Black Patriarch wait so long? Was this when Arcturus was going to start restricting him? Was this the moment Harry would lose his freedom once more? Still, after living in the man's home, Harry had to respect his wishes. Arcturus Black always seemed like a reasonable man, but the last Potter knew for a fact that things were not always what they appeared. He had taken a risk with Arcturus Black, this was simply the first of the consequences that awaited that decision. And so, the last Potter readied himself and walked towards the man's office. As usual, the corridors of the Black family manor were dimly lit and had many secrets that Harry wanted to unravel. He couldn't shake the feeling that this lunch meeting would mark a turning point in his life, for better or worse. His footsteps echoed softly against the polished marble floor, creating an eerie sense of solitude. As Harry approached the door to Arcturus Black's office, he took a deep breath and knocked politely. The door opened with a slight creak, revealing a spacious room adorned with dark wood furniture and ancient tapestries. Arcturus Black, seated behind an ornate desk, looked up from his paperwork with a small, but not unfriendly, smile. "Ah, Harry Potter," Arcturus said in a deep, commanding voice that seemed to resonate with authority. "I'm pleased you could join me. Please, have a seat." Harry nodded and took a seat across from Arcturus, who gestured to a sumptuous spread of food on a nearby table. Harry's stomach rumbled at the sight and smell of the delicious dishes laid out before him. Harry was hungry and helped himself to a small platter of dishes. He had missed breakfast while he was working on a particularly troublesome spell. Specifically, the Patroness Charm. The spell had fascinated Harry for years, but he never really had the time to study it properly. In his first year, he was too inexperienced and focused on other spells. His second year was consumed with his game with Riddle. This summer was the first time Harry had some real free time on his side to focus on something as arbitrary as the Patroness Charm. Well, the charm itself was simple enough. Using an emotion as a catalyst, the spell itself tried to create some kind of manifestation of that emotion. The reason why the charm was so effective against Dementors was because it overwhelmed them. It took some research, but Dementors did not feed on the hopes and happiness of their victims. They fed on the misery. In fact, they didn't really understand the concept of happiness. What the Dementors did was bring out the feeling of despair in their victims. However, conscious people always have that emotion connected to some kind of memories, and their mind immediately uses that connection to relieve their worst memories. It was horrifying. The mind arts couldn't do anything because this wasn't a mental attack in any way, just an emotional one. Just like an empathy could theoretically see the emotions of a person proficient in occlumency, Dementors find the small part of the spectrum that holds their despair, and they enhance it as much as possible, which would inevitably overwhelm all other emotions after years, practically guaranteeing the madness of any long-term prisoner in Azkaban. The Patroness Charm is a manifestation of pure happiness, which is something that Dementor try to snuff out as much as possible. They're repulsed by it. It's in their nature. Technically speaking, any emotion other than despair could work, but happiness was by far the most effective solution. Harry still had issues casting the spell, still being left with mist. He was using a few memories of his friends as the catalyst, but he knew that it wasn't enough. No, what he was trying to do was modify it to work with other emotions, mainly hope, Or willpower, that is. Perhaps doing it with the entire emotional spectrum could lead to a lot of interesting interactions with certain spells or magical creatures. It was interesting yet very complex, but it should be theoretically possible. It was one of the most difficult challenges he faced in a while. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a cough. He suppressed a blush when he realized that he had ignored his new guardians, being distracted by possible arithmetic formulas in his head. Sorry about that. The older man chuckled. Who am I to interrupt a mage in the middle of his project? I've been monitoring your work. Well, Kreaker has. He's been quite taken with you, ever since you destroyed Regulus Locket. But modifying the patroness charm. I have to say that you don't take things slow, do you? If things were easy, then they wouldn't be worth doing. I couldn't have said so myself. I wanted to wait until you were settled in before we had this talk. I wanted to talk to you today about your future and your place within the Black family. Harry shook his head. I'm your ward, I know that. The human body cannot handle more than one activated magical crest. Yes, I know how family crests work, boy. I don't want to get you killed needlessly. You're already the last of your line and I won't risk it. We already agreed in your letter that one of your children will bear the Black crest. No, what I meant is that as my ward, you're expected to appear in certain political functions, talk with your peers during certain events, and make a few connections, especially with what's happened recently. Harry frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? The man frowned and threw an issue of the Daily Prophet onto the desk. Harry leaned in and took a look at the first page. Lucius Malfoy found dead in his home, the smiling killer strikes again. Are we safe? The headline sent a chill down Harry's spine. Lucius Malfoy, a prominent figure in the wizarding world and the unspoken leader of the traditionalist faction of the Wizengamot. Who's this smiling killer? No one knows. Hell, no one even has the slightest clue. They just call him that because of the way his victims' cheeks are cut like they were smiling or something. The DMLE thinks that it's some kind of serial killer, but no one knows how he got through the wards. They weren't damaged in any way, and there was no trace of magic on the corpses. They didn't even fight back. No signs of potions, spell fire, nothing. They don't even know if it's a man or a woman. It's like this killer is some kind of ghost that goes through wards as if they weren't there and leaves without a single trace. You said he was a serial killer, Harry stated with an intrigued expression on his face. So, he did kill before. Yes, but not people as high profile as Lucius Malfoy. The Ministry was trying to bury it as much as possible. Other Death Eaters? No. They thought so when Alecto Caro and Walden McNair were found dead with the same wounds. But he also killed Sturgis Podmore, and Emmeline Vance, who are very well known to be on Dumbledore's side. Harry frowned. So, everyone who participated in the war. Harry, everyone participated in the war. Well, every old family. That fake Dark Lord sent an invitation to every family to follow him. If you didn't agree, he took it as a declaration of being his enemy. Everyone fought. The killer could have been going after old families or hunting their artifacts. And with the war being over for over a decade, the killer would have started long ago. The truth is that no one really knows what's going on, and Fudge panicking over it doesn't help matters. The last Potter wasn't convinced. This was different. He could feel it in his bones. This had to do with the war. Someone wasn't happy with how it went and was going after both sides. The question was why now? Why wait for a decade to target people? Unless he couldn't. Unless he was too young to do anything about it before. Still, there were too many unknown variables to make a conclusion. Harry needed more data. The Black Patriarch continued with his speech. You see, Lucius' death opens a lot of doors, but also presents a lot of danger. He ruled the traditional faction with an iron fist, and with him gone, they'll be looking for a new leader. And you want to take the helm? Oh, by the powers, no. I'm too old for something like this. No, what I want is for someone somewhat reasonable to take over. Someone patient enough not to screw up the delicate balance in the Wizengamot. What about Narcissa? She could take over, Harry stated. No, they'll never accept her, the Black Patriarch denied. Lucius did a good job at defanging her the moment they were married. The leader has to be a Death Eater, and Narcissa was also never one, just a sympathizer and supporter of her husband. I think Avery or Rosier are the most likely contenders. Not being elected would be a disaster. No, what I want to do is present you as a potential candidate after your graduation as the representative of the Black family. It would make the hold of the new leader to be unstable. You'll be an unspoken candidate for the future. Narcissa would probably do the same with her son, but she won't succeed. Also, it would help you garner more support from a third of the Wizengamot. Especially considering what's coming. And what is coming? Harry asked. The man took out a piece of paper. Dumbledore. He's protesting my appointment as your guardian. He managed to get a hearing in front of the Wizengamot. If you somehow portray yourself as a possible competent heir of the Black family legacy, you'll have half the Wizengamot in the palm of your hands. You'll hit two birds with just one stone. Chapter 132, Lion's Grief. June 9, 1993, Longbottom Manor. Neville knew that he looked like a mess. He had barely gotten out of his bedroom ever since his summer vacation started, and even his grandmother was visibly starting to get worried. His family had given him time to mourn, but the boy who lived knew that they would confront him soon. Usually, Neville often got bored during the summer. Most of the young scion engagements were scheduled then, and they were so boring. With Yule being considered a private event, the summer was the only time Hogwarts graduates could attend any political event, so they were all put together in the 3 months of summer. Adding in the fact that this was the time his grandmother tended to deny him any kind of fun as a punishment for his actions at school, as well as his grades, summer was never a nice time in the Longbottom Manor. The Longbottom scion remembered the previous summer when his grandmother stopped him from attending an exhibition Quidditch match for Puddlemere United, his favourite team, because his grades were lower than his father's. It was so frustrating. Neville had literally been in the top half in most of his classes, apart from potions, astronomy, and history of magic, but then again, who cared about those? He got first place in herbology and got an outstanding for most of the wand subjects. But that wasn't enough. Neville had to be better than Frank Longbottom. Sometimes Neville hated the man, despite never meeting him, and sometimes, he wished he could have a single conversation with him and his mother. Anyway, this was the last summer, which honestly felt like a paradise compared to what he was feeling currently. Hermione had just been moved out of St. Mungo's into the Department of Mysteries. The healers had literally given up on her, and that meant that the Unspeakables were probably going to use her as some kind of experiment. It also meant that Neville couldn't visit her anymore. It was different, now. School was a good distraction. Going to classes, attending detention, and being subjected to absurd rumors, wasn't fun, but it took Neville's mind out of the pit that was Hermione's condition. He looked back and remembered how much he mistreated her. He was a crappy friend. He and Ron were, in fact. They used the Muggleborn to help with their research and their homework but made fun of her every time she tried to explain something. Whenever there was an argument, Neville took Ron's side every single time. She looked hurt, at first, but she had obviously gotten used to it since she stopped arguing with them when she disagreed with any decision. How could Neville have been blinded by Ron like this? He tried to ignore his words about suspecting Neville to be the heir of Slytherin. It was understandable, the Longbottom scion was a viable suspect. But the way Ron kept claiming that he knew that Hermione was dark and that they should have left her to die at the hands of the troll in their first year, Neville really started to see the ugly creature that was Ron Weasley. The redhead was a jealous braggart who would never admit to being wrong. He would always be inclined to justify anything in absurd ways to convince himself that his worldview was not wrong and that he was in the right for his actions. Neville had chosen Ron to be his friend because the boy was loyal to a fault. The redhead had no expectations from him. He wasn't trying to befriend him for some kind of political angle like the other children did pretty badly during the ministry functions. It wasn't their fault, they were told by their parents to do it. Still, it was very frustrating. But to see that loyalty was disregarded completely when it came to Hermione. Well, that proved how little it was worth, and that Neville would probably be next. So, yet. Hermione was in a coma because of that blasted diary and Ron proved to be an unreliable friend. Neville had lost every single true friend he had in the span of a few months. He didn't even try to get closer to other people. They had shunned him when they thought he was the heir of Slytherin, he couldn't trust them either. Not that he needed any friends. He was racked with guilt for what happened to Hermione. He didn't need anyone. He was the boy who lived, after all. Neville froze when he heard a knock on his door. "Neville, it's me. Can I come in?" It was his grandmother. She sounded odd, her voice lacked that haughty severity that it always had. Neville just grunted in response and the woman entered his room with that weird vulture hat in her hands. She looked at the room, and the young Gryffindor waited for her to whine about the state of his room like she always did. She would have a point, this time. The room was a mess. Clothes lay strewn across the floor, like a chaotic battlefield, their vibrant colors clashing with the somberness of Neville's mood. Piles of books teetered precariously on a rickety shelf, threatening to collapse at any moment. Quills, parchment, and ink bottles were scattered across his desk, buried under half-finished assignments and crumpled notes. The scent of stale pumpkin pasties lingered in the air, a testament to his recent neglect of basic self-care. And in the corner, his beloved Mimbulus Mimbletonia plant had wilted, its normally lively tentacles now drooping mournfully. Neville's room was a reflection of his heart, a place where the chaos of his grief was laid bare for anyone to see. Surprisingly, she didn't. Instead, she waved her wand, summoned one of his chairs and sat on it. She gave him an oddly sympathetic expression. "Neville, I'm worried about you." "I'm fine," he insisted. "How is this, fine?" she said while pointing at the state of the room. "Look, you showered since you came back from school, you haven't pestered me about going to see any Quidditch games like you usually do. You haven't even gone to the family greenhouse to check on your plants. Hell, we're unlocking your magical crest in a couple of months, and you didn't even pester me about it. Isn't that what you always wanted?" "The perfect little heir that my father was," the young boy said bitterly. She let out an explosive sigh. "Your father wasn't a perfect heir. He didn't get in trouble as much as you did, or smuggle a dragon, or illegally use polyjuice, or fly a car to school, but he had his fair share of fights and troubles. Frank was like a storm. He would be calm one day, and he would explode in another. Alice was a lot gentler, but she knew how to curb his worst impulses much better than I better did. It was like they were made for each other. It's what made them such a fearsome aura duo. Oh, sometimes I wished he was a bit easier to handle, but in the end, I loved him unconditionally, just as I love you unconditionally. I know that I push you to be better, but that's just me wishing that if I do right by you, you won't end up like my Frankie. I wished that you'd never have the expression you have now." Neville stiffened. "What would you know?" "I know enough," the Longbottom matriarch interrupted. "You're desperate that this would be a dream, that this was all wrong. You hate the fact that it happened. You're angry all the time. It's like this overwhelming fire that just wants to escape, to burn the world. But the sad thing is that as much as you hate the world, you hate yourself even more, and it's eating you alive. You think about the few things that could have done differently and you wallow in despair." "How?" the boy croaked. "Because that's how I felt after my son died. You're not the only one who ever experienced grief. But that's not your fault. Voldemort attacked my parents." The woman let out a mournful smile, "And yet I felt guilty, nonetheless. He was my son, my whole world, and he died so suddenly. I never got to say goodbye. Just like your friend being in her coma was not your fault. You didn't give her that cursed diary, nor did you make the damned thing. You literally didn't push her into writing in it, and yet you try to blame yourself for what happened because it's an easy thing to do. It's the human thing to do. Hermione Granger is a nice girl, with a good mind and a very bright future ahead of her, a future that was robbed from her. You're right to be sad, you're right to mourn, I just don't want you to destroy yourself while you're at it." Neville shook his head. "I know it's not my fault, Gran. It's just... I don't even know what happened. I don't know who gave her the diary or why. Everyone kept telling me that I was under some curse, but I remember fighting that basilisk. I remember being afraid, and sweaty. I remember the smell of its breath, its screams when I used Potter's bombs at it. I remember seeing it fall and die by my hand. I couldn't have imagined all of that. I didn't even know what a basilisk was. It's just, that I was so consumed with proving to everyone that I wasn't lying, that I forgot what happened to Hermione. It took Potter of all people to remind me how selfish I was. How much I underappreciated everything. Hermione trusted me and I failed her. I'm supposed to be this hero, but I couldn't save my best friend. You're young, Neville. You're not supposed to be the hero, no matter what everyone says. We're supposed to take care of you." Neville looked down at his hands, fidgeting with a loose thread on his threadbare robe. "I just wish I could do something, Gran. I wish I could wake her up, and make things right." Augusta Longbottom reached out and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and comforting. "I understand that feeling, Neville. But sometimes, all we can do is be there for our loved ones, even when they can't be there for themselves. Hermione needs you to be strong, to keep going, to honor her memory with your actions. I miss her." Augusta's voice softened as she spoke, I know, dear. Grief is a powerful emotion, and it's okay to miss her. It's okay to feel lost and alone. But you're not truly alone, Neville. You'll always have me, have your family. Your friend would have wanted you to move on, just like Frank would have wanted me to do the same. And I might have failed, and I still see his face every time I look at yours, but that pain will slowly fade until it becomes a bitter memory at best. You have the advantage that your friend can still recover. Do not lose that hope and assume that you'll never see her again. I know I'm strict with you, and you try to challenge that as much as possible, but I want you to know that I will never judge you if you come to me with serious stuff. I will always be there for you. Neville hugged his grandmother. The pain wasn't gone, but he felt oddly lighter. In the depths of an ancient, candlelit room shrouded in darkness, a figure sat alone. There was barely any light to see his face. However, his fingers, long and bony, clutched a small, weathered piece of parchment. With a grin on his lips, he muttered softly to himself, his voice a chilling whisper in the void, so, it begins. I wonder how you'll react to my opening move, Albus. He then let out a mirthless laugh, the bells have been rung, dear Albus. The end is coming, death is coming. I wonder if you'll even realize what's coming before it comes for you too. Has your light blinded you so much that you cannot see it, that you cannot see me? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Chapter 133, Blood Feud. June 17, 1993, Azkaban. Gawain Roberts hated the Azkaban shifts. People really undersold how horrible this place was, and the fancy aura that came to Hogwarts in his new year to sell the prospect of being one definitely didn't mention that it would be on the table. Now, he understood that it was a small propaganda machine to get as many agents hired in what happened to be the most underfunded department in the Ministry for Magic. Seriously, Fudge cut the budget to the throat, and it was a miracle how Madame Bones could manage to keep things together enough to have a coherent form of law enforcement. It was one of the main selling points of Fudge during his campaign for minister, removing the funds that were used for war to diversify the economy and prosper the citizens of magical Britain. Barty Crouch had gone insane in the Blood War. He authorized the use of unforgivables, for Merlin's sake. He ignored rights and arrested people just because they had friends or family who were suspects. He froze assets like it was no tomorrow. They were at the cusp of a goblin rebellion since most of the funds belonging to old families were frozen. So, when the war was over and Crouch's son was revealed to be a Death Eater that perished in the fires of Godric Hollow, the public clamored for the opposite of the man's reign of terror, and they got one in Cornelius Fudge. He wasn't that bad at first. The portion of the budget reserved for the DMLE took a hit, but it was expected since the war was over. But what was infuriating was the fact that the hits just kept going. It was Lucius Malfoy's doing, since he was obviously heavily invested in the emerging black market that dealt with illegal artifacts, and weakening the DMLE was an easy way for him not to be investigated. Well, the man was dead now, thanks to their new headache, that smiling killer. Magical Britain hadn't seen a magical serial killer ever since Jack the Ripper's rampage almost a century back. There were enough wars and death. The disturbed ones probably just stuck with muggles since they were defenseless, and the chances of the murders being investigated by the DMLE were slim. Mass murder was hard to hide in magical world, yet that smiling killer seemed to be able to do it without any issues. And Fudge was freaking out about the possibility of a serial killer. He tried to hide it, pretend that it wasn't there, and now, he made the entire Aura Force work overtime, tracking illusions and shadows, to find him. They got nothing, of course. The man was like an invisible ghost. The murders were bad, of course, but what everyone wanted was the way this killer so easily broke the wards of his victims. There were no signs of damage or manipulation, nothing. And that was terrifying, enough that the entire underworld wanted a piece of it. They needed to find this killer before some kind of group did, or else they would have a large security threat that could threaten the entire nation and even spread to the rest of Europe. And if that wasn't enough, he also stuck with the Azkaban shift and with only Proudfoot and Dawlish for backup. Proudfoot was Dumbledore's man, through and through, and Dawlish was the minister's pet. Well, that Umbridge bitch's pet. He was head of the anti-werewolf task force that the woman managed to pass through. It essentially meant that werewolves had to register themselves in the ministry, get tested at the hospital, and then buy wolfsbane potion from the ministry, which happened to be very heavily taxed, that's without the expensive ingredients. Even then, they had to announce their condition to any employer before working there, so that they could have days off during the days before and after their transformation. The employers also had to have a sign that they were hiring a werewolf. Of course, employers didn't want to give an extra 5 days of vacation for their employees, since that would be losing gold, adding in the fact that the instilled fear that wizards and witches of werewolves would drive away any business, they just didn't get hired. It was subtle, but Umbridge had killed any chance at werewolves getting a stable job for the foreseeable future. It was technically a way to integrate werewolves into magical Britain. Still, all it did was get the already employed werewolves fired, and the others had no chance at getting a job, which means that they couldn't even buy the Wolfsbane potion, which would, in turn, prevent them from ever getting a job. It was a vicious cycle. This, of course, caused a rise in werewolf attacks, which was why Dawlish's task force got a bigger part of the DMLE's already depleting budget. The man got a cushy job hunting down werewolves who barely knew how to use a wand, and that was desperately trying to get any sort of income. But with the smiling killer phase, he was forced back into the roster with the rest of the Aurors. This was why the man was constantly complaining, "We shouldn't be here." "It's our job, Dawlish," Proudfoot replied. "Bones ordered to include all task forces in the smiling killer case, and that means that everyone is on the same rotation. I know it's not glamorous, but it's only for a day." "Fine, but I'm talking to Madame Umbridge about it." Gawain suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. That guy was a kiss-ass. Still, he had to admit that he wanted nothing more than to get out of there. Not being able to use magic made him uncomfortable. The entire fortress was entirely devoid of magic. Apparently, during some kind of battle, something happened to block the ley line from passing there, like it was clogged or something. The entire island was a void in terms of magic, which was why it was so useful when imprisoning wizards and witches. The wardens also didn't help matters. He wasn't talking about the Dementors but the actual human wardens. They were responsible for making sure that the prisoners didn't kill themselves. But they were mostly very cruel and very cowardly. This was a place where they came to satisfy their urges. People didn't ask questions about what happened in this place. The Dementors were technically wardens as well, but the truth was that they were just there to feed on the misery. This was their hive, a way for the ministry to appease them by giving them a steady diet. They didn't care about anything else. They had no loyalty, no pride, no ambition, just the urge to feed off the misery of others. Thankfully, the Unspeakables were able to make amulets that were charged with magic, capable of stopping the Dementors from messing with their emotions. It still wasn't comfortable and could barely last more than a couple of days before running out, but it was better than being subjected to the monster's aura. They also had a few charged wands that held a little magic inside that could be released as stunning spells only. Jewel craft really was very effective when storing magic, but it was still less practical than a wand. "How long do you think we are going to stay here?" Proudfoot asked as they continued their patrol in the wings where dozens of mumbling short-term prisoners were imprisoned. This was not a section of Azkaban crawling in Dementors, but there were 4 or 5 soul-sucking demons patrolling regularly there. "We're almost done. And once we're finished, they won't ask us to come here again for months," Gawain answered. "They better now," Dawlish grumbled. That guy was an ass. Thankfully, the patrol ended without anything going wrong. Even the high-level prisoners were practically catatonic from the Dementor exposure. They only needed to get to the wardens and give them their report. They slowly walked down the stairs to the ground floor, thankful that nothing happened. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Everything was going fine until they heard a scream. They immediately pointed their charged wands towards the stairs, ready for any enemy. When they finally arrived in the room, they found nothing. The wardens weren't there, but there was nothing out of the usual. "What's going on?" the panicking Proudfoot asked. "They're probably playing some kind of prank on us or something," Dawlish said, but his tone was probably more panicked than he wanted it to be. Gawain was going to say to keep investigating but noticed something odd. He walked forward and knelt down, only to see what looked like a drop of some kind of liquid. Blood. This definitely wasn't a prank. He stiffened when he heard another drop. He looked up, only for the torch lighting the room to flicker. By the time the light came back, the ceiling was empty, apart from the minute traces of blood. Gawain suppressed the urge to gulp and calmly said, "We're under attack." There was no use freaking out in these situations. A calm mind and calculated decisions had to be the best way to deal with an unknown threat. Of course, his colleagues didn't seem inclined to share his calm, when another yell occurred near the stairs that they just came down from and ran forwards. "Stop!" He still followed after them. They didn't have their magic, just their charged wand, and there was still strength in numbers. However, the moment got up, the light started to flicker slightly as well, and they heard a yell just next to them. Dawlish used one of his charged stunners at the yell, but it didn't seem to have hit anything. By the time they could see again, Proudfoot was gone. Shit! Dawlish yelled, we need to get out of here. He was right. They were not equipped with whatever was attacking them. They were better off just getting away and telling the ministry about it. They would probably be fired for running away, but this was a far better outcome than dying. They heard another shift behind them, and Gawain sent a stunner at it, hitting the wall. Damn it! They ran up, towards the entrance, back to back, to be better protected. If they got back to the boat, they could leave this nightmare. They were making some headway, but they were gasping from the exertion or spite. Suddenly, they heard another sound, and they started firing stunners at their attacker, only to hit nothing once more. He turned to see Dawlish, only to notice that his partner had disappeared somehow. With a mixture of terror and frustration, he yelled, "Where are you?" He was suddenly grabbed from the back and heard a terrifying whisper, "Here." Gawain didn't have the time to react and he saw darkness. By the time his vision came back, he was chained in a circle, next to a thrashing Dawlish and a trembling Proudfoot. He didn't blame them. He recognized the others to be 4 of the wardens. The rest must have been killed off or something. There was a figure in the middle of the circle. It had pale skin, red eyes, and fangs. Damn it, a vampire. No, an entire team of vampires. Behind every one of the prisoners was another vampire. At the exact same moment, every one of them cut the throat of their prisoner. Gawain felt the burning pain, but his expected end hadn't happened. Instead, he was fully conscious as his blood streamed down in a straight line to the vampire in the middle, who slowly started to cast some kind of blood magic spell. Normally, you couldn't cast anything in the fortress, but vampires did not need ambient magic for their infamous blood rituals. Their blood was already magical enough to power their meager spell. If he had his wand and could use magic, Gawain would have probably been able to kill them, but he was distinctly at a disadvantage, and well, he was also dying. All of the blood converged on the vampire, and he was glowing. The creature seemed to revel in the power he had just received before concentrating it on his hand and slamming it to the ground. The ground seemed to absorb the magic somehow, and the fortress started to shake. After a few moments, the shaking stopped and the vampire burst into laughter, for the greater good. Those were the last thing Gawain heard before the gigantic explosion occurred that vaporized him, the vampires and the first few floors of the fortress as well. Azaban had fallen. Chapter 134, Code Red. June 18, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. To say that Cornelius Fudge was panicking would be an understatement. He had hoped that Lucius' untimely demise would have been the last crisis he would have to face this summer. The entire year was undeniably a mess. It started with the boy who lived impersonating scions of old families using polyjuice. Cornelius didn't need to be a genius to figure out that the whole illusion crap that Dumbledore fed them was a lie, but it was far more preferable than arresting a national icon for using an illegal potion. Then, students started to get petrified, which ended up caused by a possessed victim, because of some kind of cursed diary. Fudge even had to personally intervene and put Hagrid in a ministry cell until the attacks were over. As promised, he pulled a few strings to allow the man to buy a new wand, since he was innocent. Of course, Lucius died soon after, at the hands of that serial killer who's been secretly terrorizing magical Britain for over a year. A killer that could sneak through any wards, disappear without a trace, and somehow not leave a single sign of magical use. That was what stung him the most. Oh, the Malfoy patriarch was an arrogant ass, who thought very little of Cornelius' intelligence. It's sad, really, that the man believed that he was spared imprisonment because he was smart enough to bribe his way out. Oh, he made a few sizable donations, but the truth was that around half of the old families had put their weight with he who must not be named. It wasn't always by choice, but the fact was that imprisoning all of the Death Eaters would have destroyed any chance at Britain's economy bouncing back. The funds would be frozen until they died in Azkaban, and the truth was that the nation needed the gold. So, the ministry decided to avoid pressing the heads of particularly wealthy families to be prosecuted and accepted sizable donations in exchange for them accepting the imperious defense. As long as they were rich enough and did not publicly commit crimes, they could bribe their way out. And it worked. After years of effort, Fudge had finally revitalized magical Britain enough that the rest of the world started to trust them enough to hold the Quidditch World Cup the following summer. And Lucius played a large part in that revitalization. Sure, the man was loathsome, but his donations to St. Mungo's allowed them to bring in specialists to train their staff. His support to the revitalization of Diagon Alley, which was essentially a wasteland a decade ago, had helped the economy grow immensely. Now, if all the man had asked was the look away at his involvement in the black market and his trade of illegal artifacts, then the minister was more than happy to do it. Of course, Weasley's useless Muggle Protection Act, which barely even mentioned Muggles at all, had to ruin things. Well, Dumbledore's support for the act had to ruin things. The truth was that Dumbledore was a godly figure, and if he wanted anything, there was very little that Cornelius could do to stop him. It was tough, balancing the two big sides of the Wizengamot on a small edge. Things always felt like they were on the brink of falling over, which was exactly what happened with this mess. The public already knew about it, since he threw the new edition of the Daily Prophet on his desk, revealing the title that filled him with dread. Azkaban Prison Destroyed. Unknown number of escapees and deaths. How did this happen? He yelled at Amelia Bones. Azkaban is supposed to be impregnable. And why didn't you stop the Prophet from printing this? She nodded. Well, the attackers didn't seem to care about the fact that it was supposed to be impregnable. As for the Prophet, none of us saw the point. The explosion caused a magical pulse that woke up half the population. We can't hide this, so we didn't even try. Amelia Bones was a tough woman, he would admit to that freely. She was intimidating, strict, to the point. To be brief, one of the best heads of the DMLE he could have asked for. However, she didn't have any appreciation for the delicate art of political maneuvering and tended to be too blunt and inflexible, which made her a lot of enemies over the years. You better start explaining, Bones, because I'm not in the mood for your cheek today. How in Merlin's name did someone blow up the fortress? The woman had a grim look on her face. A team of 3 Aurors were doing a weekly inspection of the prison. It was supposed to be standard, but from what we could gather, they were attacked. You need to get the unspeakables to study whatever the hell happened to destroy the fortress, but it's above our jurisdiction. We might need to ask the ICW for help here. No. No ICW, Cornelius exclaimed, I haven't busted my ass to fix this country, only to ask for help there. Dolores, go get Croaker, we need his input about the Azkaban mess as soon as possible. As for you, Bones, how the hell did whoever attacked him go past the wards surrounding the other side of the island? Don't tell me it's the Smiling Killer again. The minister didn't know the specifics, but the magic on the other side of the lake that surrounded the island was very dense, and that meant that the wards were stronger or something. No, she denied, it doesn't fit his methods so far. No, they disabled the wards by controlling one of the main warders. The wards don't really work on detecting who is in Azkaban since there's no magic there. They detected who bypassed the order, and we needed a team of warders to anchor the spell. The entire team of warders were massacred, and they disabled it without anyone noticing. We're assuming that one of the members was under the Imperius or some other form of mind control, since the area is very tightly controlled otherwise. The attacks are consistent with common vampire attacks. From the looks of it, over a dozen of them attacked at once, with a couple of wizards to disable the wards. And how did they defeat your armed Aurors then? Barty Crouch asked with some contempt on his face. Back in my day, they would have killed them in seconds. Bones didn't seem to like that question. Well, you're pitting 3 Aurors that were there for a routine inspection, and that couldn't cast any magic, and with only their stunner's sticks as weapons, and a dozen wardens that don't know how to hold a wand, to fight against what seems like 24 vampires. Need I remind you, that the blood magic inherent to these creatures does not depend heavily on ambient magic, so while they were slightly weakened, it wasn't by much. Why were they so few Aurors? He exclaimed. Because my budget wouldn't allow for any more, and the minister has us hunting that Smiling Killer. I did my best with what I was given, Crouch. No one saw anything like this coming. Fudge yelled out, enough. No more bickering and fighting. We need to find out who is responsible, which prisoners escaped and which ones died. I already have my Aurors fishing out the dead inmates. Which should be easy now that magic flows in the island once more, a voice interrupted. They all turned and saw Saul Croaker, the head of the Department of Mysteries. We have investigated the events of the Azkaban attack and made a few conclusions. We don't know if the purpose of the attack wasn't to destroy the fortress, but whoever did this wanted the magic to flow back there again. The explosion was created by the ley lines being overwhelmed after atrophying for centuries. It took a bit of effort and a modified time turner to do it, but we were able to witness the ritual. 7 vampire lords and 7 wizards were sacrificed to give their power to an elder, who used the power to unclog the ley lines from the inside, allowing magic to flow once more. The energy vaporized the lower levels of the fortress, which caused the entire structure to collapse. The Minister of Magic paled, 7 vampire lords and an elder. Are you sure about that? Yes. This is very disturbing because as far as I know, the last few elders should reside in Eastern Europe somewhere and have stayed there ever since Grindelwald was defeated. Fudge shivered at the thought. Elder vampires were bad news. Vampire lords were already quite difficult to deal with, but a good task force might be able to take on a single one. They were powerful and very old. Their blood magic was fearsome, and they could control the very shadows of people. No wonder those aurors and guards were killed so easily. They literally had no chance outside of somehow ambushing a few of them. But an elder, well, the youngest one was at least 1,000 years old, and they were strong. They didn't need blood to live, they could walk in the daylight, and they could somehow use their blood magic to cast normal spells. They could enrapture and hypnotize anyone with a look. Very few people could escape one, let alone beat them. The only solace was the fact that they tended to stay in their own corner and not be involved with anything. Vampires in magical Britain have been rare ever since the hunts over a century ago. What was he supposed to do now? This was the question that remained. This was way out of his league. For one thing, he needed the Wisengamot to make a decision because they would crucify him if he tried to make a decision large enough on his own. He also needed to speak to the ICW, since the movement of an elder vampire could have a lot of consequences from the other side of the channel. But that would invite them to add sanctions to get involved in magical Britain's matters, and that wasn't something he needed. That's not to mention the fact that Azkaban couldn't be used as a prison anymore because the inmates could use magic once more. So, he needed a way to hold the surviving inmates for a while until he presented the problem to the Wisengamot. And the Dementors? What in Merlin's name was he going to do about the Dementors? Azkaban was their feeding ground, and with that gone, any control he had of them had vanished. He needed to avoid them feeding on random people, and he couldn't really appease them. What was he supposed to do now? His breathing was labored, his heart was racing. He was sweating. This didn't look good. He gave them all a deep look. I need some time to myself. I'm going back to my office for a couple of minutes. The minister walked with a dazed expression on his way back and immediately did what he always did when he was overwhelmed. It was humiliating, but this was no time for pride. He grabbed a fistful of fluo powder and threw it at his fireplace while yelling, "Dumbledore's office!" The headmaster's face appeared from the fireplace. "Cornelius, my boy, how can I help you? I need some advice." "Ah, the Azkaban affair. I have to say that it has distressed me greatly." "You're worried about the vampire elders making a move, I gather." Fudge gaped at the aged headmaster. "Yes, how did you know?" "My boy, do you think for one second that if something threatened my homeland like this, I wouldn't try to investigate?" "Fine. I guess I'm worried. We're still identifying the surviving, dead, and escaped inmates, and we should get a toll by tonight. I thought about informing the ICW about it since an event like this should concern them. And I honestly don't know what to do about the Dementors now that the prison is gone, and magic flowed inside it. I need help, Albus." "Fine, Cornelius," the defeater of Grindelwald said, "but I have one condition." "Anything? What do you know about Harry Potter's custody hearing?" Chapter 135, Echo. July 2, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. It was the day of Harry's custody hearing, and he was pretty nervous. The way everyone was scrambling around like idiots didn't help matters. "Is the ministry always like this?" he asked. "You mean completely chaotic?" The Black Patriarch replied with a snort. At Harry's nod, he continued, "It's always messy, but not quite like this. Azkaban's destruction has everyone on their toes. The fact that a lot of missing high-level Death Eaters are missing is making everyone nervous. Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, and Evan Rosier still haven't been found. Neither were most of the high-security prisoners for that matter, since they were high up. All they're doing is wishing that they're just dead and waiting for the Aurors to find any of the bodies in the sea. Yeah, but that wouldn't really mess with the entire ministry, would it? You'd be surprised. Barty Crouch has been going all out for his comeback next summer. He managed to get the Quidditch World Cup to be held in Britain, and he's currently negotiating with schools in Europe about holding the Triwizard Tournament, a ridiculous bloodthirsty event if you ask me, but if it's done correctly, it could spearhead Crouch's career. He never really recovered after that scandal about his son and his wife's suicide. Anyway, a crisis like the destruction of Azkaban worries investors and foreign dignitaries. Everyone has to be on damage control. The last Potter nodded thoughtfully, and they haven't found any of the missing prisoners. Not a single one. You'd think that tracking down half-dead starved prisoners that have stayed in a miserable hellhole for over a decade, would have been easy, right? The Black Patriarch burst into laughter, with the countless idiots in the Auror department? Of course not. They wouldn't even be able to fight against a troll if they were confronted with one. Dumbledore has been slowly lowering the standards of defense and potion classes. Hogwarts graduates barely know how to cast a stunner, and the Auror department being crippled makes whatever training they require to be minimal at best. I'd only trust an Auror with at least a decade of experience in the field, and considering that most of them turn into administrators within a few years of getting a job, there aren't many of those lying around, especially after the casualties of the last war. Harry closed his eyes in consternation for a second or two before reopening them. The entire mess was revealed to be more and more of a disaster as further information was revealed. Arcturus had told him about what the Ministry figured out about the attack on Azkaban. It was remarkable how much the Department of Mysteries could uncover even with the whole fortress being destroyed. He also kept him up to speed about the consequences of the ongoing crisis. A good chunk of Voldemort's inner circle was missing, the Ministry lost control over the Dementors. Apparently, Dumbledore was able to help with that mess somehow. No one knew anything, other than that he appeased them somehow. The prison that the Ministry used to send their worst inmates was destroyed, so there wasn't any place to hold security risks and high-level offenders anymore, which brought a rise in crime. And the Ministry didn't even reveal who was responsible. Faith in Fudge was starting to dwindle, and the man was desperate to keep any shred of political power to turn things around for his career. Everyone only cared about the consequences of what happened. They wanted to see someone punished, but they never thought to ponder on the why. Why did this happen? Why would anyone attack Azkaban? Not to break out some prisoners, not to kill an inmate, not for revenge, but to destroy the entire prison. To make it impossible to be used in the same way again. The thing about Azkaban was that it was a fortress made by the Dark Lord Echrisdes, who was more like a mad scientist than a Dark Lord, although he was obsessed with blood and soul magic. He had a tendency to capture his victims and lock them up in the fortress. He started to rise in infamy after he kidnapped a member of the royal family to test if they had anything special in their bloodline. They sent armies, tens of thousands of wizards and witches, twice the amount of muggles, to attack his island. He responded with an army of Dementors that he had somehow convinced to serve him. The Patronus charm wasn't developed back then, and muggles couldn't even see the creatures. In the end, the number of survivors could be counted on one hand. To combat this terrible threat, the court mage decided to do something unorthodox and seal off the ley lines underneath the island, like a dam in front of a river. By the time the man realized what was happening, there wasn't any ambient magic left for him to do anything, and he was killed by muggles. The Dementors remained there but still went to hunt for food, terrifying muggles and mages alike. Centuries later, the Ministry of Magic used the fortress as a prison. The inmates couldn't use any magic, and Dementors could be satisfied in their little slice of hell. Everyone won. The Ministry got its prison. The Dementors got their farm. And someone blew it up. A symbol of the Ministry's terrible corruption, of its merciless sense of justice. This wasn't an ordinary crime, that's for sure. It was tactically calculated. The wizards to stop the outer detection charms meant that it was a collaborative effort. The Dementors didn't sense any of the vampires, which means that whoever planned all of this had an intimate understanding of their senses and how to fool them. The vampires who would have been killed by the Dementors just walked through a nest of soul-sucking monsters without any fear. They were also selected because their inherent magic stayed in their own blood for a long time. Wizards absorbed the ambient magic in every spell they cast. They fill their own magic circuits and then shape the output. Vampires didn't need to do that. They grew stronger with age, their body adapting to the power absorbed by their blood. They would be able to stay in an environment without any magic for months before feeling that something was wrong. That's not even talking about the ritual. 7 vampire lords sacrificed themselves to empower an elder, who sacrificed himself to pulse the magic back into the atrophied ley line, which caused the explosion and destroyed the fortress while awakening the ley lines for the first time in centuries. Self-sacrifice means that there had to be an ideology of some sort. The vampires had to be convinced that what they were doing was the right thing. One thing was clear, this was a planned strike, calculated down to every single variable. Someone wanted Azkaban destroyed and had gone to great lengths to make sure it would be. The result was easy to analyze, but the motivations. Something big was going on. His thoughts were interrupted by a hand that grasped his shoulder. He stiffened and turned to the concerned eyes of Arcturus Black. "Are you all right, Harry?" "Yeah, I was just lost in thought." The man's face relaxed slightly. "It's perfectly understandable to be nervous." "I'm not nervous," the last Potter interjected. The man raised an eyebrow, and Harry took a deep breath. "Fine, I'm a little nervous. I just don't like what Dumbledore has planned." He wanted this hearing. He did. "However, even though I'm a little out of practice, I think I can handle him." "You have to remember that you're in the right. Whatever he's planning on doing, Dumbledore will have to resort to dirty tactics since he has no legs to stand. The law is on our side and everyone there will know it. You have no relatives on your father's side. The closest relative you have on his side of the family would have to be through a cousin of your grandfather's, not that I think he had any. So, your closest magical relative is through your grandmother, my sister. Adding in the fact that your godfather was my grandson, it's logical that your guardian be a black." Harry shrugged. "What about the other blacks?" "The only ones left are Narcissa and Andromeda. Narcissa agreed to support my guardianship in exchange for a monthly stipend for her and her son, as well as a small mansion in the countryside that they could stay in if there was an emergency. Her husband's passing was very hard on her. Andromeda just signed it without any stipulations. Getting kicked out really hurt her. I never expected my son to make that much of a mess. He forgot how much trouble he made for me when he was her age. So, all Dumbledore has to argue is to get me back to my Muggle relatives." The Black Patriarch nodded. "Yes, which will be a real challenge to argue in front of a board. Ever since the Statute of Secrecy was put in place, magical guardians always had a preference. It's not always a good thing, but it is, in this case. What about Dumbledore's supporters? They could just rule in his favor for no reason. Then we can appeal this judgment in front of the Wisengamot, which we're pretty much guaranteed to win. We could also use this to charge them with corruption, and this will be a DMLE matter." Harry hummed. "Fine, but I don't understand why they didn't push the hearing until the whole Azkaban mess was cleared. I know they pushed a lot of meetings. You'd think after one of the biggest disasters in magical Britain, they wouldn't really prioritize a guardianship hearing of all things." The incredulity in his voice demonstrated just how much he was done with the ministry politics already. Why couldn't he just stay at home and tinker for a bit? This was why he dreaded the idea of being part of the ministry, in any department. The useless politics and sabotage just weren't his cup of tea. Oh, he could probably do well as a politician, but he would hate every second of it. Harry always thought that being happier was more important than some illusion of power in some bureaucracy. And it's not like he's hurting for gold ever since the Firebolt started selling like hotcakes. He was really proud of that one. He really spoke to Terence Smythe at the exact right time to get the most profit. The man was on the verge of giving up and he had told Harry that he got an offer from Nimbus a month later to buy his entire company for 20,000 galleons after they realized that he wasn't going back to beg them to sponsor his project. So, Harry literally got him just before he sold the entire company, and the gambit with the Chudley cannon worked. They started winning, not because they were good, but because the Firebolt was leagues ahead of the market. They ended up insisting on buying the brooms after a couple of weeks of using them and actually panicked when the trial run was over. Of course, the other clubs followed. Each one making higher offers is to be considered first and thus, win more games. The brooms took the wizarding world by storm, and there was talk about international teams even ordering the brooms. Smythe had stated that by the end of the month, all of the British teams would be equipped with a Firebolt, and afterwards, he would make a few just to make them available for the public. Meanwhile, he would start preparing for production for the coming Quidditch World Cup. Long story short, the brooms are generally sold for 3,000 galleons, 500 are for material costs and another 500 acts as Terence's salary since he's the only one who can make the brooms. This left around 2,000 galleons per broom as profit, which was around 800 galleons of profit for Harry's share for a single broom, and since Smythe made one broom every day, Harry made around 85,000 galleons in the span of a few months, which was honestly obscene, and it didn't look like it was stopping anytime soon. Thankfully, the ministry didn't have time to audit his vault before he got adopted, and Gringotts wasn't going to allow them to do that without Harry knowing about it either. So, the ministry shouldn't know how much gold he had, just assume that it was the small inheritance that his parents had left him, which meant that they wouldn't try to be too controlling in the hearing. But if a goblin somehow leaked it? If the ministry knew how much gold he had? The hearing was going to be very complicated. On a whim, Harry asked, "Who's the one who's supervising the hearing?" "The main panel who are going to make the decision is made up of 3 people, even if there could be any number of witnesses to argue both sides of the problem. Selene Avery, who is the head of the Department of Magical Children Welfare, there's Rufus Scrimgeour representing the DMLE since Amelia Bones is busy with the Azkaban mess, and a representative of the Minister, specifically his Undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge." Chapter 136, Earshot. July 2, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Arcturus' words were supposed to be comforting. They were supposed to be relaxing. And honestly, even if the Ministry decided to send him back to the Dursleys, Harry would have been able to handle it. It was hard to force 2 unwilling participants into doing something. The entire thing was spearheaded by Dumbledore, who abused one of his powers as headmaster to essentially send a complaint to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and Department of Magical Children's Welfare, that Harry had an abusive home life. He then abused his position as the chief warlock to approve the protest and set up a hearing to remove Arcturus' guardianship over him. It looked like a desperate move from the headmaster's side, in an attempt to gain control over Harry. As a backup as a child of the prophecy, he was still valuable, and his talent in the magical arts made him one to watch. Dumbledore wasn't one to let go of potential pawns so easily. Harry only needed to get Dumbledore on the back foot. It wasn't easy, but the last Potter had studied the man extensively and knew how to make him tick. But Umbridge's presence changed things, and he didn't know if it was for the better or not. If Dumbledore made a deal with Fudge, she could be helping him. If they didn't, then Umbridge would probably be on Harry's side, for the most part. Her dislike of Dumbledore is pretty well known, after all. The Black Patriarch and his wards walked through the atrium, near the frankly distasteful Golden Fountain, where a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf were looking up adoringly at a wizard and a witch. No wonder the goblins hated dealing with wizards if that's what they thought of their race. They descended to the 2nd floor, where the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was located. Harry gave his guardian a questioning look, to which he answered, "They need a courtroom for the hearing, and this is the only floor that has them, at least if you are not being convicted with a potential Azkaban sentence, that is. Those rooms are designed for violent criminals in mind, not some guardianship hearing." Harry nodded even if he didn't understand why they needed a courtroom for a guardianship hearing of all things. Still, he wasn't really familiar with the bureaucracies of the Ministry of Magic. They walked in a wide corridor. If he had to describe it, it would be weird. Even to his arcane hearing, it was mostly just gibberish of hundreds of melodies. Doors appeared out of nowhere for people to enter and leave, which added their own melody the moment they were opened. It was some kind of intent memory enchantment that worked on employees only. Any intruder would be lost easily, and enter random rooms with the correct access, which was why visitors needed to be escorted. By the end of the corridor, the entire place stabilized, at least magically. It seemed like it was forced this way since this was a public hearing and anyone could theoretically watch it. At the end was a single door, which had a large golden plaque. Carved into it was the name Courtroom 3, Attendance Entrance. The Black Patriarch gave him a small smile. "This is it. Wait here for a couple of minutes before you go in. We're already early, so that gives them a good impression of your character and maturity. Remember, the more mature you act, the more your opinions will be taken seriously. We'll be going through different entrances. Just take a deep breath and relax. Everything is going to be fine." He then disappeared in some door that came out of nowhere. Seriously, Harry had to have a look at the enchantments. Did it decide somehow on the purpose of every visitor and act accordingly? Did everyone see the corridor differently, because Harry didn't even know there was another door? After a few minutes, Harry opened the door and entered the courtroom. He was surprised by the turn-up. He expected a maximum of 10 people, he was met with almost 4 times that amount. He recognized multiple department heads, including Barty Crouch, Arthur Weasley, and a few members of the Wizengamot, specifically Augusta Longbottom, Tiberius McLaggen, the Not Patriarch whose first name he didn't really remember, and a person that was probably the Shafik Patriarch. Perhaps people were really curious about Arcturus Black's first return to the political scene and wanted to see what it was about. The fact that he was going against Dumbledore of all people spiced things up. Or maybe they just wanted to see the guardianship of the last member of an old family like the Potters. In the middle of the courtroom, 3 long chairs and desks were occupied by the probably 3 judges. The only man was sitting at the desk on Harry's right. It was probably Rufus Scrimgeour, who was busy writing on a piece of parchment. On the left was a blonde woman who was smiling warmly at Harry. She seemed nice. He presumed that this was Selene Avery. However, the moment Harry saw the woman sitting in the middle, he didn't care about the fact that the desk was pink for some reason, or that this was a hearing in the middle of the Wizengamot. No, the first thought he had was she really does look like a toad. Her squat, round face seemed to blend seamlessly with her prim, pink attire, and a gaudy, bow-shaped brooch adorned her high-collared blouse. Her small, beady eyes darted around the courtroom, and her tight, disapproving smile made her resemblance to a toad even more uncanny. Harry couldn't help but wonder how anyone could ever take her seriously enough for her to rise to a position of authority within the Ministry of Magic. Still, all of this stayed firmly in Harry's head. It wasn't smart to antagonize one of the judges in the hearing. When the woman's eyes found Harry, he suppressed the urge to shudder at her fake sweet smile. Hem. Harry Potter, of the Potter family, welcome to the Ministry. Take a seat in front of us and we'll start your guardianship hearing shortly. By all that is holy, even her voice grated his nerves. He stifled the urge to grimace and nodded at her. Thank you, Madam Umbridge. Harry turned and saw Arcturus on his right, in a separate partition altogether. He didn't really smile but gave his ward an approving nod. The last Potter shrugged and decided to observe the judges. After all, everyone had pressure points and buttons to press to get a certain reaction. Finding out those belonging to the people who might affect his future was generally a good idea. He started with Rufus Scrimgeour. The man didn't bother acknowledging Harry's existence. He was the head of the Auror office and was probably a bit overqualified for something like this hearing. With the presence of a serial killer and the destruction of Azkaban, he was probably better off doing something more productive with his time, something that he obviously didn't mind sharing with his attitude. As smart as Harry was, he was also cheating slightly. His arcane hearing could give him impressions of people's personalities. Everyone's magic had a song, which is often very indicative of their nature. Rufus Scrimgeour was strong magically, but his song radiated frustration and ambition. It was rigorous but with an undertone of a restrained storm, like a crescendo, ready to erupt. Harry knew that the man wasn't a Dumbledore supporter, but he was still pretty zealous and by the rules when it came to legal matters. He was probably an easy vote in Harry's favor if he turned things on Dumbledore. His pressure points were very easy to see. He might be a competent orator, but he didn't have the patience of a politician, which was probably why he wasn't going to be promoted to the head of the DMLE anytime soon. He was also a smoker, from the small burn marks on his robes, probably to deal with the stress of his position. He was easy to anger, considering his gritted teeth at Umbridge's voice. He definitely didn't like her, but he knew that Fudge would support her over him every single time, so he held his tongue. His pressure point is very easy to push, just remind him that his hands are tied by politics, and he would probably lose control of his simmering rage. Curious, very curious indeed. The woman on the right was Selene Avery. She was a widow. It was evident from the necklace she was wearing, which had a wedding ring on it. So, dead husband. No, it was more than that. She gave Arcturus an envious look every once in a while, and her eyes always looked pained whenever she looked at Harry. So, not just a dead husband, but a dead child. Taking her age into consideration, they probably died during the last war, but that was a stretch. Her song supported this theory, a mixture of grief, envy, and anger. But this was overwhelmed by the sheer sadness that always seemed in the background, no matter what she thought. So, she had no children of her own, and as a grieving mechanism, she dedicated herself to protecting the ones that she could. Not a bad woman, all things considered, but that was just a preliminary analysis of her character. But she was still the head of a department in the ministry, and that meant that she either used her family's political power to help her, or she just fought her way up. It was probably a mix of the two, since being the head of a department meant that she had to deal with the ministry politics on a daily basis. Her pressure points are evident. A child being hurt, and families being broken, which Harry could press on them by stating that he was basically abandoned when he was left in the hands of the Dursleys. Now, on to the last one, and the most problematic one. Dolores Umbridge. She was the undersecretary to the minister, and that gave her every bit of the power she craved. Her looks and attire are meant to be satiric, but they also point to unresolved issues from when she was a child. She was probably mocked because of her appearance, and so, she decided to be powerful enough that no one would dare mock her. She doesn't have any taste, but she also doesn't have a single hair out of place. Her desk was too immaculate, and she looked at the large clock in front of her every 20 seconds, which suggests an obsession with order and that she wouldn't start the hearing before it was the exact time. She was very collected, but Harry knew otherwise. Her song was happy. She relished the power she had over Harry's future. In fact, she is so inwardly proud of herself for being in a position to settle a grudge between the Black Patriarch and Albus Dumbledore, as well as decide the fate of a scion of an old family. She might outwardly look somewhat harmless, but that was just a persona. Dolores Umbridge was manipulative, and smarter than she portrayed herself as, but she was on the lower side when it came to raw magical power and magical knowledge. She liked having people underestimate her, and then progressively start to fear her. She blackmailed most of her competition when it came to promotions and wasn't above doing anything to gain more power. She wasn't pretty enough to sleep her way to the top, nor did she have a powerful family to rely on. This meant that she fought tooth and nail, and used every dirty trick she could use, to climb her way to the top. Her vendetta against werewolves meant that she was probably attacked by one or lost someone to a werewolf attack. It was too much hatred for something as mundane as casual racism. She probably waited for years to pass that bill, and that meant that she was vindictive and very patient. Her triggers are complicated. Her obvious intolerance to disobeying the rules of the Ministry could be pressed, but it would be a bad idea in the long run to piss her off. She was definitely one to hold a grudge. Harry stiffened when he heard a bell ring. He thought it might be some kind of spell, but it turned out to be just an enchantment on Umbridge's clock. He looked around and noticed that Dumbledore had taken a seat on the opposite side of Arcturus. He was obviously glaring at Harry's guardian. The Toad Woman hit the wood before her with the traditional judge's gavel, hem hem. 9 o'clock, the audience for the guardianship of Harry Potter is now in session. Well, might as well get this over with. He could only hope that the odds would be in his favor. Chapter 137, Listen. July 2, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Umbridge started the hearing. This hearing is to investigate Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore's claim that Arcturus Black is an unsuitable guardian to one Harry James Potter, which he reported in his role as the headmaster in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as is his right, according to the rulings of 1814, allowing the highest authority of any educational institution in magical Britain can report cases of possible unfit guardians in matters concerning minor students, due to the rise of obscurials and muggleborns after the International Statute of Secrecy. The judges present in the hearing are Rufus Scrimgeour, representing the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Selene Avery, representing the Department of Magical Children Welfare, and Dolores Umbridge, representing the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. In this hearing, we will determine if Albus Dumbledore's accusations are true, and make a judgment, after the accuser and the defender present their cases. After that introduction, Harry could barely understand what was going on. It might as well be gibberish. Sure, he knew the broad strokes of the laws in this country, but from what little he could tell, the legislation of magical Britain was a mess of contradictions, that was probably designed specifically to allow people to get their way as long as they greased enough palms. So, instead of trying to follow the absurd laws that Umbridge was spouting about, Harry decided to focus on Dumbledore, instead. He was familiar enough with the man's character as a headmaster. He projected the image of a kindly old man who projected wisdom with a hint of condescension while dismissing anything he found unpleasant. In Hogwarts, he was the highest authority, the king of the castle, and he didn't need to convince anyone of anything. He didn't need proof, he didn't need validation. But in this hearing, things were different. The headmaster's presence was just as loud as ever, his song was as deafening, as inflexible as ever. But there was this small hint of uncertainty and tiredness. Yet, he was probably tired because of the Azkaban mess, and the serial killer going around killing wizards and witches. He was also confident that this meeting would go in his favor. This didn't bode well. Finally, Umbridge stopped talking and pointed towards Dumbledore. Now, with these facts out of the way, the accuser can begin to present his case. The defeater of Grindelwald nodded, slowly got up and walked, addressing the judges. Good morning. As many of you know, my name is Albus Dumbledore, and I have been the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for almost half a century now. I have seen many students walk the halls of my school. Some had the luxury of coming from very distinguished families, and some were orphans, residing in Muggle orphanages. I have seen academically talented students and some who were not so. I have seen children who became potion masters, Quidditch stars, or even dueling champions. I always try my best not to involve myself in the guardianship of my students, if they do not complain to me or to one of the professors about it. Because, if my students are satisfied with their lot in life, who am I to change that? However, there comes a time when certain students send warning bells at me. Specifically, when I was informed that Arcturus Black had gained guardianship over Harry Potter. I knew that for the good of magical Britain, I had to stop that from happening. I had to oppose this appointment, even if I lost, because even if there was a chance of stopping this, I had to take it. And what is the reason that you oppose this guardianship so much? Selene Avery asked with a curious tone. I have seen a student like Harry Potter before. He was a Slytherin, just like him, and quickly became the unofficial leader of his year mates, which slowly grew into controlling his entire house. He was one of the most talented students who have ever roamed the halls of Hogwarts, only rivaled by a few outliers. Outliers like Harry Potter, who might even exceed him in talent. That boy could cast magic by the time he graduated that most masters of magic could barely even understand. He traveled the world for a while, increasing his knowledge, and learning some of the darkest magic in the world, before coming back home. You probably have guessed who this was. People still fear his name, even after his defeat. I am, of course, talking about Lord Voldemort. The entire hall stiffened and a few gasped in shock. Scrimgeour looked interested for the first time since stepping foot in the room. Selene Avery's eyes were wide in horror, and even Umbridge was gaping at Dumbledore's statement. Holy shit, Dumbledore just publicly compared Harry to the fucking Dark Lord. This was bad. This was really bad. His approach was to dehumanize Harry, to make him seem less than a child and more like a time bomb for everyone in the room. Shit, and this was definitely going to get out. The man had painted a target on Harry's back, and he knew it. Fuck. Well, if the man was going to play dirty, then Harry had no compunctions about returning the favor. Of course, the asshole had a small, satisfied smile on his face when he continued, I know that this is hard to believe. Most people with children in Hogwarts probably know that Harry Potter is a brilliant young man who is very good at magic. But I can tell you, without a doubt, that those stories barely provide anything more than the tip of the iceberg of his prowess. I am talking about a boy, who with only 2 years of magical training, can cast spells that Newt students struggle with. I am talking about a student who is so good at dueling, that Professor Flitwick, a former dueling champion, confessed to me that he was uncomfortable at the idea of him being in the under-13 tournaments since it wouldn't be fair for the other competitors, and that young Harry wouldn't learn anything from the experience. I am talking about a boy who has created spells, and modified potions on the fly, without failing even a single time. Make no mistake, Harry Potter is a child, but he is a child who could grow into a man that would push magical Britain to new heights, or would bring another war to his shores, just as Lord Voldemort is, in a foolish quest of gaining more power. I was satisfied with letting matters be, just left the boy to learn on his own, experience the magical world on his own, and make his own decision. But the truth is, what would his experiences be, what would his conclusion morph into if Arcturus Black starts to influence him? The Black Patriarch looked impassive at the Chief Warlock's implied accusations, but his eyes showed that he was furious. The audience started to whisper worriedly. The headmaster's words seemed to easily persuade them of his opinion. Seeing that he gained the reaction he wished for, Dumbledore continued, remember Bellatrix Lestrange, Regulus Black, members of the Black family have committed atrocities on Lord Voldemort's orders. They tortured, they killed, they ruined families. Clinically speaking, this was not normal behavior, their madness was obvious for everyone to see. These are the grandchildren of Arcturus Black, his legacy. This type of behavior does not come out of nowhere. People are seldom born mad, it is their upbringing that causes madness. And I have to wonder what the Black family did to their children for them to grow so unhinged. Sirius Black, a dear friend of mine before his untimely demise, that his mother was so cruel that she used the Cruciatus curse on him many times growing up, whenever he misbehaved. I don't know if that was true, or not, but the results speak for themselves. Arcturus Black will probably say that it is his right to have guardianship over young Harry, and it is. I will not dispute that. Legally, he is supposed to be the boy's guardian. He will probably have signed statements from every other possible guardian, saying that he should be Harry Potter's guardian. But this is not about legality, but about right and wrong. An old friend once told me that sometimes, you have to choose between doing what is easy, and what is right. I have taken those words to heart many times, and now, I have to ask all of you, is it right to risk someone with so much potential falling to madness like many members of the Black family did? Should we risk someone with so much potential for both creation and destruction just because the law says we should? Should we endanger our world, our children's generation, perhaps even the one after them, by giving Arcturus Black guardianship over Harry Potter? Everyone in the audience was shaking their heads and saying no. Dear Lord, Dumbledore knew how to play a crowd. He knew that he was in the wrong when it came to the law, so he made the entire hearing irrational. He made the law sound trivial, and the worst part was that it was working. And now I'm asking myself, why now? Why did Arcturus Black reach out now of all times? He had over a decade to come to take guardianship over young Harry. All it would have taken was a trip to the Ministry and everything would have been sorted. The only reason I can see was the fact that he saw the potential Harry possessed, the potential for a new Dark Lord at worst, and a weapon for the Black family at best. And with that, I have to ask, would James and Lily Potter be happy with their child being nothing more than a weapon of ruthless man? Would his godfather, Sirius Black, who hated his blood family with a passion, be happy with his godson's life in the hand of his grandfather whom he loathed? The answer is no. The boy was perfectly happy in the Muggle world, being a ward of the Ministry and under the guardianship of his Muggle relative. He excelled in his studies, he surpassed all other students, who were raised in the wizarding world, without any issues. He passed the medical test that Madame Pomfrey administered in private the moment students stepped into the castle, so he wasn't mistreated in the Muggle world. I don't know for sure what Arcturus Black's plans are for young Harry, but I see no point in risking the future when we know for a fact that the boy was doing well as a ward to the Ministry. Alas, the decision is not in my hands, but in yours, judges. I trust that you see the same danger that I do. I trust that you will do the right thing, not just for your sake, but for the sakes of the children of magical Britain, maybe even beyond that. That was insane. Harry forgot that Dumbledore was a battle commander, because this speech, even if it was against Harry's wishes, was very good. He sounded so reasonable, especially since his words had enough truth in them to sound reasonable. The truth was that from the outside, it certainly looked possible. Arcturus Black had a reputation as a ruthless and cunning man, and that was exactly what a man like that would do for more power. The headmaster turned and sat down, and Umbridge spoke up. Now, that the accuser was done, it's time for the defendant to present their case. Arcturus Black snorted, you know, the moment a legal hearing stops being about the law, it starts having no meaning. So, I don't see a point defending myself when all of you have already made your decision. No, if I want someone to defend me and be impartial, my words won't be enough. I want the kid to defend me. This is very unorthodox, Umbridge commented. And what is orthodox about ignoring the law? Scrimgeour interrupted his response, I'm curious about what the boy has to say about this. Potter, are you all right with speaking on behalf of the defendant? Harry was shocked, and nodded stiffly, I am. As he got up and walked nervously towards the jury, he turned and looked at Arcturus, who gave him a wink. He stifled the urge to snort. Well, if Dumbledore wanted to fight dirty, and make everyone fear his potential, then who was he to not repay the favor? Even if he lost, he was going to tear Dumbledore a new one. Before any of you say that Dumbledore was too heavy-handed with this, he sort of has to. The man has literally no legal way to remove Arcturus' guardianship and is trying to make people fear Harry enough to ignore the law entirely just for their peace of mind. He needs to make a convincing argument for his case so that Umbridge would vote his way. He doesn't want to kill Harry, he wants to gain control over him since he's still a potential asset. Of course, he doesn't have the time to look for a lawful way to present his case since he's probably tired because of the countless meetings after the Azkaban fiasco. He'll also be under a lot of pressure internationally. The next chapter will be Harry shooting back at him, so that should be interesting. Chapter 138, Remuneration. July 2, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. Dumbledore was a master when it came to politics, especially when it came to talking people into doing things that benefit him. He had mastered the art of subtly moving the world, one person at a time, like chess pieces. He had the full view of the board, or at least he thought he did. People often say that chess represents battle and that people who mastered that game could be amazing battle commanders. They are, without a doubt, wrong. The thing about chess, it's a game where every variable is in front of you. There's no room for something really unexpected. Your opponent has the exact same information that you do. Their possible moves are known to you by just analyzing the board. There was no such luxury when it came to battle. And it was a battle. Sure, it was a battle of words, of opinion, but it was a battle, nonetheless. Albus Dumbledore had gone too far. He made the entire world think that Harry was going to be the second coming of Voldemort, and thus, he made any light family, also known as the Progressive Faction, wary of his potential and suspicious of any contact he could have with a dark family. The dark families, or the Traditionalist faction, would be salivating over him, hoping to gain influence over him. The neutral families, or the Conservative faction, would want nothing to do with him. In this little speech, Dumbledore made people want to pay attention to every move Harry would make. The Ministry wasn't going to let go of their possible control over him. Their commitment to the law wasn't going to stop them. After all, the laws of mortal men are rendered worthless in front of real power. Win or lose, Dumbledore made sure that the whole world would watch Harry. It was such an uncharacteristic and unsubtle move that it made him question if there was some kind of hidden plan. Harry would have tried to analyze the man using his arcane hearing, but he always had trouble when it came to his magic. Dumbledore's magic was more akin to an extremely loud tuning fork. It gave Harry a headache every time he tried to focus too much on it. The only thing he could notice being different would be the note being played, and he theorized that it had to be the man's emotions. No, his arcane hearing wouldn't help him see his trigger points, but Harry was smart enough to not need it so much. The man outwardly looked fine, but he was more hunched than usual, and walked slower when he was presenting his case. His words were slower than they used to be, and the content lacked the subtlety, to make everyone make their own conclusions and not come up to them on his own. Furthermore, his facial expressions were too uncontrolled. The conclusion was simple. Dumbledore was tired, probably exhausted because of the unstable political climate ever since Azkaban's destruction. The man wasn't sleeping enough, and that meant that he had to use potions to stay away. Common side effects include tiredness, lower emotional stability, and impaired cognitive function. Hey, that explained a lot about his behavior in his hearing. But that didn't matter. He had the ammunition, and now, he knew exactly what he had to do. Well, he wasn't going to take that lying down. If the headmaster wanted to ruin him, the last Potter would return the favor with some interest. Harry just walked in front of the judges and spoke up for the first time. You know, for a meeting that's supposed to decide the suitability of my guardian, no one really took my opinion on the matter. No one even asked me about my life before Hogwarts, not even Arcturus, for that matter, and definitely not Dumbledore. And I understand why you all think that my opinion doesn't matter. I'm a minor, and thus not mature enough to make my own decisions. But even then, this is supposed to be a court of law, not a court of pretty words. Arcturus Black has every right to be my guardian. He's my closest magical relative since he's my grandmother's brother. He also happened to be my godfather's grandfather, and anyone else who might be blood related to me has agreed to give him custody. I have been living under his roof for less than a month, which doesn't even make sense for Dumbledore to make accusations of abuse. But I see now that you don't care about any of that. You don't care about how illegal his actions are, only if his words are true. Am I possibly more talented and more powerful than the horrible man who called himself Lord Voldemort? He had everyone's attention with that, and he was going to milk it for all it was worth. Yes, I am. With those words, the entire room started to mutter. They didn't see Harry confirming Dumbledore's words. The headmaster's eyes looked triumphant, even if he had a surprised expression on his face. The last Potter suppressed a grin and continued, yes, I am powerful. I am talented. I have a grasp over my magic that could surpass that of some Newt students with only 2 years of magical education under my belt. Just like Lord Voldemort, just like Tom Riddle. And just with that, the entire room was stunned to silence. The identity of Lord Voldemort was a mystery that very few people knew about. People speculated, of course, but they never had any confirmation. Dumbledore refused to elaborate whenever he said anything about the man's past, and the Dark Lord didn't look anything like Riddle. He was too inhuman, too monstrous. You see, Dumbledore liked to make that parallel. But when it comes to it, he doesn't care about my well-being, any more than he cared about Tom Riddle's. A young boy, obviously abused, living in a religious orphanage, where everyone, even the matron, knew that he was different. And yet, when he came to him, begging to stay anywhere else, Dumbledore refused. Even as the war started to spill into the Muggle world, he didn't allow the young boy the luxury of safety. Is it any wonder why that young man grew into the monster that became Lord Voldemort? Is it any wonder why he hated Albus Dumbledore so much? Because the way I see it, all this death, all the destruction he caused, could have been avoided if Albus Dumbledore could have done his job as an educator instead of fearing the potential that a young child could have. Dumbledore protested, I will admit that I made some mistakes, but this is not relevant to this hearing. Of course, it is, Harry responded, you're doing the exact same thing now, but the only difference is that I found someone who was willing to adopt me. So, you're resorting to this hearing to make things go back the way you wanted. Only it goes both ways. You're the one who made the comparison with the Dark Lord, it's only fair that I elaborate on it. The thing is, I'm not using this to defend Arcturus Black from your accusations, I'm saying that you should have no right to make that kind of accusation in the first place. I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. And you have also just proven that laws mean absolutely nothing to you. Why should they mean anything to me? Harry answered with a grin. That rendered the man speechless, and the last Potter relished in his small moment of victory. Like I was saying, Albus Dumbledore, in a way, created Lord Voldemort with his actions. Wouldn't you feel resentful if there was a man who kept denying you again and again the luxury of being happy, of being safe? The truth is that no one checked up on me when I was in the Muggle world, that's the Ministry and Dumbledore alike. Because if he did, he would have known that I was miserable there. I didn't belong, and I knew for a fact that I didn't. Is that truly too much to ask that I wish to live in the world my parents lived in, that my family has been a part of for hundreds of years? I am happy in the wizarding world, and Arcturus Black was the first person who even noticed that I hated the Muggle world. He didn't offer the opportunity of being my guardian, I asked for it because I just didn't trust anyone to start pulling strings in an attempt to gain influence over me. Umbridge still didn't look concerned. It sounds to me like you don't trust the Ministry's authority over you. Harry shook his head, the Ministry is fine, but you have to admit that Albus Dumbledore has too much influence in this place. He's the chief warlock, the unofficial leader of the progressive faction of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the ICW, and the headmaster of Hogwarts. All it would take was a single owl from him to force me to do anything he wanted. But let's assume that this wasn't true, that Dumbledore wasn't there. I would still have issues with the way this hearing was going. I look around and see department heads, members of the Wizengamot, and important ministry employees, just watching a guardianship hearing about a child, as if our entire nation wasn't facing a nightmare with Azkaban's destruction, with Merlin knows how many inmates on the loose. So, it's Dumbledore you don't trust, Scrimgeour commented, trying to change the subject. They obviously didn't like being criticized, even if Harry could hear the small smidge of approval in the man's voice. Pressing on further wasn't going to endear him to the other judges. Of course, I don't trust him. I'm surprised that any parent thinks it's a good idea to put him in charge of their children, especially with his recent track record. I almost died twice in my first year, one of them was during detention of all things. A troll almost killed a Muggle-born girl and for some reason, he made this weird unworded deadly obstacle course on the 3rd floor, whose location he announced to everyone on the very first day. By Merlin, that same Muggle-born was possessed for a year by a dark artifact and he didn't do anything about it. She still hasn't woken up by now. Those were isolated incidents. My experience with children of all ages and my tenure as an educator is more than enough for me to come to the conclusion that Arcturus Black's guardianship over young Harry is a very bad thing. The headmaster then turned to address the last Potter. I was a close friend of your parents, and I can tell you that they would not approve. Harry snorted, they would rather see me happy than miserable and under your thumb. But I'm glad you talked about your experience when it came to children. Does that include your sister? The look of shock on Dumbledore's face was amazing. Unfortunately, Harry couldn't really appreciate it because of the immense pressure that fell on his shoulders. He knew that he hit Dumbledore where it hurt. The man had, for the first time as far as Harry knew at least, lost control. The entire room started to shake but Harry channeled his crest to appease the pressure slightly. It's funny really, how hard it is to really have a secret. You see, my mother was a curious woman. She was bored in Godric's Hollow and asked around about her neighbors, the magical ones to be exact. She was so amazed to see Bathilda Bagshot living there before she died in the fire, that is. That woman had so many stories, about her dear nephew, about your family, about you. What a tragedy, a young girl who was attacked by muggles who witnessed her magic and her father was sent to Azkaban for killing her attackers. The magic that she feared using and actively suppressed, and the brilliant young man who was saddled to take care of her, his little broken sister. Only for her to die. It's funny, isn't it? You keep spouting about how much Arcturus could turn me into a monster, and yet, he never killed his own sister, not like you did, anyway. You're not even denying, are you? What makes you qualified to decide anything about my guardianship anyway? And just like that the pressure intensified. Harry could barely stand up. He could taste the coppery taste in his mouth. He felt insignificant, an ant in front of a storm. Dumbledore. And just like that, the pressure disappeared. Dumbledore had just attacked him in front of dozens of witnesses, didn't he? Harry looked up and saw Scrimgeour and Arcturus pointing their wands at Dumbledore, and so were a few of the audience members, including Augusta Longbottom. I apologize. It seems that I had a lapse in control. The headmaster started. You attacked an underage wizard in front of witnesses, Dumbledore, Umbridge remarked. His words may have been provoking, but he is a child. You are the headmaster, and if a few words from a minor could make you act this way, then maybe Mr. Potter has a point to doubt your judgment in the matter. And just like that Harry knew that he had won. He was going back to Arcturus. The judges couldn't vote for Dumbledore, because that would be like approving his actions. This hearing has escalated to a defamation battle. Dumbledore wanted to make everyone wary of Harry and bring him under his control. Well, with his little speech, whose content would spread like wildfire, no one would look at Dumbledore the same again. Now, he only needed to seal the deal. Harry took a deep breath. Thank you for your intervention, and I would like to apologize to Professor Dumbledore for my words. They were uncalled for and I'm sorry. With that done, I just wanted to describe what it was like living in the Muggle world. Have you ever been in a place that you never really fit in, that you knew you didn't belong, even if you didn't know why? That was it for me. I was alone. My aunt and uncle just didn't understand and simply ignored me. My cousin wasn't a bad boy, but he was too spoiled for my tastes. I often cooked my own food, walked to school, and wore second-hand clothes that were obviously too large for me, but I didn't mind any of that. A lot of people have it worse than me. What I hated the most was the fact that I was alone. I had no one. I didn't matter to anyone. If I died, no one would have mourned my death, no one would even notice. I believe that after that much time on my own, I have the right to choose my guardian, and I chose Arcturus Black to be that guardian. It shouldn't matter what my potential is, or how powerful I am. What matters is what would be a good place to grow up, to not be alone anymore. The question I'm asking you, judges, is if you were in my shoes, what would you want? If that was your child, standing here in my place, would you rather he has a home, or just live in a place alone and ignored, in a place where his very nature is hated? Thank you. Harry turned and walked towards his seat, unable to stifle the small smile on his face as his eyes met Dumbledore's glaring ones, as if saying, yeah, asshole, I can do it too. They both knew that the judges would be voting for Arcturus to keep his guardianship over Harry. Chapter 139, Mercenary. July 2, 1993, Ministry of Magic, London. The rest of the hearing was pretty standard, all things considered. Dumbledore lost any attempt at moral superiority with his stunt, and Arcturus was most likely going to be declared a fit guardian. The judges had reconvened, but it was obvious what they were going to decide. In a way, Dumbledore's gambit had worked against him. If the judges had voted in his favor after publicly attacking a minor, in a guardianship hearing of all places, then the press would have a field day. There were just too many witnesses because Dumbledore wanted to use them to pressure the judges to vote in his favor by presenting Harry as some kind of Dark Lord in the making. The entire hearing was obviously a mockery of the justice system the moment Dumbledore started talking. Harry had returned the favor, of course, but he shouldn't have had to resort to something like that. Transforming a simple guardianship hearing into a court of public opinion shouldn't have even been an option. Finally, the Toad Woman slammed her gavel. The judges must have come to a decision. Before we announce our verdict, there is something that I want to say. This was supposed to be a guardianship hearing, deciding whether or not Arcturus Black was an appropriate guardian for the last scion of an old family. You were all supposed to present facts and evidence to sway our vote, but neither the accuser nor the defendant saw the need for any of this. The accuser made vague accusations about the minor in question and that he was dangerous, and the defender decided to let a minor speak in his stead, whom the accuser attacked. And while I could see a minor without any kind of political education disregarding a few rules due to ignorance, I cannot see a reason why the chief warlock of the Wisengamot disregarded the rules of conduct so egregiously. And so, we have decided to fine Albus Dumbledore a sum of 10,000 galleons, half of which will be sent to Mr. Potter's trust vault. An investigation will occur, headed by head Aurorufus Scrimgeour, into his actions as chief warlock, to see if there was any precedent to this type of behavior. Dumbledore looked like he wanted to say something but stopped himself. The Toad Woman continued, "Now, in the case of the guardianship of Harry Potter, the accuser did not present any evidence of mistreatment, or past actions of abuse, and so, we see no point in having a change in guardianship. The audience is adjourned." She struck her gavel one last time, and the audience started to murmur and leave. She didn't look happy with the judgment, but she had no other choice. Anything else could ruin her career and her credibility. Scrimgeour looked somewhat impassive but satisfied, but Selene Avery had a wide smile on her face. Yet, Harry was able to play the two of them masterfully in his little speech. At the end of each sentence, he looked at the small reactions and noted the changes in their song, just to see how much his words were affecting them. He had gotten Scrimgeour on his side when he stated that Dumbledore was wasting everyone's time in this hearing instead of doing anything about the Azkaban crisis. He had gotten Selene Avery on his side when he spoke about how unhappy he was in the Muggle world. However, Umbridge was a problem. The more he gained support, the more unhappy and wild her magic became. She was getting frustrated, and it was likely that she wanted to rule in Dumbledore's favor because of some kind of deal the headmaster had made under the table with the minister. She was connected enough to force Avery, maybe even Scrimgeour, to vote the way she wanted to. So, Harry made it so that voting for Dumbledore would be a career-ending decision. He provoked the headmaster and tied her hands. It was not the reveal of Dumbledore's involvement in his sister's death that sealed the deal, it was the man's actions afterwards. He could have used his relationship with Grindelwald, he could have spoken about countless dirty deeds, but Ariana was his pressure point, it would make him tick. And it worked flawlessly. Sure, the man was probably exhausted, but beating an exhausted Dumbledore was still a notable achievement. Harry suppressed a grin and walked out of the room. He was quickly met with Arcturus, who looked down at him with an impressed look on his face. "You did good. I thought I'd have to intervene once or twice." Harry gave him a curious look. "Then why did you make me talk in the first place?" The man snorted. "For Avery, of course. I already knew who your judges were going to be. Trust me, the chances of us losing, even with Dumbledore, are very slim. My sister, Cassiopeia, likes to store any information or dirty secrets of anyone she meets. She's somewhere in Europe, I think, I'm not sure. I hadn't seen her for a few years, but she liked to disappear every once in a while, without leaving a way to contact her. Trust me, I had enough dirt on the judges that they would have to rule in my favor. All I had to do was ask for a recess and have a conversation with them." Harry looked at him flabbergasted, and the Black Patriarch let out an amused chuckle. "Come on, you didn't think that I had a plan? I already knew that Fudge wanted you back in Ministry custody, while Dumbledore probably wanted you to be adopted into a family that's loyal to him. Unfortunately, I didn't have anything on Selene Avery. She's your standard widow who likes to help children. She would always take my words with a grain of salt, but she would have respected yours. The moment you said that you wanted to stay with me, she would have been on our side immediately. But it needed to be genuine, not rehearsed, so I didn't tell you about it. I was going to finish up after your speech and maybe have to pressure Scrimgeour and Umbridge, but you stole the show by provoking Dumbledore. By the way, do you have a death wish or something?" "I do not." The last Potter responded with an indignant tone. "You know what he was doing. He was in the wrong, but people were still going to side with him, and keep an eye on me. They're still going to keep an eye on you. And don't pretend that you just didn't want to get back at him. He painted you as a possible Dark Lord, so you painted him as a kinslayer. I'm not saying that what you did was wrong, only that it isn't a good idea to make an enemy of the most powerful wizard in Europe, maybe even the world. That course of action is one that I recommend, my boy," a voice spoke up behind them. Harry stiffened when he realized that it was Dumbledore. "I could hardly be blamed for my measures when all you did was slander me to the public," Harry responded. "Well, I do admit to being impulsive in the matter. But you had no right to reveal something as private as Ariana's death." Harry shrugged. "Maybe it wasn't. But you also had no right slandering me. People are never going to be the same. They're always going to think that I have an ulterior motive for every single action I make. They'll never going to trust me. It's only right that you suffer the same consequences that your actions will cause me. Everyone in magical Britain will know you as a kinslayer. They will look at you and see what other secrets you might have. You should be grateful, after all, I didn't reveal anything about who Bathilda's nephew really was. I have to say, I'm surprised that you even protested my guardianship. I thought we had an understanding since the Chamber of Secrets. We had no understanding. We agreed to a series of events, which benefited you as much as it did me. I made no further promises. Sure, but considering how competent I was during this negotiation, you must have known that if you went after me, I would return the favor. How did you know about my sister? The man suddenly asked. I told you, my mother did not have a journal. James liked to brag about his wife to everyone. He would have let it slip if he saw her write every day in a journal. Harry smiled. I guess it might not have been her journal. But it doesn't matter where I got my information, it's out now. How does it feel for the world to know your deepest shame? It must be cathartic, in a way, to not keep all this emotion bottled up. They often say that confessing is very good for the soul. What would you say about that, headmaster? How did you know about my sister? Was it Aberforth? He insisted. No, your brother wouldn't want to make a spectacle of his sister's death. He feels guilty, you know, that he might have been the one casting the curse, even if he's the unlikely culprit out of the three of you. Dumbledore froze for a second and Harry continued, you see, whatever happened was chaotic, and as you know, when it comes to unstable magic, the intent of the caster is often the deciding factor. Aberforth loved his sister more than anything. He didn't like that you weren't doing your job taking care of her, but you were resentful of her, keeping you trapped in this small village instead of exploring the world like you wanted. And your friend, he hated her for chaining you to this place. Whose intent do you think won the encounter and subconsciously hurt your sister while you were all unharmed? You had no right, the defeater of Grindelwald protested loudly. I had every right. You're the one who came after me. You're the one who thinks he's entitled to control me, that the rules don't apply to him just because he's powerful. You gave me no choice. You removed any chance of me winning, so my only idea was to make you lose more than me. It's a bit of a mercenary mindset, but it's mine, nonetheless. The headmaster answered while gritting his teeth, I'll take that into consideration next time. What makes you think that there would be a next time? Call it a hunch. Goodbye, Mr. Potter. I will see you at the start of the school year, I suppose. The headmaster turned and left. The moment he went away, Harry took a deep breath and shuddered slightly. Arcturus gave him an amusing look. The sad thing is, that if I wasn't there, it would have been the right decision. But you didn't trust me enough, and you made an enemy you can't handle. Dumbledore can be very petty sometimes, and you're staying in his school for most of the year. Harry sighed, I know that this wasn't the smart thing to do. I was just so angry. Of course, it wasn't a smart thing. You remind me a bit of your grandfather with that temper of yours. He had one too. It was this cold rage that made him so rational, yet irrational at the same time. I remember the day my sister was attacked in the back by a bunch of Gryffindors. Charles was already sweet on her, back then. He beat them to a pulp and made them beg my sister for forgiveness. He didn't yell once, he even didn't do anything out of the ordinary. He just walked there, drew his wand with a passive expression on his face, and no one tried to touch him and my sister since. The Potters lost a lot of support in the Wisengamot because of this stunt. In private, years later, he told me that he regretted going so far. Like it or not, revealing Dumbledore's family affairs was a step too far. Many will see it as a child grasping at straws, but your headmaster will not. He will get you back at this, and you'll need to be ready for that. With a comforting smile, he grabbed Harry's shoulder, but we can do that later. Now, I think you need some rest. Let's go home. Home. Yes, this was the first time that the Black Manor really felt like home. Chapter 140, August Pond Rations. July 29, 1993, Longbottom Manor. The Longbottom matriarch paced in the garden in front of her family manor, her joints aching with each step. She wasn't as young and spry as she used to be, but even that pain wouldn't be enough to distract her from her current issues regarding her grandson. She knew that something weird was going on and it had to do with Dumbledore. Ever since Neville started his education in Hogwarts, he started to change, and in ways that seriously worried the Longbottom matriarch. Before Hogwarts, well, she would admit that she had been slightly overprotective when it came to her grandson. She barely let the boy out of her sight for the better part of a decade, hoping to preserve and protect the last remnant of her son and his wife. Augusta knew that she wasn't perfect, not even close. She knew that she made mistakes. For example, she was sometimes too hard on Neville, especially when it came to his lessons. She tried to encourage him by giving him stories about his parents, but he didn't seem to appreciate that. But her grandson was happy before Hogwarts. He was stifled by her protectiveness and her discipline, but he was a hyperactive little boy filled with joy and happiness. Oh, he had a large ego that she tried to curtail, but he was a celebrity, a hero to the entirety of magical Britain, and keeping him away from that was unrealistic. Any child would have been the same. Neville was famous before he could walk, for something that he couldn't even remember, and sometimes Augusta wished that she'd taken him in the Muggle world, away from all of this, just so he would have had a normal life. Still, Neville went to Hogwarts as an excitable little bundle of joy who wanted to make new friends, and instead, he was tangled with things that no child should even have to come close to. Her grandson changed during his time in this cursed castle, and it wasn't for the better. Without her to support him, Neville spiraled out of control. He decided to have Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger as his friends. She didn't have a problem with either. The Granger girl motivated him to do better in his classes, but the Weasley boy pulled him down. She had nothing against the family, even if they lost a lot of prestige in the last couple of centuries, but the boy was lazy and stopped Neville from focusing on his coursework. He even alienated her grandson from most of the other scions of old families in the school. Neville's school rivalries escalated, turning from minor pranking and academic rivalries with Slytherin House into harassment and assault. Her grandson spent most of his free time in detentions, that he had admittedly earned. But for some reason, he was always pulled into a scheme or another. Fighting a troll, smuggling a baby dragon, going through Dumbledore's little obstacle course, confronting the wraith of the Dark Lord who had killed his parents, and that was just his first year. In his second, he seemed to want nothing more than to escalate. Like breaking the statute of secrecy by publicly going to Hogwarts using a flying car without any invisibility charms. People have been killed for less. After all, the safety of the magical world was paramount, and the statute was put in place to protect it. But that wasn't it. He used an illegal potion to impersonate scions of powerful families to break into the Slytherin common room. She had to pay a good sum of gold to the families of the victims. If it had been anyone else, they would have been arrested and expelled, but as usual, Dumbledore protected Neville for some kind of ulterior motive that she didn't about that. It was wrong. Neville should have been faced with the consequences of his actions. She would intervene if it would seriously harm him, but he had to learn that the law applied to him as much as anyone else. Alas, all Dumbledore did was bury everything under the carpet and say that her grandson used some obscure illusion spell. Right, like Neville, who had an average somewhere between an acceptable and exceed expectations, would be able to cast a newt spell perfectly enough that no one in a room filled with students would have been able to tell. She had punished him privately during his suspension, but it wasn't enough, and she knew that it barely fazed him anymore. And now, with him being slandered as the possible heir of Slytherin since he was a Parselmouth, a still unsolved mystery since, as far as she knew, Neville didn't have any magical ancestor that had that particular ability, he was getting angry. No one believed him about the basilisk stroke that fire, which turned into an inferno when he realized that his friend might never recover from what happened. His friendship with the Weasley boy going up in flames did not help matters. Honestly, Augusta had her doubts about Dumbledore's story, in the first place. Neville might be a pretty good wizard for his age, especially when it came to defense against the dark arts, but the tactics that he described about fighting the basilisk were theoretically possible. Not a lot is known about the fearsome beasts, but it would take a lot of research to figure out those tactics, and Neville's imagination couldn't have come up with the exact correct method for it. The only thing left was him being trapped in some kind of illusion, but no illusion was vivid enough for Neville to remember smells and accurate sounds. And the chances that a diary of all things could be enchanted and cursed to do what it did was a bit fantastical. There were no traces of mental manipulation in his memories, as far as she could tell. Which left her with a single conclusion. Whatever story Dumbledore was spouting wasn't true. Her grandson had fought a basilisk and killed it with a sword. A basilisk being used during the attack's fit. She was supposed to be proud, but all she could feel was fear and panic. It would make sense for Dumbledore to deny the existence of a basilisk in his school, but then, what else was he hiding? What other dangers was the man planning on subjecting Neville to? And will her grandson survive the headmaster's trials that he was so insistent to subject Neville to? And if she opposed him, would he try to take her grandson away from her, like he tried to take the Potter boy from Black? And wasn't that a wake-up call? Dumbledore had invited her and a good chunk of the Wizengamot members as an audience to the boys' guardianship hearing, only for him to start painting a child as the future Dark Lord that needed to be controlled. Oh, she knew that the boy was special. Hell, everyone knew that the boy was special, and everyone wanted a piece of him. He was a known magical prodigy from a very respected family. He had no history of misbehavior, barely any school punishments, and perfect grades. And his headmaster, someone that was supposed to help him in school, started to demonize him. And people looked like they believed him. She could see the fear in their eyes during Dumbledore's speech, and the gleam in the eyes of traditionalist families at the thought of a new possible Dark Lord that would replace the previous one. Not that the upstart that called himself Lord Voldemort was a Dark Lord. Augusta remembered the Great War, she remembered Grindelwald. Now, that was a Dark Lord who terrorized the entire world in his presence. He inspired thousands of people to join his ranks with his sheer charisma, and his ideals of what the magical world should be. He never hid his intentions or his goals. He never tortured his allies needlessly, and he definitely respected his enemies enough to face them directly. Voldemort, on the other hand, was a man who hid in the shadows, striking from behind, making friends fight one another. He was unbalanced, which made sense considering the obvious ritual marks that he made to increase his power. He had literally run out of things to sacrifice in his quest for power and wasn't that miserable. He was strong, very much so, but he acted more like an enabler than anything else. He was the excuse people used to go back to their basic urges, kill and torture people without anything else. He was a monstrous wizard, but it was what he represented that caused so much damage in their society. Noble men and women became monsters because he simply allowed them to become one. Back to the Potter boy, she thought that his headmaster's plan would win until the boy started talking. He was already an interest of hers because of the fact that Alice was his godmother. Augusta wished that she could have raised him alongside Neville, but the law was clear. In the event of being orphaned and both magical godparents being unable to take care of the child, the guardianship of a child is given to the closest blood relative, magical or muggle, becoming a ward of the ministry should the guardians be muggles. It was made decades back by some minister in a vain attempt at getting control over the fortunes of extinct houses. Being a ward of the ministry meant that it could gain access to their vaults and empty them before the century inactivity clause could be used by the Goblin Nation to get access to the vault themselves. Arcturus Black was able to get the Muggle Guardians to sign away young Harry's custody, and with that, became the boy's official guardian. Dumbledore had told Augusta that he had tricked them into signing the documents and wanted to stop the Black Patriarch from destroying the last remnant of James and Lily Potter. With the Muggle Guardians being proven to be ineffective, he had meant to use the boy's connection of Alice as her godchild so that she would become his guardian. She was all for it until she realized that the boy was more than happy staying with Black and that the headmaster had lied. Again. She had suppressed a smile when she saw the boy use the same tactic as Dumbledore, to literally tear him a new one. He provoked the defeater of Grindelwald without a single care or any fear on his face, and Augusta could admire that bravery, even if it was an idiotic thing to do. At least until Dumbledore lost control at the mention of his sister, attacking the boy with his magical presence, and immediately losing the case. Augusta was happy for the boy, even if she thought it might have been good for Neville to have a little company at home, instead of just wallowing in his grief alone. As for the headmaster, for the entire week following the hearing, all the Daily Prophet did was investigate his family, and the possibility that the last Potter's words were true. Alas, with the destruction of Godric Hollows, a lot of the evidence was gone, but the man's reaction was more than enough proof. Even though she wondered about how the boy got his information, the information itself didn't change much of Augusta's image of Dumbledore. She was old enough to witness his political rise, and how quickly he intimidated and sometimes even destroyed his opposition behind closed doors. She didn't trust him, but he was the only one who had a chance of protecting her grandson from Voldemort if the monster returned. Her thoughts were interrupted by a screech from an owl next to her. After giving the tired bird a treat, she grabbed the letter tied to its leg and read it. By the end of it, she was gritting her teeth, something that Algernon, her brother-in-law, who was sitting next to her, noticed. So, bad news. I guess so. Fudge wants to use Hogwarts to house the Dementors for Neville's safety. I think he just wants to appease them enough until Dumbledore build them a new prison to infest. Is he mad? Her brother-in-law exclaimed. Just desperate. He's afraid that the Dementors would start attacking Muggles soon, and that would invite the ICW to investigate. And with 2 major international events happening next year that he's banking to spearhead the economy, he wants the Dementor problem to just go away, and he assumes that Dumbledore could hold them. Please tell me that you don't want to agree with him, he begged. Of course not. I'm not turning Hogwarts into another Azkaban. This is a school, not a prison. We have a Wisengamot meeting soon to discuss it, but I don't see anyone putting their children at risk because it's easy. Trust me, after what happened last year, if they decide to let Dementors into Hogwarts, I'm going to transfer Neville to another school, tradition be damned. Good, Algernon simply answered, something is coming. I can feel it. We need to be ready, and we can't risk Neville so brazenly. Just as he finished his sentence, Neville entered the room, with a determined look on his face. Gran. My birthday is tomorrow. I want to do the crest unlocking ritual tonight. Chapter 141, The Defense Conundrum. August 17, 1993, Hogshead, Hogsmeade. Albus Dumbledore had a problem. Well, he had hundreds of problems that started piling up ever since that damnable diary found its way into Hogwarts. How was it possible that Lord Voldemort did the most damage to his ambition now than when he actually had a body? The irony there was unmistakable. The so-called Dark Lord had tried for decades to destroy everything that Albus worked for. And while he succeeded in terrorizing the magical world, he never really hurt Albus in a way that threatened his political position. The sad thing was that Tom Riddle could have easily become a threat. Albus had been waiting for it after the boy graduated. A descendant of Salazar Slytherin, a Gaunt who didn't seem to share his blood's instability, which wasn't really the case if you considered how unstable Voldemort really was by the end of the war, was a very attractive figurehead to spearhead a movement. The boy was charismatic, inspiring, and manipulative. He could have easily gotten his hand on some wealth and become a noticeable threat by joining the Wisengamot as a department head in the ministry, or even just influence a few members. It would have been like a more effective Lucius Malfoy, who was far more magically powerful. Albus had prepared for it for years, stabilizing his position as the leader of the progressive faction, and undermined the boy for years until no one but his housemates wanted anything to do with him. After all, he was just weakening a future opponent in the political scene. Which was why he was shocked when the boy just went to work for Borgin and Burkes. After a brief employment time, he just disappeared for decades, and all that returned was the inhuman monstrous being that was Lord Voldemort. So, wasn't it surprising that it was Tom Riddle's diary that was causing him to barely sleep for years? Well, it wasn't really, it was just the start. It was easy to just blame everything on Tom, if only to have something to rant at, instead of the countless chaotic mess of events that seemed to come out of nowhere. Seriously, the entirety of the magical world was fine for decades. Everything was going according to plan, only for it to fall apart in the span of a few months. The Chamber of Secrets was opened, and people started to question his capability as a headmaster. Thankfully, the Potter boy agreed to shut his mouth, and everything went away, with him secretly the hero since Fudge could barely keep a secret. People were giving him appreciative looks for defending their students, and even the Longbottom boy was hailed as a hero once more after a campaign of slander and fake allegations that he was a new Dark Lord, even if there was some pity mixed in for his mental instability for what happened in the chamber. It was regrettable, but it was the way to go. Hogwarts couldn't close, it just couldn't, and that was exactly going to happen should the general population realize that there was a weapon of mass destruction in the castle and that their children were in mortal danger. His relationship with Augusta Longbottom became slightly strained since he didn't defend her grandson, but it was a small price to pay considering the alternative. The only loose end was the Potter boy. That damnable spawn of James and Lily had proposed the plan to Albus as a small reminder that he didn't have to keep his mouth shut. It was very well done, and it worked splendidly. Alas, Albus still didn't know how involved the boy was in what happened in Salazar Slytherin's secret chamber. And adding that the fact that the boy had something over him, made Albus want to get as much control over the brat as possible. He was planning on getting the boy removed from the Black's guardianship and into the custody of Augusta Longbottom, where he could add in a small artifact that could slowly but surely make him forget about the events. He could have also gained access to the brat's financial information. His goblin informants at Gringotts told him that the boy came into a large amount of gold in the past few months and that it was still growing. Albus didn't really care about the gold, just keep some tabs on what the boy was doing. It's not like he really needed the gold. He was the only competent alchemist in the country, something that he had ensured over the course of decades. There was always demand for alchemical elixirs and he could set any price he wanted. He had enough gold for several lifetimes and could even get more anytime he wanted. As for the boy, he wanted to see if he was selling any of the basilisk's parts. While legally it was Neville's property, the school was also a contender, that's not to mention that the unlicensed sale of an XXXXX beast was technically illegal without permission from the ministry. He had checked that there weren't any permits for selling a basilisk corpse, and there were also no new basilisk parts on the black market. But then, how could a child, no matter how intelligent, get so much gold that goblins went out of their way to report it to him? It's not like he was asking for tabs specifically on the Potter boy's vault. He didn't think it was worth the risk or gold to bribe a goblin to monitor the vault of a child with no income. Everything was starting to stabilize once more until Azkaban was destroyed. And wasn't that a crisis? Even Voldemort, a mad agent of chaos, would not have risked destroying that fortress. It was literally the only reason the Dementors were under Ministry control. The beasts had already started to act restless and attack random strangers. Albus had calmed them considerably, but they were starving beasts and often followed their impulse to feast. Already 20 muggles were kissed, and those were just the ones they knew about. Fudge kept coming up with random theories, like sending them to Hogwarts. What madness possessed him to actually propose something like this in a Wisengamot meeting, Albus didn't know, and he could only thank the light that the other members realized how idiotic this decision was and shot it down. There were some proposals about sending them to Ermengarde momentarily while Albus rebuilds the new prison, as he had promised Fudge. The defeater of Grindelwald had argued heavily against that, considering the fascination his old friend had over the monsters. A few others were hesitant since Dementors resided mostly in Britain and were a powerful piece on the board when it came to international politics. They gave Britain leverage, and a lot of people didn't want to lose that. Thankfully, the Light answered his plea and helped him a ward to trap the Dementors in what used to be Azkaban. They were already dark creatures in origin, and it was evident that the Light was especially effective against them. It was a temporary measure at best, but it would be enough until Albus Prison was built. He already had a few secrets he wanted to add to his design. Albus sighed as he took a sip of his tea. He was sitting in the Hog's Head, his brother's pub, hoping to solve a particular problem. It was a recurring one, really. He had to deal with it every year. Aberforth slowly walked from behind the bar and spoke up with his gruff tone, "Why are you here, Albus?" "Why, I'm drinking tea, of course. The tea is horrible. You're the only one who's ever had it and came for seconds." "Not that I'm surprised, you were always weird." Albus huffed, "It's nothing special. I just have another candidate to interview. I decided to interview them myself this time since the last one revealed himself to be a fraud." "That defense position, hey? Still as troubling as ever. Would you ever consider taking the job?" he asked with a hopeful tone, yet still knowing the answer to his question. As expected, his brother snorted in derision, "Not on your life. I'm happy here, and if you think for one second that I would give up my life just to work for you, dear brother, then you've probably overdosed on your sherbet lemons and gone insane. A man can dream. You're more than qualified for the job. With you, Albus, everything comes with strings attached. As you noticed, I've always tried to stay away from you. And you're proving me right, even now. I expected to see you sooner because of the fact that what happened to Ariana is public. I guess I was a sucker for thinking that you might even have a shard of affection towards me left in that hole you call a heart. I think I'm glad, in a way, to see the world start to realize that you're not as perfect as you like to portray yourself to be. I just wish that it didn't come at the cost of our sister's memory. Now, if you don't want anything else, I have a bar to run." He turned and left, leaving Albus alone with his admittedly horrible-tasting tea. Was he right? The thought of talking to Aberforth after people started to sniff around what happened to their sister never occurred to him. The whole thing was still under speculation and there was no proof of the Potter brat's accusation being true. But then again, when had the truth mattered to the wizarding world? The defeater of Grindelwald had dedicated his entire life to his dream of creating a magical utopia. It was something that he shared with Gellert until they realized the way they wanted to achieve it differed. It was a point of conflict, but their ambitions were very similar. A loud noise brought him back to reality and Albus saw the man he came to meet. It was literally his last choice as a candidate for the post. He had gotten a couple of other applicants, one of whom just wanted to interview him about his sister, and the other seemed suitable if it wasn't for the fact that he was an extremely dark wizard that was involved in over a dozen counts of murder in Portugal and human experimentation, but gold exchanged hands and the charges were dropped. He had waited until the last possible moment before accepting the last applicant. It was literally a couple of weeks before the start of the term, and if he had waited any longer, the ministry would have picked a candidate for him, and that meant more ministry involvement in Hogwarts matter, and Albus wanted to avoid the slippery slope that would follow. The aged headmaster watched the well-dressed man in front of him. He was wearing an impeccably tailored black muggle suit and exuded an air of confidence that was quite unlike most people who spoke to him. His presence was striking, and for a moment, Albus couldn't help but wonder if he was wrong when he was wary of that particular wizard. That was until he saw his face, or more specifically, his eyes. The man's eyes held this darkness that he always saw in very few individuals. It was the eyes of a man who had come to terms with his own savage nature, a savage nature that had nearly consumed him once. It was the same darkness that Albus definitely did not want near his students. The final candidate's face morphed into a fake smile. "Hello, Albus. It's been a while, hasn't it?" "Why, hello Remus. I'd say it's been almost a decade now. It's good to see you again." That was a lie and both of them knew it. They had left things on bad terms and Albus did his best to observe the man who was now basically the stranger. The man's face, though aged and weathered, still held an undeniable resemblance to the young Remus Lupin he once knew. However, his graying hair, now neatly combed, was a far cry from the messy, tattered look Albus remembered during the days of the Marauders. The man was different in both appearance and nature, and it was very understandable. People do not come out the same after the tragedy young Remus suffered. After the rest of the Marauders perished, he was left alone, a wolf without his pack, and overwhelmed in his grief, he ran away and let the beast inside him free. Albus didn't really have time to follow him, but he kept tabs on the boy as he spiraled out of control. It was a tragic tale, until one day, something happened. He left the pack he had been a part of and joined some Muggle corporation. He wormed his way to the top and was now living a comfortable and wealthy life in the Muggle world. Albus didn't know if he was drinking wolfsbane, nor how he could afford it if he did. The truth was that Muggle currency meant very little for wizards apart from ways to integrate Muggleborns into magical society. It was just paper, and the goblins did not make any exchanges for gold apart from the Muggleborn Hogwarts exchange program. He couldn't even buy gold in the Muggle world and sell it. The goblins didn't really accept normal gold, treasuring enchantments and artifacts instead. It was what gave authenticity to magical currency. A lot of Muggleborns thought that they were clever buying some gold using Muggle money and tried to sell it off to the goblins. They were caught every time and didn't get an extra nut. Gold, silver, and bronze were just metals that were perfected to hold enchantments that were fine-tuned over the course of thousands of years. Mining gold or buying it and selling it to the goblins wouldn't work. This characteristic of the goblins was why they were so happy to fund curse-breaker investigations, since they could find rare enchanted items, which they treasure more. Long story short, Remus shouldn't have the galleons to hire a potion master to brew the potion for him. So, what did the man do during the full moon? As curious as he was going to force Remus to drink wolfsbane. It was technically required by the ministry, after all. But aside from his lycanthropy, Albus had a feeling that hiring Remus was going to be troublesome. "It's good to see you too. But let's make this brief. We both know that you are going to hire me, and since you waited so long, I know that you didn't want to hire me in the first place. I don't know if you became prejudiced against people like me or not, and I don't particularly care. So, since you're kinda pressed for time, let's talk about my future salary." Yes, this was going to be troublesome indeed. I know that some of you will not like how I'm dividing the economy between the magical and non-magical worlds. The truth is that's the only way I could see it working, but that's just my opinion. Magic just trumps most Muggle industries, and wizards aren't dumb enough to see a loophole between the magical and Muggle world. So, for any sort of economic system to make sense in this story, I made it so that the only value a wizard could have on anything is its magic. For example, a wooden piece of furniture would be useless, but an enchanted one would be worth buying. Because theoretically, anything they needed to buy in the Muggle world would be worthless, since transfiguration and transmutation are a thing. If wizards needed anything from there, they could easily just take it and no one would know. However, there are professions that do take materials from the Muggle world, but treat them alchemically and then sell them, but that needs a lot of experience and study to pull off. This also means that the definition of poverty in the magical world is different. In the Muggle world, poverty is not being able to afford food and not having a roof over your head, but any adequate wizard or witch could duplicate food, confound Muggles, and magically build a home. Look at the Weasleys. In the Muggle world, you just can't expect to afford 7 children on what seems like a minimum wage salary, since it only requires a single owl to work there. But the only issues come when they need to buy enchanted stuff, school books, and brooms. That's what poverty means in the magical world. In this chapter, Remus' wealth, Muggle and magical, is something of a plot point, so I won't spoil it, but he'll have to have dabbled on both sides to make his money. Let me know what you think of this system or if you have any suggestions regarding it. Chapter 142, House on Fire. September 1, 1993, Black Manor. He was in a forest, with trees spanning endlessly all around him. He couldn't see much since it was dark, with his surroundings only illuminated by the full moon shining in the sky. It was quiet, with only the faint sounds of ruffling leaves and crickets making him believe that he wasn't deaf. The twisted branches of the ancient trees seemed to reach out for him, their long, skeletal fingers casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. The moonlight painted an ethereal glow on the leaves, turning them silver, and the faint, rhythmic chirping of the crickets created an otherworldly serenade. Yet, there was something missing, something unnatural. He couldn't feel the wind on his face. The cold air that should refresh him was completely missing. Now that he was thinking about it, he wasn't even breathing. How was that possible? How was he even alive? A loud scream broke the veil of silence and broke whatever train of thought he had. Without a second's thought, he rushed towards the source of the noise, ignoring the fact that he was going far faster than any normal human should. He even ignored that he wasn't even running, he was gliding. The forest seemed to part before him as he glided effortlessly through the twisted trees, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't explain it, but a strange urgency consumed him, driving him forward as if he were propelled by some unseen force. The distant cries grew louder, more agonized, and he knew he had to reach the source of the commotion, regardless of the surreal circumstances surrounding him. He was obviously going to the border of the forest since the trees were getting smaller as he went on. It was probably near some kind of civilization since the light seemed to grow the closer he got. However, when he finally exited the forest, the sight in front of him caused him to freeze. The lights weren't signs of civilization. No, it was fire. People were screaming, running away from the growing inferno that was consuming it. It didn't take long to figure out what he was seeing. Hogsmeade was burning. The beloved village lay in ruins. The quaint cottages were engulfed in flames, their wooden beams crackling and splintering as they succumbed to the inferno. Smoke billowed into the night sky, mingling with the full moon's silvery glow, creating a surreal, apocalyptic backdrop. The village square was completely decimated. The Three Broomsticks Inn, usually a warm and inviting haven, was a charred husk. Honeyduck's sweet shop, the very essence of childhood wonder, had been reduced to a blackened, smoldering ruin. Amidst the chaos, figures moved, silhouetted against the raging fire. Panicked villagers were fleeing in all directions, their faces etched with terror. Some tried to douse the flames with feeble streams of water conjured from their wands, while others desperately attempted to rescue trapped loved ones from the burning structures. This isn't real, he told himself. And it was true. It wasn't. The world was wispy, muffled. He couldn't feel the heat, he couldn't feel the rise of adrenaline, the blood pumping in his veins. The figure responsible for the attack turned, and Harry was shocked to see a man with white hair, giving him an amused smile. But it was the man's eyes that drew his attention and sent a shiver down his spine. The man's eyes were like twin pools of absolute blackness, devoid of any color or discernible iris. There was no white, no pupils, just an endless void that seemed to absorb all light. The figure tilted his head amusingly and said, "Is it?" Before he could say anything, a giant wave of black fire came out of nowhere and engulfed everything, even him. The last thing he heard was the faint noise of a wolf howling. And just like that, Harry woke up with a gasp and looked around. He was met with his room in Black Manor, making him sigh in relief and lie down on his bed once more. He really hated those dreams. He had been having them ever since his 13th birthday, when his crest was unlocked. He was already starting to forget about what he had seen. It was a side effect of prophetic visions. They tended to fade away and no memory tricks could change that. In just a handful of seconds, his vision started to fade away, leaving only a few impressions, like the terror he felt, and the fact that it was Hogsmeade was on fire. It didn't have to mean anything. It might be a vision of a very distant future, it might have been a vision of the past, it might just be a remote possibility that wormed its way into his dreams. It didn't even have to be a real fire or even an attack. Not all visions were literal images of the future. That was the curse of seers. Interpreting the visions was far more challenging than receiving them. It was very possible that this was literally nothing. But why didn't that reassure him? Why was he still feeling the terror that he felt in this particular vision? He had no idea. He had no one that could help him, and it's not like his crest helped in any way. Speaking of his crest, Harry didn't really have time to explore it, with Arcturus choosing this time to train him on what it meant to be in charge of the Black family until his second-born, that is. It was pretty interesting. Not as interesting as learning magic, but Harry was always a bit curious about history, and believe it or not, the Black family was involved in a lot of events for thousands of years. The lessons were a mixture of the history of the Black family, their assets, and their investment, with a couple of curses that were perfected over centuries but were often shared with close friends and family. They had barely scratched the surface, but after an entire summer of studying politics and economics under the demanding taskmaster that was Arcturus, Harry wanted to go back to Hogwarts and continue exploring his magic, especially his crests. His magic circles were now a lot easier to cast when he tried, and they were more varied. He didn't have time to study them during the summer, but his next year probably wouldn't have a cursed diary setting a basilisk on the student body. At least, Harry hoped it wouldn't. His dreams seemed to get darker, and scarier the more his summer vacation came close to its end. It wasn't a good omen, but there was still something refreshingly original about this school year. Harry didn't know what was coming, and that was exhilarating. It was like a weight was lifted from his shoulders. In his first 2 years in Hogwarts, there was always this narrative, of what was supposed to happen in the background. Quirrell going after Flamel's stone, the Chamber of Secrets being opened. Harry felt responsible, in a way, for those events, because he knew that they were happening. It was foolish, sacrificing, and idiotic. The world wasn't a story, he accepted that long ago. But a wise man once said that with great power came great responsibility, and his knowledge of the stories was a very powerful power. A small part of him felt a duty to use it in a beneficial way. Well, a bigger part of him just wanted to survive, considering that there was supposed to be a basilisk and a possessed in his first years. Thankfully, the choice to act was finally taken from his hands. He didn't have to worry about being responsible, because that's where the real world was starting to diverge from the stories. According to his past life, Sirius Black was supposed to escape and try to kill Pettigrew. Well, Sirius was dead, and while a few high-level Death Eaters were missing, the Ministry didn't end up putting the Dementors in Hogwarts. Everything was already fucked, to begin with, and that meant that Harry didn't know what was coming, and that fact shouldn't have been as comforting to him as much as it was. Death Eaters might come after Longbottom, or they might not. It was entirely Dumbledore's responsibility to save his precious prophecy child, not Harry's. And still, with the prophecy not being fulfilled yet, the boy was still under fate's protection, which meant that he was going to be fine until Voldemort inevitably came back. The only thing that dampened his mood was his prophetic dreams. They were worrying, but they were just that, dreams of a possible future, not unscapable outlines in a story. In an odd way, not knowing what was going to happen made life that much brighter, that much more real. Harry didn't know if he was going to be attacked by a possessed professor, or if he was going to live in a place that literally had a weapon of mass destruction inside, but at least he knew that it was out of his hands. Honestly, he was tempted to ask Arcturus to send him to Bosbattens or Durmstrang, maybe even Ilvermorny, because he was afraid that he didn't know what was going to happen. Tom Riddle had proven the past years that the world was very different from the ones from the stories, and Hormongondra's existence was further proof of that. He had found no sign that the World Serpent had ever existed in the Hogwarts library, even in the Forbidden section. Outside of a few books on Norse mythology, there was very little about it. And if it existed, then why wouldn't other mythological beasts? Leaving Hogwarts wouldn't have made him any safer just because he didn't know the narrative anymore. However, Harry realized that he wouldn't even know what was going to happen outside of Hogwarts, and that outside the castle, he wasn't guaranteed that he wouldn't be attacked or pulled into another game because of some stranger. He would need to keep his skills sharp in case he had to face something like that again. And when Harry looked at it objectively, he realized that he would rather stay in the castle. He saw no point being separated from his friends, or even losing access to the Hogwarts library. Since he could sneak into the Forbidden section, it was far more useful to him than it was for most other students. Those dreams had to have meant something, and Harry would lie if he didn't admit to being curious. Perhaps the coming school year would be peaceful, perhaps this was all just a nightmare. Alas, he knew deep down that something was coming. It was a warning, and he needed to be ready. For what, he didn't know yet. Thankfully, there was a silver lining. Harry could transfer schools if he thought he was in too much danger. He had a legal guardian now, and that gave him a lot more options than he had before. There was no need to move to another country just because of a dream, because of a mere possibility. Shaking his head, he made his way down to the dining room, where his breakfast was already served. Arcturus, as always, didn't say anything, choosing to continue reading his issue of the Daily Prophet. Shrugging, Harry started eating. It was probably the last time he was going to have breakfast in this place for months. The older man spoke up first, "So, this is it, hey? I guess. It's been nice." And it was true. This summer of 1993 had been rich in surprises, both good and bad, but it was over. It was the first day in September, and that meant that it was time to go back to school. It was weird having a guardian. Having someone who tried to actively help him, and train him, was something he never experienced in both lifetimes. It was always just him, alone, having to fight for every scrap he could have had. He had to be manipulative all the time, and now that he had a real home, a place where he wouldn't have needed to lie to stay there, it was just different. But in a good way. Arcturus was far more empathetic than Harry thought he would be. He understood where Harry was coming from and let things proceed at a pace the younger boy was more comfortable in. "And your trunk? Made it last night? I don't like to leave things to the last seconds and make mistakes." "Good, why don't you go get it, while I freshen up and get ready? Let's meet near the front door in a couple of minutes." Harry nodded and went back to his room to get his trunk. By the time he came back, he saw that the older man was sitting near the front door, still reading his newspaper. The Black Patriarch put the paper down, got up and motioned Harry to follow him. Yet, Arcturus was a man of few words. He didn't talk unless he was really invested in the conversation. Harry did as he was told and walked out of the manor, to the garden. "Have you ever sighed a long operette before?" the older man asked while he offered his hand. "No," Harry responded, "but it looked uncomfortable." "Technically it's not dangerous as long as your passenger is more than 11 years old. Before that, any accidental magic during the apparition might kill everyone involved. But you're right, it is very uncomfortable at the start, but you'll need to get used to it since it's our best mode of transport." The last Potter nodded hesitantly and grabbed the man's arm very tightly. The Black Patriarch had a slight smile on his face. "Good. Now remember not to let go. Grab on as tightly as you can." Without saying anything else, Harry felt Arcturus' arm twist away from him and redouble his grip. The next thing he knew, everything went black. He was being pressed very hard from all directions, he could not breathe, there were iron bands tightening around his chest, his eyeballs were being forced back into his head, his eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. His arcane hearing was going haywire. There was a similarity to the spatial expansion charms that he taught himself the previous year, but were far more chaotic and far more complex. How do average wizards even master something like this? It was just so complicated. And just like that everything came back to normal, and the stifling feeling was gone. Harry gulped a great lungful of air and opened his eyes. The full experience was as if he had been forced into a very tight rubber tube without dying. There had to be some kind of human transfiguration involved. But then, how can people who have never gotten past their owls in transfiguration do it? It didn't make sense. He couldn't even think of anything because he had the urge to throw up. Damn, that motion sickness was coming back after the actual trip. Harry restrained himself and glared at his smirking guardian. "We are never going to do that ever again." The man snorted. "If I had a nut every time someone told me that on their first try at apparition. They all end up using it. The first time is always the worst. It's why we always tend to let our children experience many times it before they can learn it. By the time they get used to the feeling, they aren't afraid when they try it by themselves. Now, let's get out of here. You're almost late." It turned out that the Black Patriarch had brought them in an empty dark alley near King's Cross Station. As always, they went to the platform of the Hogwarts Express. Both he and Arcturus said their goodbyes, hoping to look for his friends again. Thankfully, it didn't take long to find them. The fifth compartment he saw held the familiar blonde hair of Daphne. He hadn't had time to talk to any of his friends in person since every parent is scared shitless to let their children out of their sight ever since the Azaban mess. They had sent letters to one another, but it just wasn't the same. He was excited to see his friend again. Harry slowly walked there, with his trunk in his hand, and opened the door with a grin on his face. "So, did you miss me?" Just to clarify things, Harry is not ignoring the vision. He feels relieved that he doesn't know about the future anymore since it was too messed up and too different, since he always felt responsible since he knew more than the others about the situation. This is technically a new era of his life where he'll have to completely rely on his intelligence and his choices. Chapter 143, Long Way Home. September 1, 1993, Hogwarts Express. Harry really should have expected the explosive hug that Daphne gave him the moment he entered the compartment. So, yet, Harry found himself flung around by a blonde missile, who didn't seem intent on letting him go anytime soon. "I missed you too, Daph." The snickering of his two other friends grabbed his attention. "Hello to you too." Blaise smirked, "I missed you and everything, but I'm not going to hug you." Tracy started giggling again and didn't say anything else. Well, it wasn't like he didn't expect anything else from the girl. She didn't seem to want to stop, and Harry could see that they weren't going to have a productive conversation as long as Daphne kept hugging him. So, he looked down at the smiling blonde and said, "Daph. I get it, we haven't seen each other for 3 months, but I'd really like to sit down." She blushed and practically leapt away from his embrace and sat back down in her spot. She was obviously trying to ignore what just happened, but her scarlet face proved otherwise. She was using her aristocratic princess-neutral face to hide her embarrassment. Tracy and Blaise were now howling in laughter and the blonde glared at them, "If you two don't stop, I'll freeze your feet so hard that you won't walk for a month." The laughter abruptly dissipated, leaving a satisfied Daphne smirking at them. Damn, that girl could be terrifying at times. Choosing to ignore whatever madness happened in the previous couple of minutes, Harry spoke up, "So, how was your summer?" "Horrible. Boring. Not that bad." The last one was from Blaise and the two other girls glared at him in envy. The dark-skinned boy raised his hands in defeat, "I was just being honest. My mother took me to Italy before the Azkaban fiasco, so I just had a regular summer there like I do every year. She wasn't even sure about letting go back to Britain, but she had some business here. I don't speak French so Bosbadens was out, and my mother is a bit disliked in Eastern Europe so it wouldn't be any safer for me in Durmstrang even if they have classes in English." No one asked why his mother wasn't liked in that part of the world and the boy looked grateful for it. Apparently, one of her old husbands was a beloved philanthropist there. And well, you can guess where this was going. Daphne thankfully broke the silence, "What about Italy? There's bound to be a school there, and it should be all that bad." "There is a school in Italy but it's kind of small, and it doesn't cover a lot of the material. My mother wouldn't have liked me getting a subpar education, and even if Hogwarts standards have fallen in the last few decades, it's still very well known internationally, and everyone would give you a chance if you're missing something. As for the Accademia Arcana Italia, it's hard to put it into words but the people who graduate from are weird." "Weird how?" Harry asked. "Well, the school is very traditional. The students are sort of divided into cohorts. There are 5 in total, but each cohort is led by centurions. Each year, a few centurion candidates are selected by the school based on school performance and magical power, and after a vote, the centurion of each cohort is elected. And every term, a praetor is elected by the entire student body. Each position of authority comes with a lot of power over their subordinates, unlike how all the prefects can do is give a few detentions and remove some points, and even then, they have to justify it to the professors. The professors pretty much don't have any authority outside their classrooms. Everything is handled privately, and they only punish the centurions or the praetors, who in turn can punish their subordinates as much as they like. The students are trained like the warriors of ancient Rome, with a strong emphasis on discipline, honor, and order, you know, the whole Roman values they had 2,000 years ago. It's essentially a military camp, but it's the only school in the country so a lot of people are stuck with it. Most of the magical families just send their kids to Durmstrang or Bosbadens since they're better schools and their graduates don't have to adjust to the current society and are taught enough to be accepted. But Muggleborns in Italy are normally stuck with the academy since you can't get accepted into an international school without applying first. Harry never really thought about magic schools all that much. There was Hogwarts in Scotland, Bosbadens in France, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, Castle Bruxo in Brazil, Ilvermorny in the United States, Uagadou in Uganda, and Mahout Okoro in Japan. But those were the big ones, the big schools that had graduates that changed the world, that advanced magic. But there had to be smaller schools, especially for people who just didn't speak the language or couldn't get into one of the bigger schools. Blaise seemed to have had enough of the spotlight and directed it towards the girls, "So, while I was sunbathing on a beach in Italy, what were you up to, ladies?" They both glared at him, and Tracy started first, "Well, I was stuck at home under heavy wards. The only thing I could do was order stuff and even then, my parents had to cast a lot of detection charms on everything. I didn't even get to see the alley once." This is my first time outside my house in over 2 months, and I'm going to school. Blaise practically wilted as the girl's voice got progressively louder. She was heaving by the end of her sentence. Daphne though continued for her in a frosty tone, and I had to suffer for my heiress lessons from my father without any reprieve. Every minute was an etiquette lesson of some sort. Do you have any idea how much I just wanted to bash his head in? A green grass never shows weakness, a green grass hides in the grass and strikes at the most opportune moment. Well, I wanted to curse him at the most opportune moment. So, Blaise, what do you think I was up to? Calm down, Daph, the Italian boy said while raising his hand in surrender. What would the rest of the school say about their ice queen if they saw you like this? Harry frowned. How is she an ice queen? I really don't get it. Well, you don't see what she's like when you're not around. That frigid face of hers, and those murderous eyes make her really terrifying. After she froze a few bits with that horrible spell of hers, people started calling her that. Luckily for all of us, she pretty much melts whenever you're around. Ouch! Daphne had discreetly sent a stinging hex at his bits and the Italian boy yelped in pain. The blonde had a satisfied smile on her face. Now, don't speak rubbish, Blaise dear. Yes, ma'am, he responded. I guess we don't have to ask Harry about his summer, do we? Tracy smirked. Oh, you mean the summer where he publicly defied Dumbledore, told everyone about one of his secrets, and got away with it unscathed? No, I mean the summer when he was adopted by one of the most fearsome political players in the last century, Daphne retorted. They both turned at once, giving him an expectant look. It was freaky. I got nothing new to say, really. I wouldn't have gone after Dumbledore if he hadn't pretty much labelled me a future Dark Lord in front of half the ministry. And how did you know about his sister? Harry shrugged. A vision. I told you that I had tended to get them over the last year. I saw Dumbledore, his brother, and some other boy having a duel. There was this bright light and the girl in the room was dead. It wasn't hard to figure out what had happened. I was going to keep it to myself, but I got so angry at him during that hearing, and it sort of slipped out. It wasn't the truth, but it was a very convenient lie. Really, having prophetic visions tended to make people stop questioning any weird knowledge he had. Natural foresight wasn't something that was well documented since it varied with every person, and Harry was taking advantage of that. Well, congratulations, you have done the most damage to his political standing than people have in 50 years, Daphne said approvingly. Yeah, and it was dumb. I painted a target on my back with that. Sure, his speech was overshadowed by my revelations, but people are now a bit more wary of me, and Dumbledore will now consider me to be an enemy, something that I didn't really want. Blaise snorted. I can't believe that Dumbledore was taken down by a vision of all things. I'm assuming you're taking divination this year. I'm going to try it out and if I don't like it, I'll just leave. I already decided to take all the electives apart from Muggle studies. And even then, I'm going to try to have an owl in it in my 5th year. What would you need a Muggle studies owl for? Tracy asked. A lot of jobs need them. I'm thinking about going into curse breaking and it's one of the requirements. You only really need to pass, so an A is enough, but there are a lot of other jobs that need it too. Obliviators, hit wizards, and a lot of other professions require an owl in Muggle studies. It seems silly to rule out a lot of good careers just to not take a simple exam in a few years, especially one that is stupidly easy to pass. Only you would think that taking an extra owl is the same as a simple exam, Tracy answered with a snort. Harry shrugged. You could ask your mother about it, the last Potter responded. She probably knows more about it than I do. That was a true statement. Tracy's mother worked in the ministry. Harry didn't know in which department exactly since the girl never shared that information, but she should be knowledgeable about the most common requirements for a lot of job applications. Funnily enough, Muggle studies, charms, and arithmancy were the most demanded skills in the ministry. They didn't care about defense outside of the DMLE, transfiguration was always a plus, but not really useful in an office. The high-level newt electives like enchanting and alchemy were just overkill. Tracy obviously didn't want to talk about it and changed the subject. Sure, I will. Now, you wouldn't believe what I heard not talking about. Theodore Nott was a bookish boy in their year. He had a small group made up of Lily Moon and Millicent Bulstrode. He wasn't really a sociable person, then again, neither was Harry. He was just a quiet boy who kept to himself. He was somewhat good in class, but nothing to really write about. However, the most remarkable thing about him was his father, Cassius Knott, who was one of the most infamous Imperius victims in the war. He was also rumoured to be a sadistic man who revelled in the suffering of others, and with Lucius Malfoy out of the way, he was one of the biggest contenders as the leader of the traditionalist faction in the Wizengamot. The man's reputation was one of the biggest reasons everyone just avoided Knott altogether. Harry didn't care enough to actively befriend anyone in his first year, and his current friends had basically attached themselves to him, something that he was currently grateful for. Still, Harry would keep an eye on the Knott scion for the foreseeable future. He hoped that the apple fell far from the tree. Blaise straightened up, hoping to hear some gossip. What is it? Well, he said that his father was busy talking to Karkaroff all summer, you know, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Apparently, there's this big event next year and they wanted to come to some kind of arrangement. I don't know what it is, but it's an international thing. That's on top of the Quidditch World Cup. Harry knew what they were talking about. The Triwizard Tournament wasn't something that could spontaneously be arranged. It was an international event, a traditional tournament that had far too many deaths for comfort by today's standards. They had to change a lot, make a lot of compromises to get the sweet spot between safety and entertainment. Before he could interject, they all turned towards the door, where someone was knocking. It wasn't the fact that someone was knocking that made them freeze, but who was in front of the door. It was Neville Longbottom. Harry hesitantly waved his wand, causing the door to unlock. The boy who lived opened the door and spoke up hesitantly, "Potter. Can we talk for a bit?" Well, that was surprising. Chapter 144, Survivor's Guilt. September 1, 1993, Hogwarts Express. Harry honestly didn't know what to expect. His interactions in the past 2 years with the Longbottom scion indicated that the boy probably wanted to hex him or play some kind of stupid prank. The entire thing was already complicated enough. Had his mother or Harry's mother been alive, they would have been raised together, as brothers. In a way, he was happy that they didn't grow up in the same household. It wouldn't have been easy to live next to a boy as spoiled as he was. It was expected really, to have a boy raised as a heroic figure, famous for something that happened before he could even walk, famous for his parents dying. It would have given anyone a big head. Neville Longbottom was a hero, and that was something the entirety of magical Britain agreed on. Honestly, it was a miracle that his head wasn't even bigger. It probably had to do with Augusta Longbottom's discipline more than anything else. But it wasn't enough for him to grow into a stable human being. He obviously thought that everyone owed him something because he allegedly saved them. The public didn't seem inclined to deny him anything. The boy had literally built his entire identity to be this heroic figure, and it was obvious with the way he kept attacking the Slytherins or mini Death Eaters in the boy's mind. Harry had gleaned these characteristics in the first few months of school, and that was the reason why he never even attempted to grow any kind of amicable relationship with the boy who lived. The only positive contact they ever had was in the Chamber of Secrets, which he fooled Neville into thinking it was an illusion or a hallucination. He regretted that part of the plan. It was cruel to the boy, but the benefits outweighed the possible damage to the ego of an already arrogant child. But the boy in front of him just looked different. He didn't have this entitled air he always held, he didn't think he was better. He just looked different, and that made Harry curious. He nodded, "Fine," and then turned to his friends, "I'll be back in a couple of minutes." The young Gryffindor's eyes widened in surprise at his agreement to his proposal. So were Harry's friends for that matter. But they knew long ago that he knew what he was doing and so, did not show any sign of protest. Harry followed the Longbottom scion out of the compartment to one with a single surprising occupant, Luna Lovegood. When did they even meet? The blonde girl waved her hand excitingly, "Oh, hey Harry. Did you have a great summer?" "Yes. It wasn't too bad. What about yours?" he asked mechanically, his mind still trying to process how Luna and Neville met. "My dad had to reschedule the Sweden trip because of how news-heavy this summer was, so we didn't get to go on our annual Crumplehorn Snorkack hunt. That was a shame. I had fun at home, though." Harry nodded and smiled indulgently at the girl. He had really grown to like her during the past year. Even after he had gotten rid of Riddle, they still hung out a few times a week, where he mostly tutored her. She was a very curious girl and had some nice insights. She would be a great researcher if she ever chose to pursue that profession, but her love of magical creatures meant that she was probably going to follow Newt Scamander's footsteps and become a magi-zoologist. With a questioning look on his face, the last Potter turned towards the boy who shrugged, "Mrs. Weasley invited me to wipe the slate clean with Ron." It wasn't a good idea and I ended up meeting Luna there. She was nice. Yes, she is, Harry replied, so, what do you want? The boy took a deep breath like he was getting something off his chest. Harry patiently let him hype himself up. Look. I know I haven't been the most understanding guy when it came to you, or in general for that matter. As you know, the last year was rough. It was mostly my fault. Looking at it objectively helped me realize how much I have been messing up. Breaking that statute of secrecy for missing a train was dumb, and so was breaking into the Slytherin common room using polyjuice. Interrogating you and Malfoy while impersonating his friends was irresponsible, and I know that I haven't been punished properly for my actions. I never really thought about it. The punishments? I just thought that they were just the professors being mean. After Quirrell, I think I just thought that I was meant to be the hero, that I would be the one to solve the mystery of the Chamber of Secrets. But now, I realize that I really should have gone to the professors. I really shouldn't have thought so much of my capabilities. If I did, maybe Hermione wouldn't. Harry gave him a pitying look. Hermione's fate is not your fault. It never was your fault. You didn't give her the diary. You didn't make her write in it. You didn't trap her inside. You didn't curse her. You didn't do anything wrong. And Harry was being sincere when he said that. Neville Longbottom had done nothing wrong when it came to Harry's confrontation with Riddle. By the time they arrived in the chamber, Hermione was already gone. There was nothing either of them could have done to stop that. What happened to the Muggleborn was a tragedy, one that Harry wished had never happened. Riddle bragging that the girl's utopian existence involved him being friends with her did not help matters. He honestly wished he could help her in any way. Alas, he didn't even have enough information about soul magic to even attempt something like this, and the entire field of magic was banned practically everywhere in the world. Perhaps his crest would help, but so far, it didn't unlock any information about soul magic. He was going to leave the unspeakable to try to figure it out for now, and he would try to help if he ever had access to the magical knowledge required to do so. Hermione Granger's fate was an accident. She was a naive girl who trusted something she shouldn't have, fell into the sweet world of a two-faced monster, and was taken advantage of. She was a child. She might have had irritating qualities, but she was a child, nonetheless. She never got to experience the real world, and it wasn't anyone's fault. It wasn't Harry's, and it definitely wasn't Neville's. Alas, the boy didn't seem to agree with him on this point. No. It is my fault. I should have seen it. She was acting odd. She disappeared on me and Ron all the time. I should have known that something was wrong. The boy took a deep breath to calm down. She had my back even when the entire school already assumed that I was guilty. And I couldn't even protect her. It wasn't your responsibility to protect her. The boy laughed harrowingly. My grandmother told me the exact same thing. But it doesn't change that I lost her. And Ron, but he was never really my friend, was he? He was the boy who lived's friend, not Neville Longbottom's. I can see that now. Some people will always try to use you because of your status in society. Your grandmother must have warned you about that before you went to school. He nodded sheepishly. I guess she did. But I didn't listen. I never really had to deal with any of that. My grandmother always used illusions to hide me when I was younger during our trips out of the manor. I guess the whole hero of magical Britain thing went to my head. I was always pressured, you know, to be the hero. But it's not like I could have topped beating Voldemort, could I? I guess, this is why I always jumped into every adventure I could have had. So, what changed? Harry asked. I took a long look at myself, and I didn't like what I saw. I realized that I wasn't someone my parents would have been proud of. The stupid fights with you, breaking the rules as if they weren't even there. What happened to Hermione just made me think back at everything that I ever did. I guess, this is just me taking a step in the right direction. Harry gave him a slight grin. I'm happy for you, Neville, and that's all well and good. But you didn't bring me here just to say that stuff, did you? Neville's face took a deep look. I guess I got a little off track. I'm a bit nervous. But the thing is that the first step to being better is to make amends for the bad things I did before. At least, that's what my grandmother told me. So, this is me just apologizing to you for everything. For the way I treated you, for the way I called you names, for always thinking that you're a suspect just because you're a Slytherin. Apparently, Gryffindors could be assholes too. Ron and McLaggen proved that last year. What I'm trying to say is, I'm sorry. The last Potter just stared at the boy with widened eyes. Of all the things he thought Neville would say, he didn't expect that. He turned towards Luna, who nodded her head. Damn, the boy was serious about this. Harry wasn't petty enough to hold grudges, especially when they were done by a young boy who just didn't know better. He had a philosophy that, if he didn't like someone, he would just leave. The only thing that pissed him off was the fact that there were some people he didn't like who actually got out of their way to go after him. If the Longbottom Scion really wanted to make amends, he didn't really inconvenience Harry enough to make a big deal out of it. And if Luna vouched for him, he just smiled and nodded at the boy. All right, I accept your apology. We're good. Harry motioned to turn and leave, but was stopped by the boy who lived yelling, wait. He stopped and looked Neville in the eye, who started to shift slightly. Is there something else? Yes. I guess there is. I wanted to say that in the chamber, in my illusion. You were the one who coached me. Even when we hated each other, I pictured you, of all people, helping me, giving me plans and information about that monster I fought. It was all a lie, of course, but I chose you to be there for me. We were friends there and it clicked. I just wanted to say. I wanted to ask if there was any way we could start over. Forget about the last 2 years and pretend we just met. I guess I never let go of my dream of you being my friend, hey. The boy was overanalyzing his dream, trying to make sense of an illusion. It was a shame that it really did happen. This wasn't some kind of enlightenment. The boy had survivor's guilt over what happened to Hermione, and he obviously needed some support. He was trying to rationalize events that Harry planned. The only reason Neville was even involved was because he was a Parselmouth and Harry needed that. There was also the fact that his prophecy made him an easy weapon to use against the basilisk. He was just the insurance, but if he hadn't been able to speak Parseltongue, none of this would have happened. Hermione would have been found alone with the cursed diary, and that would have been it. He couldn't help but feel guilty about the way he traumatized the boy with the reveal that his heroic actions were not real. He had literally shattered Neville's identity just to get one over Dumbledore and keep his involvement a secret from everyone. He was tempted to say no, to wash his hands of the boy who lived and the danger he presented. But there was this desperation in his tone, and Harry decided to use his arcane hearing to cheat a bit. His magic was more pronounced and more detailed, but it was agitated. Harry could tell that it was slowly going on a downward spiral. There was a side of him that he kept locked up, that he didn't acknowledge, was waiting to emerge. It was just full of pain, of regret, of suffering, and anger. He was one bad day away from a breakdown. This was the damage Harry had caused with his stunt with Neville. And he was amused while doing it. And wasn't that a wake-up call? He was responsible for this, and he had to deal with the consequences. It might have been a decision made out of guilt, out of self-preservation, out of pity, but he was going to stick with it. He nodded, fine. We'll talk more in the castle, but I really have to go back to the compartment. The relieved smile Harry got in return did not make him feel any better for the rest of the day. Before any of you say anything, Harry and Neville aren't going to suddenly become the best of friends. Neville feels alone and betrayed by his friends, and decides to mature. There's also something special that I'm planning this year that needed this, and Harry just feels guilty about the impact of his gaslighting Neville. They would be friendly acquaintances at best, and Harry's guilt would be a driving factor in their relationship, which never really works out well when that's the basis of anything. The idea is that they would both be starting over. It's essentially character development on Neville's part because of the trauma of losing his friends and realizing that the identity he built himself is a lie. Don't worry, this is the last chapter before Hogwarts. I just needed to set a few things up before the term could start officially. Chapter 145, Thrice Warned. September 1, 1993, Hogwarts Express. There was a small pile of sweets when Harry returned to his compartment. The trolley lady must have visited his friends and Tracy, as usual, decided to pour a lot of her pocket money into sweets. That girl really was a glutton. Harry watched in amusement as she and Blaise gorged themselves in the various assortments of candy. They were lucky that the blinds were closed because if any of the other Slytherins saw them, they would have been politically untouchable, in a bad way that is. Daphne though, looked at them with a mixture of amused disgust. Yet, her heiress training had hammered in her head that this kind of behavior was unacceptable. Harry didn't know much about what she was being taught, but he had the impression that her father was particularly strict and that their relationship was somewhat strained. She immediately noticed that Harry was back and spoke up in a haughty tone, "You sure took your time. We were starting to think that you got lost somewhere. Very funny, he responded with a dry tone. The whole Longbottom thing was surprising, believe it or not. What did he want? Blaise asked, suddenly interested. Nothing really. He wanted to apologize and start over. I think he's just lonely, after what happened to Hermione. Everyone just steers clear of him because of the whole insanity thing after the chamber. He's been slandered non-stop for months and the Prophet didn't even print out a retraction. And you know how his friendship with Weasley imploded. He's vulnerable and could be useful in the long run. And wasn't that an understatement? Everyone knew about the official destruction of the Golden Trio. With Hermione out of the picture and Ron badmouthing her to everyone who would listen, the boy who lived exploded. The resulting fight heavily damaged the Gryffindor common room and got both boys detention for the rest of the school year. But one thing is for certain, Ron Weasley wasn't under Longbottom's protection anymore. It was a foolish thing to do, especially since the only thing that made the redhead remarkable in any way, outside of some talent in chess, was his relationship with Longbottom. It wasn't just because he was the boy who lived, but because of his position as the Longbottom scion and his future political influence that made sticking with him appealing. Weasley could have ended up as his understudy, or his assistant, which would have given him a lot of power and influence that his family just didn't have. Like Dolores Umbridge was the voice of Cornelius Fudge, Ronald Weasley could have been the voice of Neville Longbottom. His older brother, Percy, had looked especially put out by this, since Ron could have used his relationship with Neville to grease some palms and get him a good starting position in the ministry. Alas, the boy was now going to live with his feeble natural talents. These were all great reasons to befriend the boy, especially since they were starting to get involved in Slytherin politics starting this year. Of course, Daphne saw through all of that. You're not doing this because of some political position. I know you hate that stuff. You're doing it because you feel guilty. Harry deflated. Fine. But you didn't see the damage I did by screwing with him so much. Everyone thinks he's unstable, and they're not really wrong. But he's like that because of me, not because of some cursed diary that turned into an illusion. They all looked at each other before nodding. Fine, but be careful. You said it yourself that bad things always happen to Longbottom. Harry couldn't really dispute that, but the boy always actively pursued danger. And it's not like he was going to actually pursue a friendship with Neville. They were starting over, and that didn't mean anything more than them not being antagonistic between one another, which was mostly on Neville's side. Whatever happened between them was water under the bridge, nothing more. Harry had no plans to actually join any of the boys' adventures or be pulled into Dumbledore's little puppet show. Blaise decided to change the subject, so, anyone has anything interesting to say? He was oddly looking at Daphne, who was in turn doing her best to ignore him. Well, before Harry left, we were talking about the international event that's going on next year. There's this big debate in the Wisengamot to cancel the whole thing, so it might not happen, but it's some kind of international school tournament. Tracy seemed to also jump at that topic. Wait, why would they do that? It sounds kinda exciting. Tracy, you don't even know what that tournament is. Harry answered dryly. And you do? It's also a school tournament, in Hogwarts. So, we'll get to see it in person. Harry rolled his eyes. It's called the Triwizard Tournament. It's a pretty barbaric thing by today's standards. It involved 3 European schools, Hogwarts, Bosbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion is elected for each school, and they have to complete some very dangerous tasks to win. Entertaining on paper, but the fatality rates were too high, and it was cancelled. And someone thought about reinstating them. It was probably an idea from the ICW and Hogwarts was selected to host. Crouch probably jumped at the chance. Blaise answered while rolling his eyes. Daphne, though, didn't seem impressed. Well, I think the whole thing is utterly stupid. Magical Britain doesn't have the funds to host something like this. We're rebuilding our main prison, and even if Dumbledore is saving us a lot in terms of labor, the materials are still pretty expensive. Harry shrugged. I'm not saying you're wrong. Half the Wisengamot actually agrees with you. The other half thinks that the income from the Quidditch World Cup would suffice to fund this project. But then, wouldn't they have to arrange for everything in just a couple of months? Tracy asked. Yes, that's the issue. Fudge and Crouch think that they could do it, but considering how unstable things are, no one wants to take them at their word. Daphne groaned. Even if they pull it off, the level of our Newt students is so far lower than the graduates from Durmstrang's, it's not even funny. Harry nodded. the ICW probably want to use this tournament to start writing off magical Britain and interfere properly. If we lose in this tournament, they'll start by discrediting our diplomas internationally, then try to interfere in our political affairs. We're one of the few countries in Europe that ICW has no direct control of, and that's only because of Dumbledore. The last war showed them that the headmaster wasn't infallible, and they're taking advantage of that. It's sad that they're not even considering the potential embarrassment of losing so badly. They're so focused on the political and economic side of this thing. So, what are we going to do? Tracy asked. Harry shrugged, it's not our problem. We're students, not politicians. At least, not yet. The conversation lightened after that, devolving into a friendly debate on the best electives they could choose. They had all taken ancient runes, but only Daphne and Harry had chosen to have arithmancy. Harry, Tracy, and Blaise were the only ones taking care of magical creatures. Thankfully, they were assigned a normal textbook and not one that tried to bite you like the stories. It seemed like Hagrid probably wasn't promoted to a professor this year. Harry was the only one of them who decided to take divination, and it was mostly out of curiosity if it could help him understand his dreams a bit more. Divination was a very interesting subject, if he had a proper instructor, that is. He would decide on his own after the first lesson. Honestly, Harry wanted to not take any of the electives, since he knew all of the materials. Alas, he was forced to take at least 2 because of the school rules. Care of magical creatures and divination were the only 2 fields he didn't really explore, and he had taken runes and arithmancy as a sign of solidarity. It also gave him the choice to drop both care and divination if he found them to be useless. The rest of the ride to school went very smoothly. The Hogwarts Express arrived safely at school, without any Dementor attacks. They used the Thistral-pulled carriages to the Great Hall, and they sat, starving as the first years were sorted. The atmosphere was as warm as usual but strangely subdued. It seemed like the Azkaban fiasco had touched every magical soul in the country in some way. People lived in fear and uncertainty. Harry was too hungry to really care about any of that. The only surprise was when McGonagall yelled out a familiar name, Greengrass, Astoria. A small clone of Daphne skipped to the sorting hat and put it on without a single ounce of hesitation. As for Harry, he immediately turned towards Daphne who pretended not to see him, choosing to focus on her sister's sorting. It took a couple of minutes, but the hat yelled out, Slytherin. Daphne seemed to deflate slightly. If he hadn't known any better, Harry would have thought that she didn't want her sister in their house. He would ask about her later in private. The younger Greengrass walked with a large smile on her face towards her sister and took a seat next to her. She looked around, and when she saw Harry, her eyes lightened up. Hi, I'm Astoria, Daphne's sister. I'm assuming you're Harry. He just nodded, surprised by the girl's energy. Astoria seemed to take that in stride. I've heard so much about you. Daphne quickly glared at her sister, making her gulp slightly and deflate. Ignore that. I'll just focus on the sorting. By the time the sorting ended, Harry's stomach was growling. He hadn't eaten anything since breakfast. By the end, around 12 Slytherins had joined their house, a far larger number than the previous years. But it seemed like there was a small baby boom after Voldemort was defeated. Finally, Dumbledore rose from his seat, and the entire hall quietened immediately. Harry couldn't help but admire that. It was like someone had pressed a mute button on the entire hall. Harry hadn't seen the man since his guardianship audience, and he didn't seem any different. He maybe looked a bit older, probably because of how many things he had to juggle. As the defeater of Grindelwald surveyed the room, his gaze stayed a fraction of a second longer when his eyes met Harry's. Yeah, the man wasn't over what happened. It wasn't unexpected, but a small part of Harry had hoped that the man would let bygones stay bygones. Perhaps it was too much to expect a century-year-old headmaster to be the mature one in the situation, and wasn't that a disappointing realization? The man smiled softly and said, Welcome. I know that most of you are hungry, so I'll keep this brief before most of you are too bloated on our marvelous food to listen. I'll start things off by addressing the returning students. I would like to say that it's good to see you back, and we're all glad to spend another year teaching you the wonders of magic and getting to know you even more. As for our new students, I would like to officially welcome you to our school. Hogwarts is a place of wonder and magic, but magic could also be dangerous. That's why we have some strict rules and regulations that we would like you to follow. Your heads of house will hopefully explain them to you in detail, and the student rulebook is in the library for you to read. As for our faculty, I am pleased to welcome 2 new senior professors into our ranks. First of all, Professor Grubby Plank has agreed to take the job of care of magical creature teacher. Her predecessor, Professor Kettleben, decided to retire last year to spend more time with his remaining limbs. I have no doubts that you will enjoy her lessons well. A nice silver-haired woman stood up while everyone clapped. Harry didn't know much about her, but she did substitute for Kettleben a few times when he got too injured, and the feedback was usually positive. That was already a good point. Finally, Professor Remus Lupin has kindly accepted to fill the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. This time, Harry really did stiffen. The man who stood up looked well kept, wearing enough Muggle clothes to be considered scandalous, alongside his traditional robes. He looked confident in his skin with a few faint scars on his face. This wasn't what Remus Lupin was supposed to be like in the stories. Then again, they have been wrong before. Curious, Harry spread his arcane magic and focused on the man standing at the high table and did his best not to gasp. Hunger, pure hunger was the dominant song. It was loud, unrelenting, savage, mixed in with an aggressive and predatory undertone, mixed with a lingering sadness and loneliness. There was this cunning to it, this ruthlessness at the end of a hunt, the reflex to always go for the king. It just felt so unexpectedly inhuman. He was definitely a werewolf, but his personality was just alien. Harry still wanted to know more. He carefully observed the man. The stance showed that he wasn't ashamed. Self-confidence was something that most werewolves didn't develop, and there were no signs of excessive scarring, so fighting on the full moon was unlikely. Conclusion: the man didn't have a pack to go out every full moon with. Snape was openly glaring at Lupin. So, that means that the werewolf was probably a friend of Harry's father or had attacked Snape in another way. The fashionable Muggle clothes meant that he was very familiar with the Muggle world, but Harry could tell that it was made of a chromantula silk with his arcane hearing. So, he was also rich in the magical world. Before he could have a deeper analysis, the werewolf turned towards Harry, and he could feel the song speed up. It was hard to describe, but it was like it became more intense. The savageness was starting to rise, only to be stifled by the man's iron will. Still, it felt like both man and beast were looking at him as if he were prey. Well, that wasn't a good sign, was it? Chapter 146, It's Only Logical. September 2, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry woke up the following day with a start, having dreamt of the burning of Hogsmeade once more. He really wished he could have pleasant dreams, instead of the constant misery, screaming, and flames. Alas, even when he tried not to think about it, they were always there, in the back of his mind. And by the time the details started to dissipate, hundreds of other thoughts, just as disturbing, occupied his mind. What happened the previous night was weird. Specifically, he didn't know what to expect from his new defense against the dark arts. He knew instinctively that Remus Lupin wasn't the tired, self-loathing werewolf that was in the stories. He was able to see Lockhart's nature in seconds, the prideful yet slightly cunning man who had scammed the entire wizarding world with a few nice words and some books. He took pride in that. Every time a witch asked for his autograph, he felt his ego grow slightly, a thrill of pleasure at successfully conning her. His magic was too untamed to have any kind of experiences that he claimed he did, well, that his books claimed he did. Funnily enough, the man was still writing. After some investigation and a few witnesses, the DMLE dropped all charges against him, since no crimes were committed. The man even argued that whatever lies he told was just him playing the character from his stories, which was perfectly allowed. Hell, the Ponce didn't even get a fine. He must have been very thrilled with that, avoiding any punishments for scamming almost the entire population of magical Britain, even if his readership diminished. And wasn't that a sad thing? His readership only lowered, but people still bought his books. Harry had to admit that the man was a good writer and played that part of the character very well. Back to the other professors, Harry could tell that McGonagall was a very melancholic person underneath her harsh exterior. Her song was classical with constant undertones of sadness. Although she really did love children and teaching, since her song brightened up whenever she was in a classroom, there was always this hint of sadness underneath it all. However, Remus Lupin was just hard to read. Just from his posture, from his clothes, from the way he was just comfortable in front of hundreds of students, Harry could gather that he was probably some successful man with a presence in both the magical and Muggle worlds, and that was used to speaking to large crowds. So, he had to be some kind of businessman. This wasn't really an issue for Harry. He didn't care how successful people were, but if it wasn't for his arcane hearing, he wouldn't have noticed what was hidden underneath this velvety exterior. It was hard to believe that underneath the image of the kindly wealthy man, was a bloodthirsty beast that was moments away from attacking anyone that was foolish enough to be close. The beast was so overwhelming that barely any other song could be heard, making them like whispers in a concert. And the beast seemed to salivate the moment it noticed Harry. It was ready to pounce, and that didn't bode well for the young Slytherin. Yet, he was going to order a silver knife as soon as possible. The only person who seemed to have any similar defense was Dumbledore, and that was expected considering that this was the current champion of light. This whole issue just wouldn't leave Harry's mind, so much so that he couldn't even concentrate enough to finish his occlumency exercises. Seeing them as a lost cause, he decided to just go down to the Great Hall and eat his breakfast. When he came down, he noticed that neither Daphne, Blaise, nor Tracy were there. So, he decided to look around. Funnily enough, most of the Slytherin boys in his year were there, and it was interesting how the house dynamic shifted in just one summer. Draco was sitting down on his own, with a poker face that just felt off. He was obviously angry about losing his position in the house to Nott. Theo, on the other hand, had a kind smile on his face, which made it more impressive since his song was completely different from how he looked. He was irritated at how many people seemed to want to scurry a favor from him, especially Crabbe and Goyle, whom he really didn't like but couldn't send them away. Yeah, this year was going to be troublesome, he could just feel it. When he turned to the other houses, the only thing that was worth remarking about was McLaggen and his little group making fun of Neville by calling him insane, while the Longbottom scion sat alone without anyone around him. The boy didn't seem to have a good time, considering how he was clenching his fists and looking down. As though he was feeling Harry's eyes on him, Neville turned and met his gaze. Harry gave him a comforting smile that the boy returned, his fists relaxing slightly. He still felt guilty about what he put the boy through. He didn't expect his trick to blow so out of proportion. The Daily Prophet once called Dumbledore an obsolete dingbat for one of his proposals at an ICW conference, and the public still respected him. A celebrity was bound to have a scandal of some sort, and they were always forgotten after a few weeks at most. However, it seemed like the wizarding world just didn't want to forget about the boy's unstable attitude. Honestly, it was unnerving. Even if the boy had really been under an illusion, being disoriented afterwards was completely normal. If he had to guess, someone was actively pushing for the boy's reputation to plummet, especially considering the other events that happened during the summer, which were far more impactful than a 12-year-old's actions in school. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a small punch from Daphne, to which he returned with a smile. "Good morning to you too. You're up earlier than usual." "Hey, you're early too. Don't you usually have your super secret training thing in the morning?" Harry shrugged. "You know that it's just me training my occlumency. I also remember offering to teach you." She rolled her eyes. "Not everything has to be about training, Harry. My mother already started teaching me the basics, and my crest can protect my privacy. How you have the patience to clear your mind for an hour every day, I have no idea." Snorting, he replied, "It wasn't easy at first, but you get used to it after a while. Speaking of your crest, you did get yours fully unlocked last year, right?" "Yeah, but my father forbade me from using it until we trained it a bit during the summer. I can't really say more. You know, family secret stuff. Don't worry about it, I was just seeing if you could use it in our next duel. Maybe you'll have a chance at landing a hit." The blonde glared at him. "You're on." Her frown immediately turned into a small smile. "I really did miss you." "Me too, Daph." Harry heard a small noise and saw McLaggen try to discreetly hex Neville, but the boy somehow intercepted it. It was a little impressive since the boy hadn't even shown a single ounce of skill in any of his classes. Maybe, he finally started to pull his act together or something. The blonde next to him seemed to roll her eyes at McLaggen. That was really short-sighted on McLaggen's part. Rumors of instability or not, Longbottom will be an influential figure in the future. These little school antics might look harmless now, but grudges could run really deep, and I don't see Longbottom as the forgiving type. Although, I have to admire his restraint. I would have hexed them a long time ago. I know you would too." Harry shook his head. "I would have cursed them with something that would only affect them later on when I had an alibi." Daphne giggled, probably remembering how he had revealed the Golden Trio without anyone knowing that it was him who did it. He was proud of that one. Harry looked at his schedule, which he found on his bed after the opening feast, and saw that his first 2 classes were in arithmancy. Well, that explained Tracy and Blaise not being there since they weren't taking the class, something that he really disapproved of. If he was completely honest, the last Potter thought that not having a competent understanding or arithmancy really affected the competency of a wizard or witch. A good foundation in this field translated to a good understanding of spells in other fields as well, which made Harry really doubt the competency of the charms and transfiguration newt classes since they didn't require an owl in arithmancy to enter. Oh, Harry had no doubt that this was going to bore the hell out of him since he actually understood the material. But he was doing it for Daphne's sake more than anything else. A few minutes later, the two Slytherins had finished their breakfast and walked away to their first arithmancy class. Harry was somewhat curious about Professor Vector, who was a relatively new addition to the staff, having started teaching 5 years ago. The journey took longer than they anticipated. Neither of them had been to the arithmancy classroom, which turned out to be in the northern wing of the castle. They ended up asking a painting for directions, but they still arrived around 5 minutes early. When they sat down, Harry noticed a few mathematical formulas written on the walls. He recognized a few, one of them being the standard addition of fire element in a spell, and another was what seemed to be a base for a shock-resistant ward, which could theoretically be translated to a very efficient physical-resistant shield charm. He really liked the classroom, which gave him a slight feeling of nostalgia. At least if he ever got bored, he would study the formulas on the board. They seemed a lot more interesting than the basic character arithmetic divination that they were going to start with. The second thing he noticed was something that Daphne voiced: "I know that not a lot of people would take this class, but I didn't expect so little." She was right. By the time class started, there were less than 10 students in the classroom. 4 of those were Ravenclaws, which included Padma Patil, Soli, Morag McDougal, and Michael Corner. Slytherins were made up of Harry, Daphne, Nott, and Draco, which was slightly surprising. There was just Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, and literally no one from Gryffindor. That little fact made Harry feel bad since he was sure that Hermione would have been there. No, it wasn't the time for this, and what happened to the Muggleborn wasn't his fault. That was 9 students in total, out of 40 students. Only a little more than a fifth of their year mates chose one of the most important classes in modern magic, and wasn't that a disappointment? This was literally the only class that could help in spell creation and actively encouraged students to innovate. The only one that came close was runes, and even then, it was too dangerous to experiment on them without a good foundation in arithmancy. Harry's reply was cut short when the professor entered the room and locked the door behind her. She had brown hair and hazel eyes, but what was more noticeable was the fact that she was young for someone who held a mastery in arithmancy, and that made him curious. The professor spoke up in a no-nonsense tone: "Good morning. My name is Professor Septima Vector, and I will be your arithmancy professor in your time here at Hogwarts. Before we could start, I wanted to have a few ground rules. The unfortunate truth is that most of you will not like my class, and by association, me. It's not because I'm some kind of devilish professor, but because we have a lot to catch up on and very little time to do so." "Catch up on what?" Corner interjected. "We haven't even started yet." Vector glared at the boy, who practically wilted. "Exactly. In most other schools, this class is not an elective. Let me make myself clear here. I will not allow any student of mine to graduate with a level of knowledge that is lower than the one recognized by the ICW, and that means that we'll have to cram 5 years of content into just 3. If you have a problem with that, you can leave. We will have multiple tests and assignments, and if I see that you have no hope of following up with the pace of the class, you will leave my class. And remember, the only electives that you can switch to midterm would be Muggle Studies and Divination, so if you only took 2 electives, you'll be forced to take one of them to substitute." The entire classroom gulped, and the woman smiled. "Now, with that out of the way, let's get started with the lesson." Chapter 147, Lupin Behavior. September 2, 1993, Hogwarts. As their first arithmancy class ended, Harry grudgingly accepted the fact that Professor Vector knew what she was talking about. Their first lesson was simple and something that Harry knew by heart. It was a simple introduction about what the entire field was for, as well as some basic rules, or axioms that they would use to build practically all other theorems. Arithmancy wasn't just a way to create spells or enchantments, it's not using numbers to predict people's characters, although that's typically what other schools learn in their first year. No, arithmancy is a language. A language to interpret the world, to be more specific, a language to interpret magic. It wasn't complete, not by a long shot, but with every new discovery, the magical world steps 1 foot closer to having a complete understanding of the arcane. It was a language based on Muggle mathematics, which is used to interpret the physical universe. And since spells already affected the physical world, it would have been foolish not to use an already interesting foundation. However, interpreting the metaphysical world was just one step further. It required something more, like a new dimension of necessary calculations to achieve the same result, which meant that even the simplest spell could be very difficult to interpret. There was a reason why spellcraft was very difficult. Harry could tell that the pace she chose for the class was far higher than that of the other classes. The frankly insane assignment that Vector assigned was proof of that. Arithmancy, in general, was challenging. The learning curve was very steep and not could follow that. This was evident by an outburst from Michael Corner the moment he left the classroom. "I'm done with this. I didn't sign up for this bullshit." It was a testament to how difficult the class was when no one refuted that statement. It wasn't that hard, to be honest, but Vector really was going too fast for the average teenager to follow. Daphne was holding her head, probably having a headache from the information overflow, and murmured discreetly to him, "It's a sad day when I'm agreeing to Michael Corner of all people, but this was insane." He simply shrugged in return, "Not that much." She was a bit quick, but that's understandable considering how behind we are. It's pretty fun when you start experimenting with it, but I don't think Vector would waste time with parlor tricks just to get people interested. Yeah, we're not all insane like you. My parents even got me an arithmancy tutor during the summer and I could barely understand our lesson. I can't help but wonder how the others who are experiencing this for the first time are doing. Harry watched as the rest of the students left with dejected expressions on their faces. I think Corner was the only one without any prior tutoring. Bones' aunt wouldn't let her flounder like this, not, and Malfoy's parents must know how difficult this class was, and they're not hurting for gold. I don't know much about Paddle, Lee, and McDougal, but they were still following along. They weren't comfortable, that's for sure, but they understood a bit of the basic principles, enough to make do, for now. And there's you. What about me? She glared at him. You're joking, right? You spent half the time working with the equations that she had on the board around the room. What? He asked with a confused expression. They're very interesting and I haven't seen work that complex except for some really arcane stuff. Some were kinda simple, but a lot were really elegant. One of them was incomplete but it's very interesting. I think that it was what she's currently working on. It's a shield charm that allows you to envelop it with another spell, or another shield entirely, like a variably layered shielding. I think it can even activate spells in the shields to cast them if they break, but that's a bit out there. Daphne snorted. See, you already know most of the material. Out of curiosity, how much ahead are you? I don't really know, he said. It's not that I'm being difficult, it's that it's hard to put a label on what you're studying in post-newt stuff. You just choose specialties that interest you. You're so tutoring me in this. I'm always happy to help, Daph, he answered with a smile, making her blush slightly. The blonde quickly changed the subject. So, what do we have next? Harry took out his schedule, double defense sessions with Gryffindors. She groaned, why do we always have them in defense? It's like whoever made those schedules want to start as many fights as possible. Although, I am curious about Lupin as a professor. And wasn't that an understatement? Harry had complicated feelings about their new defense professor, who definitely had too much interest in Harry. The last Potter never really cared about researching his parents for obvious reasons. They died when he was a child. He already had his family legacy in terms of his cloak, his crest, and his gold. And while he was curious about what happened in Godric's Hollows, it was purely from an academic standpoint. After all, Harry loved puzzles. He never researched the Marauders. He never researched his mother. He honestly didn't care. Only one member was still alive, and he was supposed to be this cowardly werewolf who never tried to contact Harry in any way. And that was all fine with him. Remus Lupin's presence in the castle, the evidence that he was so different, made him throw everything he assumed happened out of the window. The truth was that Harry assumed that the divergence from the stories was Voldemort choosing to mark Neville as his equal. But now, he wasn't so sure. He didn't like being uncertain. It was a puzzle, which was something he loved solving, but it was too personal for comfort. He decided to just wait and see. Sure, Harry responded briskly. All right, that's enough. Daphne exclaimed, what is your problem with him? I could tell that you don't like him from the feast, but I don't know why. You mean like you're hiding your sister from me? She glared at him, I'm not hiding Astoria from you. And stop deflecting. What's with Lupin? He's a werewolf. He returned. As worrying as this is, I know you enough to know that's not it. Fine. I think he was friends with my parents, all right? And I just feel uncomfortable around him. The way he's looking at me just gives me the creeps and I don't like it. Daphne stayed silent for a moment. Thankfully, she didn't say anything because Blaise and Tracy literally just walked towards them. She glared at him and muttered, "We'll talk about this later." After exchanging a few greetings, Tracy asked, "So, how was arithmancy?" Daphne groaned in misery, "It was hell. I don't know whose idea it was to remove arithmancy classes from the first-year curriculum, but I will find them, summon them from the grave if I have to, just to kill them again." The previously tense atmosphere lightened after that statement, with Blaise and Tracy bursting into laughter. The conversation flowed from there but ended immediately after they finally arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Every defense professor liked to change their classroom to suit them, and Remus Lupin was obviously not any different. But Harry never expected the man to change things so drastically. It was hard to call the result a classroom. The floor was replaced by a ground of dirt and grass. Hell, there was some moss in the corner. There were no desks, no chairs, no boards, nothing. If it wasn't for the walls and ceiling, Harry would have thought that they were outside the castle. One by one, the rest of the students arrived, each with a bewildered look on their faces. Malfoy and Parkinson were sneering in disgust at being outside, and a few Gryffindors looked slightly uncomfortable. Neville barely batted an eyelash though, and well, considering the situation he ended up in, it made too much sense for comfort. Lupin was under an invisibility spell of some sort, probably an enhanced version of the disillusionment charm. It wasn't bad, but not as good as Dumbledore's one. Harry never really cared to enhance personal invisibility spells since he already had his cloak, but he was skilled enough in illusions to know that this wasn't one. It was close, a mixture of a disillusionment charm, enhanced with slight illusions around the edges, where it's normally noticeable, and a notice me not charm on top. It would have probably worked if it wasn't for Harry's arcane hearing, which made it the opposite of subtle. And Lupin's song was too distinct to ignore. With a wave of his wand, Lupin dispelled the charms and spelled the door to close. "Good morning, everyone. As you probably know, my name is Remus Lupin, and I will be your defense against the dark arts professor this year. As you probably noticed, we will probably focus on the practical applications of defense, which I'm told, you're very lacking in. Now before we get started, let's discuss your curriculum. Like your previous year, your semesters will be divided into a wand aspect and dark creatures. My predecessor's notes say that you have finished studying common pests found in the magical world and simple creatures. This year you will learn how to handle more dangerous creatures like boggarts, grindylows, and others like it. This will be, for many of you, your first encounter with anything that can be called a dark creature. So, who here knows what a dark creature is?" Malfoy answered while rolling his eyes, "It's a creature that attacks with dark magic." 5 points from Slytherin for speaking out of turn, Mr. Malfoy. With a wrong answer too. The truth is that dark creatures and dark magic have nothing in common apart from the name. A creature is labelled as dark by the Ministry, which they deem to be dangerous. But there is at least one requirement: the wounds inflicted by a dark creature must leave a sign, even if they're healed. It's the same with dark curses, there's always something they left behind, a trace of magic that is there more than just physically. There is a reason why vampire bites, and werewolf attacks, leave scars that don't heal. You can heal a doxy bite, but I haven't seen anyone fully heal scars from a werewolf, even just a claw. He really looked like he was speaking of experience when it came to dark creatures. He was right, of course, but that didn't make his speech any less disturbing. "And why are we standing on dirt and not in a classroom like civilized witches?" Parkinson questioned. "I am very glad you asked. You see, there is a dark creature in this classroom, and I'm testing you a bit to see how you react to a surprise attack," the werewolf replied. Before any of them could digest the man's response, the wall shifted slightly, letting a big figure leap out of the shadows with claws raised towards a student. It looked like a vampire thrall. It was more like the inferi version of vampires that acted like servants. They were muggles that drank the blood of a vampire, and they heavily needed blood to survive, or they just went mad, like the one in front of them. Just by reflex, Harry waved his wand and pulled the students back behind him before the claws could reach them. It wasn't a particularly dangerous creature, it was barely faster than the average wizard, slightly stronger. Their biggest danger was the fact that they attacked in packs. The rest of the students were running for the door, screaming, only for it to stay locked since it was probably warded. A few brave students tried to send hexes at the thing, but they just seemed to bounce off the vampire. There was something wrong. This wasn't how spells rebounded off magical creatures with a magical resistance. It was too structured. The rebounds were too perfect, the directions of the return spells were exactly the same as the incoming spells. There was none of the randomness and unpredictability that came with living breathing beings. Now that he thought about it, the movements of the creature were too structured. It didn't attack on a feeding frenzy like Harry assumed. Deciding to investigate further, he analyzed the creature with his arcane magic and discovered that it was nothing more than an animated structure. It was a bit impressive, the transfiguration was spot on, and the whole structure was very well warded, but the whole thing was under Lupin's control, who had a disturbing grin on his face. Growling to himself, Harry waved his wand again and cancelled the animation. Lupin gave Harry a surprised look as the spell wormed its way through the enchanted protections that the werewolf put on his construct as if they weren't there and removed the connection between it and its controller. The vampire thrall fell face first mid-lunge, and Seamus Finnegan poked it with his wand. "Is it dead?" Everyone turned to Harry with odd looks on their faces, but he didn't care. He was looking at Lupin's face, who looked surprised at first, then started to grow a disturbing smile on his face. He tried not to flinch when he heard the caged beast inside him release a deafening howl. Chapter 148, Thickening Mist. September 5, 1993, Hogwarts. It had been a few days since the disturbing defense lesson with Lupin and people were already giving him a wide berth. Harry assumed that with the insanity that had been happening in magical Britain, people started to forget about him a bit. After all, the past school year and the summer were filled with one scandal after another. Longbottom went insane, Azkaban was destroyed with a few of Voldemort's top lieutenants missing, the Dementors were slowly getting out of control, and finally, there were rumors that Dumbledore may or may not have killed his own sister. What was a third-year Slytherin compared to all of that? He never attacked anyone, and rarely ever got into fights. Outside of a few forgettable incidents and being good in class, Harry could easily be forgotten in a crowd, at least by students. The professors were as vigilant as ever when it came to him and paid attention to his slight experimentation during classes, but his classmates just forgot about him. Well, slaying a vampire was enough for them to remember that, yes, Harry was a fucking badass. Yes, he could hurt anyone if they picked a fight with him, and he was very good at dueling. He kinda regretted never taking Flitwick on his offer to enter tournaments, but it wasn't really something he liked. He was always an introvert and putting more attention on him just made him uncomfortable. He liked dueling for the art. It was fun seeing how people would counter certain spells in ways that would be more advantageous to them. Plus, he kinda needed a guardian's permission to enter, something that was never possible before the previous summer, and he was too busy with Arcturus to entertain the possibility. As he sat in the Great Hall for his breakfast, he noticed something in his orange juice. Ah, a prank potion of some kind, to turn anyone who drank it into some kind of fake vampire. Sort of basic, but the only notable part was the modification in case someone tried using the general dispelling charm on anyone under its influence, which would reveal a derogatory message or some other glowing over his head. It wasn't hard to brew. There were ways to treat ingredients that saturated by casting the spell repeatedly at it. A neutral material with a high magical absorbance rate would be ideal, and use it as a foundation to add properties to stop such spells from doing anything, or even trigger a secondary use. It was a modern method that was barely a few decades old, but it was inventive. Still, whoever had done it hadn't bothered protecting their magical signature. Which wasn't really a big deal if it was anyone else, it wasn't something outside of criminals or paranoid people did. But it was a shame that it took him exactly 12 seconds to pinpoint the perpetrators, who should have been very obvious, the Weasley twins. They never really tried to target him before, but in most houses, there was the implied rule that they should leave the first years and second years alone. So, this must have been their first attempt at it, but why him? They probably heard about the vampire scenario and wanted to take advantage of it. Now, what was he supposed to do? He wouldn't ignore it since the twins would assume that there was a mistake in their potion and try again later. He also didn't want to be obvious about it. Perhaps a switching charm would work? No, switching any magical item was in general a bad idea. It was a transfiguration spell, in its base, and it involved simultaneously transforming two items into each other. It was temporary, of course, and it did remove a lot of mental strain in normal transfiguration spells since it analyzes the desired material and shape automatically without input from the caster. The only difference was that it was a spell that needed to be cast at two objects at once, and that wasn't something easy to get used to. The entire spell was technically an introduction to multiple casting, which was essentially multitasking using magic. Alas, transfiguring potions was a bad idea since the interaction between the magics can have unpredictable outcomes. It was one of the first rules that Snape told them about. The answer was very simple: hello, could a house elf please empty two contents of my glass to the ones belonging to the Weasley twins? It was a bit of a long shot, but the house elves, that the twins probably asked to add the potion to his drink, listened to him, since his cup emptied itself. They must have liked the idea of getting back at the Weasleys for the constant antics over the years. His cup was immediately refilled with some new juice that wasn't spelt, he checked. Daphne must have heard him. What are you doing? The Weasley terrors tried to potion me, he simply replied. I got the elves to put whatever potion they tried to use into their goblets. She snorted slightly. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Do you want to go to the library after breakfast? I'm sorry, he answered while shaking his head. I know that you are free, but I have my first divination class that day. I can't believe you are taking that class. You're either a seer, and it comes naturally, or not, and then it's useless. Harry took a sip of his orange juice and shrugged. You know that divination is more than seeing the future, and it's one of the disciplines that has very few informative books on the subject. Trust me, I looked. There are books with certain spells that use it, but not any real theory about it, or how they were made. I guess I'm just curious. If Trelawney is bad, I'll just leave. I'm already taking too many classes and it's taking up a lot of my free time. He tried to suppress the grin at the wide eyes that the twins had when they saw him drink and not transform. Daphne wasn't as successful when she noticed. However, she quickly steeled her expression and asked, but we're still up tonight, right? After our Care of Magical Creatures lesson. Harry nodded. He had promised her that they would resume their training sessions after the class. He was coming very close to mastering his ice elemental magic, and he wanted to study spatial magic even further. There weren't any books on it, but he was essentially creating an entire type of magic from scratch by analyzing how various spatial expansion charms worked. It was slow going, but it showed signs of being very promising. Oddly enough, Blaise and Tracy didn't want to join, saying that they shouldn't intrude, whatever that meant. Alright. I'll see you in a couple of hours for our care class. If I leave any later, I'll be late. He gave her a smile, got up and made his way to add a small compulsion charm to drink on a couple of pieces of parchment that he animated to act like mice to run towards the legs of the Weasley twins, before turning back into normal pieces of parchment once more. The last Potter dropped them and let them find their targets while whistling innocently as he walked towards the Great Hall's exit. The moment he left, he felt the magic on the parchment dispel, and by the loud exclamation of surprise and laughter, his little prank must have worked without a hitch. Divination class was at the top of the North Tower, which was very impractical for students. It really made no sense to choose this place, if it wasn't necessary in some magical way. The walk would be at least 10 minutes and that's after a few shortcuts. It wasn't ideal, but it gave him time to think about what happened in his defense lesson. He really shouldn't have freaked out like this. It was obviously a lesson to how unprepared they all were to deal with any dark creature, but it could be easily excused in the mayhem. It wasn't even a bad idea to start things up. The man had even shown them a few of his other constructs to mimic various dark creatures with certain wards and charms. They weren't perfect, but it was better than theory when it came to dangerous dark creatures that no sane wizard would let minors near. Ron Weasley nearly fainted at the animated acromantula when it came out. Fighting against animated constructs was an easy way to teach students without endangering them, as long as they were under his control. And wasn't that interesting? He only noticed it while looking back at the situation, but the construct had come very close to a few students, and even dodged a lot of spells in unnatural ways. That kind of reflexes must translate to the man's own, which was odd. Werewolves weren't supposed to have reflexes on par with vampires outside the full moon, yet Lupin obviously had them. And that opened a lot of doors. Did he also have enhanced strength, enhanced speed, or enhanced senses? Lupin definitely wasn't a traditional werewolf and there were too many unpredictable variables to make any deductions. Harry really didn't like unknowns and it was extremely frustrating. The entire situation was just suspicious. Remus Lupin's application to the job didn't make sense. He was obviously not on the same page as Dumbledore, so the old man wouldn't have gone out of his way to hire him. He was also apparently successful enough to not need the gold. He still didn't know enough about how the man was making his money, and he didn't want to get Arcturus involved with his affairs too much, so he was leaving that as a last resort. But he wasn't lying about his wealth, not that he ever mentioned it, because his robes were worth more than a few people's homes. Acromantula silk was very hard to come by and thus, very expensive. Honestly, everyone else was more than happy with the new professor. Sure, they didn't know that he was a werewolf, but the man was charismatic, obviously magically talented, had very extensive knowledge of defense against the dark arts, and his classes wouldn't be boring. That was enough for all of them. Then again, they were also happy with Lockhart, and the standards of his class fell drastically in the last few months before his scandal, specifically in his post-owl classes. The whole thing bothered him for some reason, like his gut was telling him that this man represented a danger to everyone. He just couldn't ignore it. He would need to investigate Lupin further somehow. Before he could make up a plan, he noticed that he had arrived at the North Tower, where a small crowd had assembled underneath a trapdoor with the words Sybil Trelawney, divination teacher, on a plaque beneath it. He could see where this was going, even if his classmates couldn't, which was evident by the confused murmuring going around. Harry suppressed the urge to roll his eyes at the teacher's probable penchant for the dramatic. As he expected, exactly 5 minutes before the start of the class, the trapdoor opened and a silver ladder materialized out of nowhere in the middle of the crowd. It was such an impractical way to enter the classroom since only one person could enter at a time. The Potter Scion waited until he was last because he couldn't bother fighting for a spot. He climbed up and had his first look at the divination classroom. In the middle of nowhere, a man opened his eyes for the first time in months. It took a few seconds to register that something was different. There was something missing. Ah, yes, his most painful memories weren't pushed into the front of his mind anymore. It's been so long since his mind felt so free. He had missed it. His mind was his greatest treasure after all. Blinking in the dim light, Augustus Rookwood gradually became aware of his surroundings. The room he found himself in was far from the cold, damp, and wretched confines of Azkaban. It wasn't anything luxurious, it even looked like some disgusting Muggle home, but it wasn't his grimy cell nor the chilling Dementor-guarded halls that had been his miserable home for what felt like an eternity. He tried to move, but he could feel that he was chained to the bed. The chains were obviously enchanted, considering that faint runes were glowing on the damn things. His head ached, and his body felt weak, but the absence of the Dementor-induced despair he had become accustomed to was profoundly liberating. For a moment, he thought that his lord might have returned and broken his most loyal out of Azkaban. That was before that thing came into the room. Augustus had seen magic warp people to terrible degrees, and his unspeakable training necessitated a certain proficiency in sensing magic. He had already known that his lord had undergone countless rituals to reach his power and that it had warped him into something inhuman. But he had never sensed anything like what was in front of him. It looked like a man, and moved like a man. But it definitely wasn't natural by any means. The Death Eater couldn't help but feel terrified with its every move. It was wearing a mask of a smiling face, but Rookwood couldn't help but imagine the horrors that must have been underneath. Then the thing spoke up. "Oh, you're finally up, Rookie. You've been having such a long nap. Don't worry, I'm going to take such good care of you. I have so many things in mind." He really didn't like the sound of that. Chapter 149, Clearing the Fog. September 5, 1993, Hogwarts. As he expected, exactly 5 minutes before the start of the class, the trapdoor opened and a silver ladder materialized out of nowhere in the middle of the crowd. It was such an impractical way to enter the classroom since only one person could enter at a time. The Potter Scion waited until he was last because he couldn't bother fighting for a spot. He climbed up and had his first look at the divination classroom. It looked more like a classroom than the defense classroom after the modification that Lupin did, in the sense that there were tables and chairs, but that was the extent of it. Honestly, it reminded him of a very dusty and antiquated tea shop of some sort, but had a certain timeless quality to it. Shimmering crystal balls, of varying sizes, occupied shelves along the walls, their surfaces reflecting the candlelight in a captivating dance of colors. Tattered, velvet curtains hung at the windows, creating an illusion of secrecy and seclusion. The room's shelves were lined with peculiar objects, from dreamcatchers to ancient-looking scrolls, all creating an ambience of mystery. The central table was a massive, circular wooden contraption, covered in intricate, celestial patterns that seemed to move and shift, forming new constellations as you gazed upon them. Atop the table, there was a mishmash of teacups, saucers, and plates, as well as a myriad of teapots, each one unique in design and style, hence the tea shop description. The chairs around the table were equally eclectic, with some resembling Victorian-era armchairs, others with ornate carvings, and a few appearing to have been plucked from entirely different centuries. They were as mismatched as the rest of the room, and adding the faint lighting from the myriad of candles floating in the air, the room just illuminated enough to see each other, but enough to be considered really lit. All in all, it looked like an attic filled with divination artifacts scattered around. It even had this weird smell that made Harry dizzy just by breathing inside the classroom. He didn't know if it was some kind of incense or weird perfume, but he didn't like it. When he sat down in one of the few remaining chairs, he noticed that the professor was also nowhere to be found. With his arcane hearing, Harry saw that Trelawney was sitting in an obscured part of the room with a notice-me-not charm. Did she want to make a surprise appearance like Snape did in their first potion class? The answer came a second later when a disheveled woman appeared from the shadows, making Lavender and Parvati Patil yelp in fear, "Welcome all! My name is Professor Trelawney. Most of you would not have seen me around the castle since I tend to prefer my solitude, but I will be your divination teacher in the foreseeable future. For some of you, this class might be one of the most difficult ones yet, and for others, passing might be as easy as breathing. You cannot learn the art of divination by studying books, but through experience and insight, which is why our classes will be more casual than your normal lessons." She let out a loud pause, and for the first time, Harry took a good look at her. She was very thin, with very thick glasses that he could tell were enchanted in some way, and wearing rings and bracelets that were thicker than her fingers. The divination professor sat down in the largest chair and smiled slightly. "So before we even start learning how to divine the future, who can tell me what divination even is?" Lavender raised her hand and answered, "It's seeing the future, right?" "That's not technically wrong, but not really the full answer," the professor explained. "It's a very common misconception that divination is just seeing the future. Sure, a few skilled practitioners can actually make predictions and prophecies of the future, but the entire field of divination is far more than that. There are many definitions out there, but personally, I believe that divination is the art of gathering information on the past, present or future using various magical means. We can see the past because of the fact that magic remembers. Everything that happens in the present shapes magic in a way that it is possible to see it again after the fact. The more magical the event is, the more obvious it is to see. However, the more time passes, the harder it is to get a clear image of the truth. We call this aspect postcognition." She waved her wand, and an illusion took shape and surrounded them. It showed images of wars, of large spells, entrancing everyone. She smirked slightly and continued, "We can also see the present. It might sound meaningless, but that also means that we can observe locations far away without making ourselves known. It's actually one of the easiest types of divination to learn, which we also call scrying. Scrying is an aspect of clairvoyance, which can be summarized as perceiving or seeing events, information, or objects in the present beyond the scope of ordinary human senses. There are multiple methods of doing that, a few of which we will explore this year." The illusion morphed into a familiar room, specifically the Transfiguration classroom, where Professor McGonagall was teaching 5th years the Vanishing Charm. Seconds later, the professor stopped speaking, looked towards Trelawney and sighed in what seemed like exasperation before waving her wand, destroying the illusion altogether. Harry noticed that Trelawney was smiling smugly. She must have some kind of rivalry with the Transfiguration mistress. "As you noticed, this method is not foolproof, and people can sense and protect such breaches of privacy. It is still a very useful skill nonetheless, especially when it comes to finding lost objects. Also, the information that you gather doesn't have to be with sight or hearing. There are spells to divine the nature of artifacts which are very useful in detecting dark objects. These diviners are in very heavy demand in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Which brings us to seeing the future. This is, perhaps, the aspect of divination that is the most debated and the most subjective. The future is always in motion and all we can do is see a possibility. Theoretically, truly seeing the future would be like seeing every iteration of every choice that anyone in the world would have made. A fragment of this knowledge is enough to destroy the minds of the seer. Countless seers have succumbed to madness by trying to see, to understand more than their minds could possibly process. Thankfully, people with that kind of talent haven't been seen in thousands of years, even if an exception or two tended to pop up every couple hundred years. They still don't hold a candle to the seers of old, but I did hear a rumor about a witch in South America that could tell you the most likely outcome of a decision, but I haven't bothered to confirm it." Parvati raised her arms. "So, if we don't have the sight, we won't be able to see the future. My dear, the idea that there is a wizard that doesn't have the sight is ludicrous. What you call the sight is essentially a wizard's ability to feel the currents of magic and use them to make predictions. We use this connection to subconsciously channel in many ways, like tea leaves or crystal balls, to see the most likely outcome. People can have very varying talents in sensing magic or be attuned to a very specific method of channeling our predictions, but every wizard and witch should be capable of this skill. However, if you mean true seers, then it's an ability that you have to be born with. It comes with very vivid visions of events, but they aren't absolute. In contrast, there are prophets, like myself, which is an entirely different thing. We sometimes enter trances and let the world speak through us. Our words are absolute even if we don't remember them. They will happen because there isn't a path in the future where they won't happen. The world itself will enforce them, and you would need to fight the entire will of magic to stop it from happening, something that I don't see anyone capable of doing anytime soon, and I can't even imagine the consequences should that happen. Parvati looked thoughtful at the answer. The professor then stiffened. Oh, that introduction took a little longer than usual. The only thing I have to talk to you about before we can get started is how you are going to be graded. Every term, we will learn at least one method of precognition, one method of postcognition, and one method of clairvoyance. We will have assignments and exams at the end of every term, where you can choose whatever method you prefer to find out the information asked. This is the exact protocol that your OWL examinations will have, and this would serve you well for the rest of your education. With that out of the way, let's get started in our first lesson, which is about sensing magic. All in all, the rest of the lesson was pretty much Trelawney coaching them to sense magic. She had brought up 2 boxes in front of them, one of which was very heavily cursed. The idea was to grow people's sixth sense in a way that every student could actively use. The incense was making them a little dizzy, which would prevent people from overthinking, and it was working. It was a very novel method of teaching magical sensing. Harry was already an accomplished sensor since he sort of cheated with his arcane hearing. His experience with magic made him map every spell and every enchantment he felt to its song, giving him the ability to feel magic without his arcane hearing. But Trelawney's method, even if it was unorthodox, was working. It was fascinating how quickly mediocre students grasped the idea. Of course, the professor switched the boxes with more subtle curses and different enchantments. They still haven't gotten to the final level, but it was still enough. So far, the class was informative, very well paced, and interesting enough for students to keep paying attention, even if the incense dulled their cognitive abilities. Trelawney was competent, and that was enough for Harry. Actually, it was beyond what he hoped for. This class would potentially be the one where he actually learned the most, since he couldn't teach himself how to interpret visions with a book. Trelawney seemed experienced enough to give him advice, and that was one of the main reasons he picked this elective. He needed someone to talk to about his dreams, one that would help him understand, or at least remember. All he remembered was Hogsmeade burning, and it definitely felt like a warning. But he needed more details, he needed more information before making any plans. He still didn't know if he could trust Trelawney, but the fact that the option was still there was already comforting. Harry didn't want Dumbledore or some stranger to know about his prophetic visions. That would have been a very bad idea. However, although the lesson was interesting, Harry was still bored out of his mind since he already mastered that particular skill. To pass the time, he decided to finally take the time to see who even attended this class. It was mostly made up of Gryffindors, Ron Weasley, Seamus Finnegan, and Dean Thomas for the boys, who started hanging out after the falling out between Weasley and Neville, and Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patil for the girls. There was also Faye Dunbar and Michael Corner from Ravenclaw, who ended up forced to take the class since he dropped out of arithmancy. Hannah Abbott and Zachariah Smith were the only Hufflepuffs, and Harry and Lily Moon were the only Slytherins. It wasn't really the turnout of people who are good academically. Most of the wizarding world tended to divination for granted a bit. They had a point, from a parent's perspective: arithmancy, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, hell, even Muggle studies, offered career prospects. No one really cared about an owl or newt in divination, which is a very subjective magical field to test it, hence why it's considered to be an easy O in their owls. It could be useful as a subset, like a little anecdote if someone has some real talent in it, so Harry expects that with the first difficulty, students were going to start dropping the elective. Alas, he needed as much expertise in the subject to deal with his annoying prophetic dreams. Harry's mind started to wander slightly, and the image of the fire was coming close. He could feel the heat, he could practically hear the screams. Hogsmeade was burning, but there was someone responsible. Who was it? It made him feel terrible, it made him feel scared and worried. But why? He could almost see his face, in the corner of his eye. And just like that he stiffened when the bell rang. Damn it, this was the closest he ever came to remembering that dream. Not knowing was driving him insane. He was so close. He could feel it. He almost wanted to curse something out of annoyance. Alas, he needed to go to his next class. Perhaps he would have more luck in his next class. He looked at his schedule and saw that he had ancient runes, the elective that was probably the most chosen since it was the most useful and parents practically forced their children to take it. Apparently, there was a group project every term to create a new rune cluster. That sounded interesting. He was still grumpy about missing out on the rest of the details of his dream, though. Chapter 150, Spherical Mishap. September 11, 1993, Hogwarts. Harry dodged a cutting curse that was coming at him and made a magic circle beneath his feet to send him flying, avoiding the sprouting vines growing where he once stood. With another magic circle, he made a localized sphere of weakened gravity around him anchored with a small reservoir of magic, allowing him to cast other spells while it ran out. This trick was very problematic to figure out, which was to use his magic circles as temporary areas with a certain effect. It was Harry ripping off the idea of wards and using them in dueling-like charms. He had never seen anything like this in any book, but then again, not a lot of people could use magic circle to temporarily act like a ward's anchor. While still falling slowly, he sent a few icicles at his opponent, who shielded by summoning a small wall of wood from the ground, which was then animated to try to grab him. He retaliated with a wall of fire, that quickly turned the attacking branches to ash, yet the wall itself stayed resilient. Harry grinned slightly as touched the gravity magic circle that was still glowing and modified it to increase the gravity drastically in the first few feet in front of it for a fraction of a second. It was a new addition to his magical crest, the ability to modify magic circles on the fly. The thing seemed resistant for some reason to give him full spells, choosing to just give him more in-depth knowledge about magic circles and how they worked. It was slightly disappointing since he expected more, but he would make do with what he was given. There had to be a reason, after all, some kind of necessary learning curve so that he wouldn't hurt himself with any new spells or if one of them malfunctioned. Although the crest seemed to reward him whenever he experimented with his magic, like small nudges and principles that would help him more. Back to the duel, he had yet to activate the modified circle. However, instead of going through with it, he created another circle to telekinetically push him up in the air, out of the gravity circle's range. With a thought, the circle activated, and the wooden wall collapsed, crushed on its own weight, revealing its caster whose eyes were widened in surprise. Smirking, he cast a simple stunning charm at her. He saw that she was preparing to redirect it, only for it to accelerate suddenly, making her miss the spell entirely, and knocking her out. The last Potter quickly revived Daphne, who stood up with a small glare on her face. What in Merlin's name was that? Harry answered with a smug smile, I bent space in front of the spell to knock you off your rhythm. She huffed, that's a dirty trick. Daphne was right, of course, it was a dirty trick. Any dueler worth their salt can sense spells. It was very common in competitions to make spells faster or slower to confuse their opponent, and there were a few remarkable wizards and witches that could make the spell's speed vary after it was cast. It was technically allowed in competitions since the spells were allowed, and it wasn't really shared with the general public. If Harry could guess, it was probably a great feat of magical control and arithmancy, to add a small layer in each spell to modify its movements in a way that's decided while it was cast. It was pretty risky since the details had to be decided while the dueler was casting the spell, making them make predictions of the movements of their opponents that were 2 or 3 seconds in advance, which is pretty long-term when it came to the average professional duel. Of course, what Harry did was different. He cast a secondary spell after the stunning charm that compressed the fabric of space for a fraction of a second, making it seem like it accelerated suddenly. It was far more flexible than the other methods, but it was exponentially harder to pull off. The last Potter simply shrugged, you said that you wanted to participate in the under-17 dueling tournament in the summer, and these sorts of tricks are things that you are going to see there. He was right, of course. But if he was honest, he didn't really do this only for Daphne's sake. He was practicing his spatial manipulation, which was a lot harder than he thought it would be. It turned out that manipulating the fabric of space wasn't easy. Standardized spells, like the expansion charm, could be used by any skilled wizard, and Harry was pretty much modifying it on the fly to make this feat of magic, but that was literally all he managed to do. It took weeks for him to modify the expansion part to compress space, and that, alone, was a very worthy achievement. Alas, the spell had too many components and no one ever wrote its arithmetic form for him to analyze. The fact that he could already do this much was attributed to his arcane hearing, which allowed him to isolate the concept of expansion to compression. He tried to go around it by studying gravity magic since space and gravity were very closely related. Luckily, there were some more pointers on that front, but what people called gravity-altering spells were just conjuring multiple forces telekinetically to accentuate or decrease the effect of gravity, not actively manipulate it. Like that final move against Daphne to destroy her reinforced wood wall was essentially a downward telekinetic force that adds to gravity, not a real increase of gravity. Thankfully, Harry was already somewhat knowledgeable on how gravity worked thanks to his past life, hence how he incorporated simple tricks into his magic circles. He was still a long way off any tangible result, but it was progress, nonetheless. Still, he wanted to practice this spatial compression spell to make it so he could cast both it and the normal spell at once, to almost make it so the spell barely travels any distance to find its victims. It was hard, but he was getting better at it every day. He stiffened when he felt Daphne hit his shoulder. "You haven't been listening to a word I said, did you, Harry?" "Sorry," he answered sheepishly, "what were you talking about?" "Just the usual, asking you to join me in signing up for the dueling tournament." He groaned. "Look, I told you many times that I'm not interested in showing off for people, by casting a set of restricted spells with no thought about it. Sure, it's a good display of counter-cursing and strategic thinking, but very few people actually appreciate it. I saw last year's final in the Prophet, and it was just a bunch of people sending blasting curses and shield charms. I just don't think that it would be fun for me to beat students without it being at least a bit challenging. But it could land you sponsorships, which you could use if you decide to duel full-time. I know I'm interested." "No, you're not," Harry answered while shaking his head. "You either want to be a healer or a curse breaker. And since you already know that I'm interested in curse breaking, you're probably leaning towards healing." She gaped at him for a few seconds before stealing her expression. "How could you possibly know that?" "Because of your sister, right? I didn't notice it at first. After a few hours together I could tell that there was something wrong with her, some kind of curse, I believe. It has to be something very obscure for your parents not to have found a cure by now." She looked furious. "No, they just gave up on their daughter. Mother tried at first. For years, she sent her to healers all around the world, curse breakers, but nothing worked. Father didn't even try. Apparently, it's a curse that's been in the green grass bloodline for centuries, which affects the youngest daughter in the family. In the end, they just gave up and told me that they didn't want to make whatever time Astoria had into constant visits to healers and to let her enjoy her life as much as she could. But I refuse." The blonde had tears in her eyes and looked down, murmuring, "I just don't want to lose my sister." Harry knelt and gave her a small hug. "Tell you what? I'll do my best to help you become the best healer in the world, and we're both going to look into your sister's condition together. How does that sound?" She just hugged him tighter. "You promise?" "Yes, I promise." They stayed there, in silence, for a few minutes before Harry had to ask, "So, what's with your obsession with this tournament? I know that you liked dueling since it helped you learn to defend yourself, but you never really cared about the tournaments." She looked down once more. "Astoria said that it would be cool to see me win after I told her that I was in Flitwick's club." Harry grinned. "She really has you wrapped around her finger, doesn't she?" His answer was a glare and a stinging hex that he redirected to the wall. "Enough with the violence, woman." She grinned. "What can I say? You taught me well. I didn't expect that it would come back to bite me in the ass." Harry exclaimed back. "Speaking of bites in the ass, what are you going to do with your runes project?" the blonde asked. And wasn't that a horrible topic to switch to? To say that Ancient Runes class was a disappointment would be an understatement. Oh, he had no problem with Professor Babbling, who was really passionate about the subject, but with the curriculum. They would spend the entire first term learning Elder Futhark but would not activate any runes. In fact, activating runes was a big part of the second term, so they weren't really going to cast any magic. It made sense. Runes were dangerous, and understanding the alphabet, as well as knowing the exact procedures and dangers of how to activate runes, are very important. But still, for someone like Harry who had memorized half that stuff in his first year, it was just so boring. The only silver lining was that they had to come up with a runic matrix for the end of the term, one that they would learn to channel during the second one. They could use any runic language, so Harry could benefit slightly by learning a new language. He was leaning towards Egyptian hieroglyphs. He didn't know what rune matrix he wanted to create, but learning the language alone would benefit him in the long run. The bummer was the fact that this was a group project. Specifically, this was a group project where partners had to be from different houses. It was some new initiative from Dumbledore after the war, to make all group projects spread out between houses. It would have worked, if not for the fact that Gryffindors and Slytherins could barely speak to each other without the whole thing turning into a giant battle royale. In ancient runes, it was traditional that Ravenclaws and Slytherins partner up with one another, and Hufflepuffs and Gryffindor do the same in turn. He was interested in partnering up with Padma Patil since she was pretty level-headed, but Daphne had gone after her the moment it was announced. Solly was immediately snatched up from Lily Moon. Morag McDougal was taken since she was friends with Tracy. He literally had never spoken with any other Ravenclaw in his life, and that made things awkward. He was never good at the whole socializing part. He genuinely had no idea who to ask to be his partner. It was just so awkward to go to someone random that he never spoke to in his life and ask something like that. Wait, was he that antisocial? Yes, you are. The blonde spoke up. Wait, did I say that out loud? You did, yes. And I agree, you're very antisocial. Come on, you barely even talk to anyone outside of me, Tracy and Blaise. You're very dismissive of other people, Harry. The last Potter snorted, that's because other people aren't interesting. The blonde let out a burst of laughter, you'll never know unless you actually talk to them. He huffed in response, I wouldn't have to do any of that if you hadn't gone after Padma like a bloodhound. It's not my fault you didn't take the initiative, she answered cheekily. They continued arguing for what felt like hours. This time, he realized how much he had been stressed in the last few days. It was amazing how Daphne could just get him to relax. This was actually the first time since he came to Hogwarts that he stopped thinking about his dreams.
Thanks for listening.